clean space. And this year, we have the motto, New Space for People. You all know that the main conclusions of the last Space Council in November 2020 give the relevance of the new space for a more innovative and resilient and competitive space activities in Europe. The main objectives of the conclusions were to frame a new space in the space economy in Europe, how to use the new European Space Programme and its contribution to reinforce the new space in Europe, and how the new space will contribute to reinforce the competitiveness of the resilience in Europe. Basically, the main objectives of the conclusions. Also, the importance to link the space sector to the non-space sector and to reinforce the usage of space data to develop the downstream applications. So we are talking about the conclusions of the Space Council. It is also important to include in the European portfolio the usage of the high resolution, time and space, Earth observation data, combining with artificial intelligence, quantum technologies, and to foster the development of the downstream applications. Also the secure connectivity and an approach for the space traffic management, and also a new approach how to use space technologies for European coastal areas and low cost to access to space. And this is why we are here all together, to discuss the importance of space for people and for socioeconomic benefits. And today we are living an exciting moment in how to use space. Space becomes a market, and new actors in space are emerging. New companies, new countries, but also space as a new operational environment for sovereignty, and also we are observing a new space racing, mainly between the big countries. We are facing an unprecedented acceleration of the international space programs, and small improvements in some technologies will have a tremendous impact in results, like, for example, the new ionic propulsion for satellites, just an example. This could be an example on how public research and development policies can give a big contribution to achieve leadership and for a more resilient Europe. We need to take the good example of Copernicus on how to affirm Europe as a global leader in in Earth observation. Also the good example of the precision of the European navigation satellites, the Galileo, and we have here Rodrigo, which represents very well these initiatives. We need also the innovative solutions for the science and exploration programs in the European Space Agency for the upcoming years, like in-orbit servicings. Also, how to address user needs and link space to non-space sectors with the European agencies like EUSPA, EMSA, Frontex, and the Fisheries Agency. So, ladies and gentlemen, for these topics, we have here today several speakers to help us to understand the trends, the opportunities, the technologies, the threats. And these panelists and these topics will be spread in several panels, like Space for People in European Coastal Areas, which will be our first panel, Entrepreneurship, Earth Observation Satellite Initiatives, the space in the European Union recovery plans, access to space, the challenge of space traffic management. And also, with our distinguished keynote speakers, we have Thomas Johnson from DEFIS. We have the Mr. Laércio from the IMP Brazil. We have our dear Minister of Science and Technology, Manuel Heitor. We have Nikolaus Anowski from the European Space Agency and Steve Wolf from the Global Spaceport Alliance. So let's start with our nice panelists, and for that I would like to invite Elodie. I don't know if Elodie is online at this moment. So I invite Elodie to start her intervention. Elodie represented the Director General of ESA. So welcome, Elodie. Welcome. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. I hope you hear me well.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Morning. It's really thanks for your introduction. It's really a great pleasure to be with you virtually today. It is an honor to represent the European Space Agency at this key event on new space for people. As a director of telecommunication and integrated application, I am heading a space program operating in a highly commercial and competitive market, providing social, economical impact within Europe. So space has entered the digital economy and society. This access and the usage of space, data that can be generated in space and also generated on Earth, are improving our daily life. Like, for example, there is many ways we now connect. Virtually today, for example, but we also connect through Internet of Things, through 5G. We are looking for soon having the automated driving, the new way of doing transport, having more sustainable mobility, having access to telemedicine, teleeducation that has been so key during this COVID crisis. And furthermore, this will open many possibilities in the application for the Industry 4.0. So at the European Space Agency, we are supporting and boosting our European industry, in particular the startups and the SME, as well as the key mature innovative players. And we are looking at new concepts with them, innovation, from the technology, the product, up to the application and services. So we are using, with them, we are providing support on the technical, but also on the business and funding side. We are looking at bringing, as you mentioned, all the application of space together to achieve much more. The Earth observation with Copernicus, the navigation with the Galileo data, and also the telecommunication as a catalyst, bringing the connectivity and the processing of all those data to go faster from point A to point B. We have seen the past 15 years have been able to incubate more than 1,500 startups through our business incubation network that is located in 60 different locations across our 22 member states of the European Space Agency. And we are facilitating the scale-up through access to our programs, as well as through access to financing, for example, through the European Space Agency Investor Forum. And we are welcoming now very strongly and very supportively the new initiative of our Commissioner Breton to have the Cassini program. We plan to work in close cooperation and partnership to further boost timely our European entrepreneur networks through various activities, including matchmaking, hackathon, prizes, pitching, and not only. So as you are entrepreneurs, as you are newcomers in the space environment, we need you because, as you mentioned, it's about space actors, but also non-space actors that together are generating the application of tomorrow. Space has entered this digital economy and society, allowing a large variety of innovative applications to be created, fulfilling really the 3P: people, planet, profit. It goes all together. Data is our electricity, and the connectivity will be our distribution network that we need to make it safe, reliable, and secure. We have welcoming as well the European Commission ambition about having a secure connectivity network and ambitious plan, allowing having space integrated into terrestrial network. We are again going to work in partnership with all the institutional players and the private sectors, and we will support again having the new entrants and the startup as well as SME mindset to be able to create even more innovation. This initiative is key for Europe to maintain its competitiveness vis-à-vis of the US and China and to develop application in a sustainable way that will facilitate the daily life of all the citizens from Europe. So we can mention other examples that are out of this initiative will be key, like being in a rescue situation or being for maritime smart shipping, allowing to detect the pollution or reducing the food waste by tracking the good when moving to a place to another, optimizing routes for airplane and future mobility transport that will reduce the CO2 impact and going toward a net zero energy target. So sustainable mobility, as we understand, but telemedicine also. Telemedicine about how to really have the space enable future next generation of hospital, where even if you are in a remote condition, you can have access to the best treatment. Sensor for agricultural and environmental monitoring. So having also sensors that allow you to do a smart farming and supporting the agriculture development in a sustainable condition again. So all this space data and using, as you said, the excellent model of Copernicus and Galileo data will allow us to, with the telecommunication satellite being the glue of it, doing air quality control, traffic management, green waste recycling, just to cite a few examples. And there is a huge European entrepreneurial mindset full of ideas and innovation that we want to facilitate in cooperation with all the partners. All that being said, I'm very pleased again to have been the opportunity to talk to you today, and I wish you a great event.
Thank you, Elodie. So now I give the floor to Rodrigo. Rodrigo is Executive Director of the new European Agency for Space, the EUSPA. So Rodrigo, the floor is yours, please.
Muito obrigado, bom dia, thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you, Ricardo. Thank you as well, Elodie. Thank you for the invitation for this very interesting summit to speak in such an important event. It's really a pleasure for me as newly or almost newly elected Executive Director of the European Union Agency for the Space Program. Let me start by saying that this event comes exactly at the right time when we are thinking about the development of new space, especially when the conclusions of the EU Council under Portuguese presidency on new space for people underlines the importance of new space for an innovative, resilient, and competitive European Union space sector. As you may know, less than 1 month ago, the EU Space Programme regulation was published. With the publication of this new regulation, not only all the previously existing programs in space of the European Union came under one roof, but also our agency, the European Union Agency for the Space Programme, also known as EUSPA, was created. And we were created as one of the main implementing actors with a strong mandate to support innovation, entrepreneurship, and business development for Galileo and EGNOS, of course, and these we had already been involved as the European GNSS agency, the GSA, but also now for Copernicus and for GovSatcom. Therefore, EUSPA is a key actor of the new space approach of the European Union. Indeed, we are at the heart of new space. Our mission is not only to provide secure and performant space-based services, but also to materialize the opportunities that come from the development of innovative space products based on positioning, satellite navigation with Galileo and EGNOS, imagery from Copernicus, and telecommunications. And we did to maximize the synergies among the EU Space Programme components at user level. And in order to do that, we will work on three main areas. First, to foster the collaboration between space and non-space actors, allowing a greater cross-fertilization. For example, space and non-space companies are already teaming up on several of our Horizon-financed projects to bring innovative solutions to diverse markets, such as agriculture, transport, or resource management, just to cite a few. Second, to create opportunities for European Union companies to explore new markets through dedicated procurements, grants, and prizes that will bring the necessary support to facilitate the creation of new business opportunities. But also, and very important, by connecting them with private investors and venture capitalists that can bring the necessary financing capability to jumpstart their business case. On this particular point, we are working very closely with the European Commission on Cassini. For example, one of our winners of the My Galileo Solution competition, an Estonian company called 10 Lines, is developing an automated robot to design and drop parking places in supermarkets. They already have several contracts in Europe and recently acquired a major contract in the United States. Third, by encouraging all the member states to benefit of the added value of the innovation brought by space technologies. Here, it is particularly important the capacity building in the member states, including those with emerging capabilities. In our most recent prizes, we attracted 600 innovators and entrepreneurs from all across the European Union to develop GNSS-based solutions for very diverse uses, such as crisis and emergency response, smart transport for a Green Deal, solutions for digital age, and cybersecurity. But also, in the operations of Galileo and EGNOS, we involve large and small and medium actors from several member states, and with them, we can ensure the 24/7 operations of Galileo and EGNOS. And lastly, in GovSatcom, we are now looking for innovative approaches to build the Satcom hub. And while we do all this, we focus on the priorities of the European Union, notably those to which space can bring a key contribution: the Green Deal, the digital transition, and the resilience of the European Union. In all these areas, space technologies are already playing a fundamental role, and we firmly believe that their full realization will be enabled by applications that benefit from space. Lastly, let me mention that the recently approved Council conclusions under Portuguese presidency call upon EUSPA with the Commission to foster the uptake of space services by stimulating the adoption of space-based solutions and by increasing the competitiveness of the European industry. We are ready to play our fundamental role on this. In conclusion, and taking on board this new space development is essential for our economies and also for our European integration. So as EUSPA, we take our central role in this development very seriously, and we are part of this revolution because it is important for the EU citizens and it is important for our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Rodrigo. Really nice to have you here. It is really an honor. Now we move to our first panel. I don't know if Carla is already connected, Carla Santos from Repair. So I will invite our panelists. I think you are the only one physically present here, Hugo. This panel is a new space for people and space for people in European coastal areas. The speakers will be Hugo Costa from Portuguese Space Agency, Mr. Pampantonio from DEFIS, I'm sorry to pronounce, and also Olivier Lemaitre, Aerospace, Carol Filotico, Space Tech Partners, and Andrea Taramelli from ESPRA. So our moderator is Carla Santos, and Hugo, please, I will give the floor. Carla, you are there? Yes.
Hello everyone, bom dia a todos.
Okay.
Bom dia a todos, good morning to everyone, to the speakers, to guests, to panelists, and welcome to this first session on New Space for People and Space in European Coastal Areas. My name is Carla Santos, as Ricardo just mentioned. I am currently serving at the Portuguese Permanent Representation to the EU, and I had the pleasure to be chairing during these 6 months the Council Space Working Party, where actually the conclusions on New Space for People and Space for European Coastal Areas were negotiated. I'm moderating from Brussels, so I hope this will be run smoothly. This session is indeed about the two main priorities of the Portuguese presidency, and actually Ricardo and Rodrigo already mentioned them. Council conclusions, to those who don't know, they are usually documents adopted by ministers in council, which contain orientations regarding specific important political issues. And indeed, we had these two important texts adopted on the 28th of May by the space ministers in the council, the Competitiveness Council, how we call it. And the first on New Space for People, indeed, we try to encompass the main elements of a European approach to new space, having new space contributing to an innovative, competitive and resilient space sector at the service of people at large, and also on a very particular and important topic, coastal areas, showing the importance of Earth observation in addressing the challenges that coastal areas face nowadays, especially due to climate change. Ricardo already referred to our distinguished guests today. We'll be having Hugo André Costa, from the Board of Directors of Space Agency. We have Evi Pampantonio. I don't know if she's already connected from DGDF European Commission. We have Olivier Lemaitre, and already see him from ASD Aerospace. And we have Professor Andrea Taramelli from ISPRA. I also see him already connected. Welcome to all of you. I will give the floor first to Hugo Costa. Hugo, as I said, is member of the board of the Portuguese Space Agency. He has served both in the public and the private sector in the areas of space, as well as EUMETSAT, and is now serving at the Portugal Space. So, Hugo, please.
Good morning, Carla, and good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. To be honest, I feel quite lonely here in this stage, but I know I can count with our colleagues from the panel online. As you know, the Portuguese presidency is about to end. We are just now in the last month of our presidency, and last week, as was already mentioned, it was approved the two council conclusions by the European ministers. There's an important thing that I would like to highlight, is that this is a teamwork and the presidency, not just between the capital, Lisbon, and the Perm Rep in Brussels, but also teamwork with the European Commission, the member states. And within this teamwork in the Portuguese team, Carla is the one leading us in Brussels, and for that, Carla, thank you very much for all the excellent work that you have done, and you manage also with your team in Brussels to have the council conclusions adopted. So thank you very much. But this teamwork is not just between the Portuguese presidency, but also it comes in a trio. So in our trio of 18 months, we had Germany, who just ended their presidency in December, and now Slovenia will take very soon after our presidency. And this comes together with 3 member states to join forces and to make sure that space continues to advance in Europe. And coming to the council conclusions that were approved last week on the new space for people, I would like to focus on the fact that it's the evolution and transformation of the space sector in Europe and the recognition that Europe needs a new approach to new space. We need to have a context on the dynamics of the space sector. The European New Space approach recognizes a rapid and persistent transformation in Europe of the space industry, and the need developments on the upstream and also on the downstream with the new players and new businesses. We need to ensure a coherent approach on the downstream segment, where we'll need to engage non-space markets and non-space industries to make use of the space data and to foster new opportunities and new markets. The European programs and the initiatives and their contribution to the streamlining of new space. We have programs like Copernicus, Galileo, EGNOS, that they contribute with different data, different services that can support our industries in the different market segments. But we also should not forget that at the European level, we'll have now GovSatcom and the European SST that will provide with more data to the industry, and therefore will have new services. We need to go towards an innovative union and the space sector to realize the opportunities of new space. We need to make sure that the European Union continues to be innovative, resilient, independent in the space sector. Especially, we need to ensure our autonomy in access to space, not just in terms of vehicles, but also in terms of spaceports and launch facilities. We need to ensure the resilience of our industry and the continuation to expand our data policy, which can be instrumental to drive the demand, but nevertheless needs to be improved in the context of the digital transformation and the demands of the new services. And of course, we need to ensure the use of high-resolution data. But we can only do this with finance, and we need to ensure that industry can have access to finance to keep growing their business. New space can only be achieved if there is access to finance, and we need to ensure diversified sources of funding at European, national, and regional level, and to support de-risking activities. Programs like Cassini, that we will later hear today, they will be fundamental to support the entrepreneurship of our space industry, but also the need to have public procurement, and we need to engage the public sector to support innovative solutions by using public procurement and to facilitate the commercialization and access to market. So this is a key point, to have the public sector more also engaged, that to be the prime customer to support then the industries to move forward. And then, of course, we have the other council conclusions that were adopted, the space for people in coastal areas. And why is this important to address the coastal areas right now? We are living in a moment where climate change will impact the coastal areas where we live, lots of us in Europe. When you look into the Blue Economy report in 2020, it was recognized the value of the ocean and the economic and social environment that for our European blue economy, and we understand how important the ocean is for the future of our economics here in Europe. So therefore, the presidency just last week was held in the All Atlantic Research and Innovation for a Sustainable Ocean Conference in Azores, and showed the importance of the space systems for the monitoring and oceans, and showed how coastal areas are especially vulnerable. The Council also adopted in 2019 Council conclusions that was the space solutions for a sustainable Arctic. And why is Arctic important? When you have the de-icing of the Arctic, this will have an impact also in our coastal areas. So we need to monitor and we need to understand what's happening in the Arctic. And Earth observation plays a key role in monitoring the changes of our coastlines, and therefore we need to ensure that our coastlines will be addressed by Copernicus, and we will better understand the interactions between space, climate, oceans, and the land services. But Copernicus, there are still gaps in Copernicus, and we need to measure key variables in the coastal ecosystem, and we need to encourage the use of satellite data to complement the national and regional in situ data that already exists. And again, here we need also to ensure that we have access to high-resolution data on Earth observation. And so we sincerely hope that by supporting Europe to move forward in this complex market, which is the space market, and with these Council conclusions also to support the life of our fellow citizens. So I'd like to be very brief and thank you very much to all. And I would like to pass the floor now to Carla, and thank you very much, Carla.
Thank you very much, Ugo, for giving the main elements of the two texts of Council conclusions that were adopted. It is my turn to give the floor to Evie. I see that she is already with us online. Evie Pampantonio is since January 2020, the head of unit of space policy in the European Commission, DG Defense Industry and Space. Evie was responsible for the adoption of the EU Space Regulation, the new regulation from 2021 to 2027. And she also was responsible for the negotiations regarding the agreement between the Commission and ESA and USPA for the implementation of the program. Evie has been working in the area of space for a long time. She was also head of unit in the former DG GROW. Let me also thank very much Evie for her support during the 6 months of the Portuguese presidency, which was precious. So it is my pleasure to give you the floor, Evie, please.
Thank you, Carla, and good morning to everybody. I would really like to thank also the Portuguese presidency, and in particular you and the team that we have really worked along these 6 months together. And in particular, what you did in your council conclusion about new space for people. This is something that we really welcome, because this gives a kind of vision for the years to come. And we can really work together on this, because it coincides also with our objectives. So I would like to say that in Europe, as Commissioner Breton also has said, we have everything it takes to be a global space power. We can discuss if we're the second or the third or the fourth position of this, but we need to have our ambition and continue to be able to be an actor on the global scene. Why? Because we have the talents, we have the industrial capacity, we have a technological leadership thanks to our research efforts from the public and the private side, and also we have experience of ambitious space missions and programs. However, we cannot lose time, because the space ecosystem is under massive transformation, and the global race is on. So I think we have to deliver. This is the mandate that we got from Commissioner Breton to deliver on this. And of course, the space, the space data, the space technologies in Europe are in the heart of the twin revolutions, transformations, the green and the digital. And of course, they contribute to greater resilience of our economies, as the previous speakers also indicated. So now that we have the ever largest budget in the Union for the EU space program, the 13.2 billion to implement, and now we have set all the modalities, how we're going to spend, we really have to accelerate the transformation process of the EU space ecosystem. We have really to reimagine the way we do space business in Europe. We will try to modernize our programs. First, Galileo, with accelerating the second generation of Galileo, but also we have to think how Copernicus, which is, and I will come to this later, how Copernicus actually is the Earth observation has to evolve in this globally increasingly competitive sector of Earth observation. But also we have to address the future challenges and also to reduce our strategic dependencies, our dependencies in strategic sector. For example, we will propose a new flagship initiative, the Space-Based Secure Connectivity Initiative, that will also have a new approach in this area, because this can be also a game changer in how also we do space, and we would like to present it as an initiative that can contribute to the new space for Europe. Let me say what it means, this new space, because this has been a kind of buzzword and has been heavily debated, saying that we do not have a definition. What is clear from the European Commission point of view is that we should be pragmatic, and we should, as I said, we should transform the way we do business. Of course, there is the US model, we cannot copy and paste the US model because we don't have the billionaires that the US have, and we don't have also the massive institutional demand that exists and the massive budget that the US market and the public has. So if we compare only the numbers, we can see that actually we're, as Europeans, we're lagging behind. If we add up all the investments at the European, national, and the European Space Agency level, we're really lagging behind. However, as I said, we have the talents, we have the industrial leadership, so and we have some tools, and we can be inspired by some positive examples there. So it is really time to act. And when we say that we have to change the way we do business, is really we have to be more risk taking. We have this risk culture that the public domain in Europe has been reluctant so far to take. We do not have this risk and fail attitude. And now under this commission, we really want to put forward the tools that we have under Horizon Europe also, through launching the famous Cassini initiative, this on the space entrepreneurship initiative. So we really want to foster first more innovation and more risky innovation through innovation partnership or innovative procurements, PCP instruments that so far we have not used it so much. Also, we want to enlarge our IOV and IOD program, so in-orbit validation, in-orbit demonstration, so to have it a more regular program and to be able also to foster more startups that are able, or micro launches, to be able to showcase their technology to test. And also, as the previous speaker also was saying, we really want to have more innovative funding. It is not just SMEs in the space ecosystem, they need to have more access to finance. We've been saying from the Commission side for quite some years now. However, we see that there is a need for increasing either the debt financing instruments or also the venture capital, the equity instruments. So this is something that under the Cassini umbrella that we really want to work together with the European Investment Bank, the European Investment Fund, and InvestEU, so that we can boost more this risk culture so that the public can take part of the risk, because we know that space investments are perceived as high risk and with long-term cycles, so that it is not obvious for purely commercial banks to take this type of risk, at least for the smaller players. So I think as a public sector, this is something that we can fill this gap to address this market failure there, so that the rest of the normal kind of risk is taken by the commercial sector. And this is part of our new approach in space. And I think the secure connectivity constellation this is something that's under preparation. We have launched the reflection together with member states and industry players. And we have launched a first study. We have launched now a second study to see how this architecture should look like in the future before table as a commission the proposal later this year, so that this is also part of our new approach, that we really have to reconcile all actors, the bigger, the smaller, the more innovative, so that we can modernize the way we do business in Europe. And also, as I said, also the way also we do public procurements in Europe, so we are able to, we really, this is our will to really foster more innovation in our procurements. We have not done it so far very much. And then last but not least, I mentioned the strategic autonomy, that it is important for this commission. The Alliance for Launches is something that we are working and preparing now together with the European Space Agency. And we hope that we will federate all the actors, the public and the private, around the table to have this reflection on how the European launcher family should look like in the 10, 20, 30 years to come, so that they can remain competitive in the global scene. Competition is fierce, and we know our US competitors, they have also not only a very good business model, but they also benefit from firm commitments by the public. And this is something that we are working, as it was mentioned, I think, by the previous speaker, that the union also can act as an anchor customer with the aggregation of demand of the launching needs of the EU space program. This is a first step in this direction, but this is not the only one. So I think as part of our new approach, we're willing to act as more as an anchor customer also for the more innovative technologies. It's part of the shift of our culture in Europe on how we do business in space. And I think last but not least, let me also highlight that the space for people in the coastal areas. This was also highlighted in the Council conclusion adopted by the Council. We have an excellent tool in Europe, Copernicus, and we are actually a key player in the field of Earth observation. We produce reliable data that can be used by the scientific communities and also to preserve our natural environment and in the coastal areas in particular. As I said, we have to rethink the Copernicus model to adapt it to the global competition in order to be able to remain as a leader in Earth observation. So this is something we work closely with the European Space Agency, but also with our member states, so that we can address these challenges. And with this, I would like to thank you and give the floor to Carla. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Evie, for giving an overview of the vision of the Commission, which coincides obviously with the vision of the Council regarding new space and the need for having indeed this new vision for the future years, since we cannot copy paste what is done in the US. And you mentioned many important issues in like addressing the future challenges and reduce the dependencies of involving all actors in changing the way we do business and fostering innovation, including in procurement. And we are obviously very much looking forward for the new initiatives of the Commission, together with all actors on the secure connectivity and Alliance for Launches. Very much appreciated. And now I turn to the next speaker, Olivier Lemaitre. Olivier is Secretary General of AST Eurospace, the Association of the European Space Industries. Olivier has been at the forefront of the current space policy discussion, sharing the views of the European space industry. He was part of the Belgian delegation to the European Space Agency Council. He was also advising the permanent representation of Belgium in the EU, where we including had the opportunity to meet. And he has also been in charge of the UFS Battalions Alliance Space. So it is my pleasure to give the floor to Olivier, please.
Thank you, Carla. Thank you for inviting me today, and thank you to see you again, even virtually. We know each other since so long now, not getting younger. So let me perhaps, before entering into the subject of new space, just make a very quick reminder about space in Europe on two particular subjects. First is about the institutional demand, which in Europe is extremely weak, and I've been very pleased to hear Evie mentioning that this institutional demand is indeed very weak, because usually it's a reality that is quite systematically ignored. And we are talking about the European space policy in general. This is the one factor that nobody seems to be willing to talk about. And of course, we all know that the difference exists because in the US, space is an element of their defense and foreign affairs policy, which does not exist yet in Europe, but I don't think it's the only answer to discussion, and this is clearly the hot topic in the European space policy. Second reminder, I would say, about space in Europe is the fact that the European space sector has been able somehow to compensate the very weak institutional demand because it has become commercial, and it is even proportionally the most commercial space sector in the world. We are making 40% of our turnover on the open markets that are, by the way, extremely small. And the European space industry is contributing significantly to the positive trade balance of Europe in excess of 1 billion euro a year, which is quite a lot of money. And again, this reality seems to be very often ignored, as we keep hearing quite regularly that, and I quote, EU space companies rely too much on public procurements, while actually we are the one sector in the world that is relying as little as possible on public procurement. So now coming to new space, as Evie was mentioning too, there is no consensually accepted definition of new space. Still, if we look at what is happening in the US for inspiration, I suppose that everybody would agree that the new space approach is reflected by a new distribution of cost and risk between public authorities and industry, a transfer of control of the main technical characteristic of the program from the public to the private, and also a transition from acquisition of infrastructure to a scheme consisting in long-term commitment to the purchase of services. And this kind of scheme allow the private operators to actually leverage their investment by selling additional services on secondary markets, but at a marginal cost. And this is what is happening, for instance, with SpaceX or with Planet in the US. And I hope you have noticed that I was talking about an approach when I was talking about new space. Now I must realize that in Europe, there is this tendency to define new space not as an approach, but a kind of an industrial sector or subsector. And a sector that would roughly be characterized by new private initiative, supposedly quite independent from the large traditional public market offered by the space agencies, initiative that would be financially backed by the venture capital sector and investment bank, and initiative associated with a promise of a disruption, either in terms of technologies, systems, mode of production, and the emergence of new service markets. And I believe actually that in Europe, this tendency to conceptualize the new space as a sector or a subsector rather than as an approach is a mistake, and a mistake with potentially quite detrimental effects on the European space policy that is still in the making. That being said, there are actually two realities that we cannot object. The first one is the emergence in Europe of new private companies that are looking at building viable business cases around constellation in LEO, for broadband, for IoT, for Earth observation, business cases around microsatellite, micro-launcher manufacturing, about exploitation of space resource, and so on. So we shall also recognize that the thriving European startup environment has grown to significant size, with maybe something like 1,500 employees in 2020 and more than 1 billion of euro raised in equity in recent years. Although this sector, or this subsector, has yet to reach economic viability with, as we know, very risky business cases. The other reality that we cannot object is the attractiveness of this new space movement for policymakers, based on the expectation that I described, on the hope that sometimes it will enable the emergence of a space industry in non-traditional space countries, but also, let us face it, on quite a growing mistrust of the traditional space industry. And let me illustrate. I've been invited very recently at a workshop organized by DG Défi, and a civil servant asked me the following question. And he was asking me, you know that in the Commission we want to support startup and SMEs, but with a constrained budget. If we support startup and SMEs, then we will also have to remove funding that is going today to traditional space companies. So what shall we do? And indeed, what should we do? And I guess that this question is precisely the key misunderstanding that we are facing today, and that is somehow blocking our evolution in space policy. Because whether public institutions want to support the development of competitive products to support industry competitiveness, or whether public institutions want to buy competitive products for their own use. In the end, it's all about the product and not who produced it. Provided, of course, and this is particularly important in the case of smaller entities, provided that the public customers can make full use of the competencies existing throughout Europe. So the question is therefore, in my view, not how to preferentially procure from startups or SMEs or support their development, but rather, how do we remove the barriers that are actually preventing those private companies from Today, the Commission and ESA apparently seem to believe that, sorry, my connection was out. Is it okay?
Yes, it is okay.
Sorry about
It
that.
stopped for a few seconds, but it's working now.
Yeah. So today, the Commission and ESA apparently seem to believe that the main obstacle is access to finance, and it might indeed be an issue, but I think this should be further investigated. And more specifically, it would be necessary to check to what extent is access to growth finance hard to find due to a failing venture capital environment or due to dodgy business cases and insufficient technology maturity and product readiness of European startups. So perhaps if we want to improve private investment, we should significantly increase initiative to de-risk product, but also markets. I will come back to this later. And more generally, we should also check whether we aren't simply trying to mimic in Europe for space a recipe that has worked in the US, mostly for the ICT sector. In any case, there are insuperable obstacles for those smaller entities. And already 13 years ago, the European Commission identified a list of obstacles in a very interesting communication entitled European Code of Best Practice Facilitating Access by SMEs to Public Procurement Contract that I recommend that you read. And amongst those obstacles, we find lack of knowledge about tender procedures, excessive administrative burden, too large size of contract, too little time to prepare the tenders, cost of preparing the tenders, excessive requirement for financial guarantees, late payment by contracting authorities, and many, many more. So here again, I think that investigating among the 200 or so European startups about their reality would help to prioritize the barriers to remove and to have a direct positive impact on the sector with, in my view, little additional investment. And I do believe that actually ensuring a fair access to procurement and grant for smaller entities such as startups is probably, I would say, a more constructive approach than to artificially polarize an already very small sector between the new and the old, which doesn't help. So finally, I would actually really insist on the fact that the EU can play a very special role, in particular stimulating the market and stimulate then the commercial market, because it has both the capacity to achieve the necessary critical mass to ensure profitability of a service and the political weight and the means to promote its use, for instance, for coastal areas, that it was key to the earth of the Portuguese presidency, through regulation, through standards and norms, and also through procurement, including with tools such as pre-commercial procurement or innovation partnership. And I think it is through a significant increase, very significant increase of the institutional demand that I believe Europe will not only continue to be a space power, but will also stimulate innovation and allow the emergence of profitable private markets. And I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Olivier, for the very interesting intervention. It's always important to have also the views of the European space industry, and very much interesting what you call the approach to new space, which was exactly what we tried to do, not going towards a definition because we would never get there, but indeed to have an approach with the different elements. And you mentioned a few of them, like the public customers making use of all the competences of the European industry, of stimulating the markets, de-risking products and the markets, and indeed with a particular vision of having all on board. Thank you very much. And I would now move to Carla Filotico from Space Tech Partners. Hello, Carla. Carla, let me just present her very briefly. She's an experienced consulting professional with 20 years of management consulting in numerous strategy and transformation projects in the aerospace and defense industry. She's partner at Space Tech Partners and is currently responsible for running a study on behalf of the European Commission on EU space economics in the global context, with a focus on new space. And I can say that the study, the preliminary results are very instrumental in the reflection that helped the Portuguese presidency in going forward with the new space policy priority. And so with no further ado, Carla, please, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. I sent a short presentation. I hope that is going to be shown on screen eventually. Let me know if otherwise I should share my screen. No?
I asked the organization just to put up the slides. Indeed, they have them. If not, you can try to share your screen.
Okay, give me a second. Okay, is it coming from the organizer? So otherwise I can share. Okay, I'll try to share. I think I can share my screen. Very good.
Indeed, you can share your screen.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the floor, and sorry for the 2 seconds of connection here. So indeed, we are running this study, which is going to be completed by September for DG DEFIS. So preliminary results have been already shared with the Portuguese and DEFIS colleagues already. And here we would like to give some, inspiration for the sake of the discussion of this conference. And a lot of concepts have been already mentioned by my colleagues a few minutes ago. I mean, there is no doubt that depending from the exact figure, the space sector is seen as a growing sector, which is growing eventually with a pace higher than the global GDP and driven, sustained by governments and driven by commercial more and more in the future. Now we have this discussion. While Europe is definitely confirmed as a leading space sector, we know that other spacefaring countries are very active, and potentially the Chinese space capabilities, in fact, have grown dramatically, questioning who's really second to the US. We always speak about the space race, and we just wanted to bring this up in order to say that indeed we don't have to look only at the space budgets, but actual activities and capabilities of these countries in space and how they are developing. It's important to have a look at the global context in order to understand about the race and the competitiveness that our industry is actually facing locally and globally. So definition about new space, we totally agree with Olivier. For us, new space is an approach. It's not about segmenting old versus new companies. It's an approach, it's a global trend, and which is including a series of technological and business model innovations, leading in fact in a reduction in cost, shorter life cycles, and a bolder approach to risk taking in the space sector, being private or public. This is very important because indeed we have seen that also old or traditional space companies have taken a lot of these new trends on board in their current operations. So a change in the business philosophy, so ranging from taking stock of what's happening in other sectors, from IT and automotive in order to produce space capabilities, higher risk appetite and risk taking, for example, technological shift. In this, there is an acceleration on anything related to digital, and there is a convergence between different sectors, which is coming from example, IT and telecom, which is affecting the space industry with new mission design adopted, which eventually are taking a higher use of commercial off the shelf systems and equipment compared to the traditional way of doing space and system and missions. Framework conditions are very important. Government as a customer has been mentioned as one of the key drivers to grow the new companies and new actors to actually become more and more scalable in this framework. For example, SpaceX, as mentioned by Oliver before, increasing number of public public actors from emerging countries wishing to invest, because indeed space is becoming more affordable, and so even minor countries around the globe are interested to launch their own satellites, and therefore from that perspective increasing the total pie of potential budgets, global budget from a public government perspective, but indeed new actors also stimulated by increasing private funding, which is of course driven by the fact that space is not only necessarily driven by longer time and return on investment, because thanks to this new approach you can eventually have a better business case in a shorter time frame. Some highlights from our interviews that we did across the sector, focusing on both traditional and emerging companies, but focusing on what this new space trend actually means in practice. Definitely verticalization is one element of the business philosophy shift. While most satellite operators are expanding vertically, integrating all stages from satellite production to provision of services to end customers. The emergence of micro launches is coming because indeed, thanks to many new constellations coming, there is more and more the need to place the satellites in orbit at the right time, and to support the business case of the different players. A delay in a launch can impact dramatically the business plan of new players. And then to manage one important and other aspects, for example, in terms of framework conditions, I never stop saying that it's good to have funding by every customer. It's definitely better when we look from these new commercial and from commercial players. We have mentioned already that indeed the space industry is growing, expanding both in Europe and globally, with new emerging actors actually coming up across the entire value chain. Of course, we have a strong industry already in place, but there are several startups or in a scale up or in different stages which are becoming a very interesting, with very interesting propositions, both in Europe and elsewhere. Just an element to note, in the ground segment, the majority of these new players are actually UK based, and we have an Italian and a German ones. So definitely an area of potential future gap. So to conclude, and for the short time that we have about this, and the full results of the study will be published potentially in an executive summary around September, October. Our few recommendations for a healthier, more modern, and more agile space sector in Europe. We all recognize indeed the space sector is an interesting and growing and blossoming sector. It's a matter of fact that more and more players are interested in space, coming also from non-space. We've seen automotive companies now willing to do something in space, like 3D printing, or even having constellations, like for example, Geely, the Chinese car manufacturer, wants its own constellation for leveraging PNT and for their autonomous driving, for example. So European space industry, however, is challenged, of course, by this increasing global competition. We have three major recommendations, and you can take it on board or not, which are actually already working on, and we've heard about from Evie, from DEFIS, how active they're trying to be, and more modernizing the way the approach we take for space in Europe, but definitely create a sustainable captive institutional market, as been mentioned several times in these conversations already, and we totally agree on that. Keeping increasing level of public investment in space in a way to guarantee the foundations for any space policy, which is ultimately maximizing the benefits for the society. And this is related to different strategic objectives, like safeguarding the capability, strengthening the resilience, the competitiveness, the reliability, etc., and enhancing the technology non-dependence, as we mentioned several times, indeed, and ultimately also support the big policies like climate change, sustainability, and digital divide. This is definitely where, as probably was mentioned before, the public has to feel market failure. These topics have to be addressed by the public in a way, and of course, making stock of the capabilities offered by the private sector. And ultimately, innovate on the procurement approaches, as we mentioned already, to allow the private sector to redefine the role in risk-taking in the financing of the space programs. And I think we are all aligned on this last point as well. So indeed, I think we are on the right path, potentially in Europe, to keep our sector flourishing, but never, let's say, lower your guards. And this would be my advice and the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Carla, for your presentation. Indeed, I agree that we are all very much aligned, including that we are addressing an approach to new space with this new trend and not exactly a definition, the different changes in the approaches of the business philosophy, the technology management, the funding, the framework conditions. And thank you very much for the recommendations, which I think are also very much in line with what has been discussed so far. And now, and since coastal areas are also very much important, I would turn now to Andrea Taramelli. Professor Andrea Taramelli is faculty professor at the Scuola Superiore di Studi in Pavia, IUSS. He's reader in remote sensing and surface coastal process science at the Institute for Environmental Protection and Research in Rome, ISPRA. And he is in charge of the Italian Copernicus User Forum. And I know, Andrea, that you also have some slides. So the floor is yours. It's a pleasure to have you with us today.
Thanks, Carla. Thanks, Hugo, for inviting me. And I'm really happy to be part of this discussion panel. Before sharing the few slides, I would like to start from what was already presented from the other speakers, and how is important to, in the new space development, really looking to what is, the need of the final end user, who is going to use all this giant amount of data and information, because the really key part is the fact that we need to use all this data, so all this development that the new space program is going to put on the table in the next 7 years, but also all the information that comes from the space sector. Sometimes we joke in Italy because we have to bring the space investment down to the earth. This is really the key part, and this is, the really value added of the space program. So in this line, there was quite a big effort from member state, in particular of the Med7 member state, and I will share my screen so you will see the presentation. I cannot show. Can you see the screen?
Not yet.
No. It doesn't allow me. I don't know if I have one moment. Yeah. One moment. Yeah. Oops. They done. One moment. I have to recognize. Can you share? Because I have some problem. Not sure why. Otherwise, Zoom is asking me to leave the meeting and connect again for sharing. Not sure if you can share.
I asked the organization to check if they can share the slides.
Otherwise, it will take less than 1 minute to reconnect.
Okay, they say they didn't have access to
I
your
will
PPT, but
leave
then
the room
reconnect.
and connect again.
Okay.
Sorry for that.
No worries. And in the meantime, and since whilst we wait for Andrea to connect, just to tell you that we have 2 questions in the chat that you can start the panelists reflecting upon them. We have a question by Bryce Lanson. He says, why the public demand should be lower in Europe compared to the US? Can you explain? I know that Olivier already hinted to that, but just for you to reflect a bit on the question. And then Bryce also asks to Space Tech, please do not forget equipment manufacturers in space in your description regarding incumbents. So just for you to reflect at the end of the presentations, we will open the floor to reply. And we have already Andrea with us that will try to share the slides.
Thanks a lot. Sorry for that.
No, perfect. We already are seeing them.
So, as I was telling in my initial speech, is the fact that the Med7 member state has built a white paper on, focusing on Copernicus for the blue economy and the Mediterranean Sea and beyond. Of course, starting from that, we ended up on an interest not only from the Med7 countries, but from all the European countries. So the Med7 is an informal group of EU member states that is established to coordinate action at EU level on issues of common interest. In this case, the main interest was focusing on what Copernicus can do for the blue economy in the Mediterranean Sea and beyond. So to how to better use for the coastal areas and how to better involve all the Copernicus entrusted entities, in particular the European Environmental Agency and the Mercator Ocean that are leading the coastal areas implementation, but also other entrusted entities like JRC and ECMWF. So in this roadmap, it was built a white paper that highlights some important issues. The first one, the importance of the Earth observation for a knowledge-based approach for data, information, knowledge, and especially to translate that into real action. So to put this in EU political agendas for relevant for coastal areas. So the main issues is to get accessible and interoperable and routine data to facilitate monitoring of coastal areas. This was the main discussion at the beginning. And the initiative has a main goal to support the roadmap for the evolution of the Copernicus core services product. And as you all know, the coastal areas is served by different entrusted entities, specifically Mercator Ocean, but in the EEA, but also other entrusted entities. So how to better interact within all the different core services, how the evolution of these products delivered by the core services can have synergies between the different core services and link with the national services. This is one of the major goals that the white paper and the Med7 initiative was focusing on. So present and concerted within the white paper some action-oriented approach to develop further relation between Copernicus and member states. This is really important. So the main messages in white paper that you can find is the sharing of coastal data information for use and reuse to give added value to existing products. So the main issue is that measure once and use many times. So it can be exploited and implemented at national and regional level between different governments on all European level. Have an easy and access to the data. As I was underlying, we have like different core services that are delivering different data and information for the coastal areas. As a second message is the need of the harmonization of local coastal products across member states and neighboring countries. This is another important issue. Now, this is important for the development of commercial initiative in the Mediterranean basin, but also to have an homogeneous picture of the whole basin. one of the major issues in the coastal areas is the fragmentation of the information. So it's really important that the information that is going to be released by the new space has to be harmonized at the different member state level. So as a third message, the identification of what is really needed, of the user need, starting from the institutional market. It's really important to tailor products and information to help member state to use Earth observation products for first institutional task, but also second to develop and uptake a commercial downstream sector products. So it's really important that at European level, it will be the base for market uptake at national level. So the institutional market has to be qualified as an expression of qualified demand that provide a core set of products that will be used for the market development. This is another issue, and it's important to link on also on what was said before, that the public-private partnership is a good point that has to be developed. So all the operational coastal services has to be based on what in the institutional market are the implementation of the framework directive and the national law that implement the framework directive at national level, and see which are the parameters and then the already available data and information that the core services is delivering. So as a final conclusion, it's really needed, and this is one of the main messages in the white paper, to foster a larger and recognized use of Earth observation for environmental reporting. This is still something that is not already yet there. So we really need to use also the framework directive to bring some clear evidence that the implementation of this law has to be drawn by a clear link to the Earth observation data and to Copernicus at European level. Then we really need to have a clear boundary between segments of products that are free of charge, that are going to be delivered by the core services, and which are the segment that has to be left to the commercial services that will help the planning for private future investment. This is really a key part that at national level with the MED 7 initiative we are really discussing and really want to endorse. So in this line, we have discussed with the European Commission to set up on what we have called a Copernicus Coastal Coordination Layer to continue the current coordination of marine and land Copernicus services and to have an appropriate interface with the national level. But in order to have this really strong link with the European Union and with the member state, we have also sort of like made a lot of effort in terms of like MED 7 countries. So in the final declaration that is dated on the 10th September of 2020, the MED 7 in Ajaccio has finally put in the summary of the meeting that have a lot of items in discussion, a clear conclusion that further development also engaging with our southern partners to use Copernicus services for the monitoring and management of coastal areas. I'm happy to also present that the Council conclusion in Space for People in the European coastal area has also stated that. So in the acknowledge of the conclusion of the Council, there's a clear and final politic identification of coastal dimension and user as a Copernicus priorities. And this is really important because if we want to bring the coastal areas attention and the real new space economy, we really have to make a strong effort in that direction. So this is just complete my presentation, and happy that this discussion is going in that direction because I think member state and the European Commission have to really to work closely in that direction. You know, coastal area is a tricky part because you have regional law, local law, national law, and you know we have discussed the integration of coastal zone management for years, and there's not a framework directive. So you know, building up this type of framework, not directive but cooperation, we do think at the member state level that is really important, and I think the discussion has to think in that direction. we can do also other, example in this type of approach, not only coastal area, if we think to agriculture. And I know in Cassini, this is going to be taken, taken into consideration. But it's really important that this is done at member state level with the European Commission.
Where new space can play a role, and especially the needs of the final users. That's why we call it New Space for People and Space for People in European coastal areas. And indeed, thank you also for referring to the Med7 countries white paper, which was the source of inspiration to this priority of the presidency that we try to translate in council conclusions, and that indeed encouraged the cooperation. Actually, Avi also mentioned that in her intervention. So we come to the end of the interventions. Let me thank very much the distinguished panelists for the speeches. We have a few minutes for questions. I already mentioned one of them, why the public demand should be lower in Europe compared to the US. I would suggest possibly to give the floor to Avi, and then maybe Olivier could complement, and Carla, if you agree. Avi, please. You have to unmute.
Correct. I hope you can hear me. I think the question should not be the public demand should be lower. There is an echo. I don't know if it's me or some of the other speakers. Anyway, it is a fact, what I said, that the institutional demand in Europe today for the launching services as compared to the US is lower. It's not a question that it should be, but it is a fact. So the question is what we do with it, how we go about it. So this is for us, it is for the Commission point of view, it is a topic that we need to address in the future alliance for launchers, to which all the actors should discuss and see how we go about it. We may have ideas on this direction, but we really want to have a European approach on this public demand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Avi. I don't know, Olivier, if you wanted to complement.
Yes, perhaps quickly, as I've been saying, the main difference between Europe as a space power and all the other space power is that actually in Russia, in the US, in China, space is first and foremost an instrument for defense purposes, foreign policy purposes. I'm a federalist, so I hope that sometime in Europe we will have a common defense policy, but we are not there yet. But that being said, defense is probably not the only way forward. There are many sectoral policies that could make use of space-based services. This is basically the goal of USPA, by the way. And I think that yes, in environment, transport, security, it should be improved. Also through the use of new procurement, such as anchor tenancies, such as innovation partnership, which is a very interesting tool of the financial regulation of pre-commercial procurement, things like this. And again, a lot of efforts in regulation and in establishing standards and norms, which if you look at the US, for instance, a market for space traffic management would be created also through the recourse of regulation as a tool to create a market. So we should explore this also in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olivier. And I know that this is something that Space Tech is also observing in the study, so probably Carla can also share some views on that.
Yes, totally agree with my colleagues. Indeed, there is opportunity to increase the public demand, institutional public demand for space in Europe. And I think all has been said is potentially going in that direction through different means, but also to potentially increase the awareness of how space data and services can be integrated in the operations of certain activities that different governmental entities do. And in that sense, eventually that's a further action that needs to be done, which starts from the needs and then see how space with other technologies can actually address those needs.
And I'm sure that Andrea would agree that coastal areas are a particular example where indeed institutional demand can drive the private sector. Andrea, if you want to share your views as well.
Yes, as I was already introducing before, it's one of the best thematic areas where this can be happening. You know, with institutional demands, we have to shift between command and control to more public-private partnership. So institutional user need can really bring a development for industry. And I'm always underlying that we start from the space industry, but we can really enlarge the scope. And then we have the real new space economy. And when we see this new space era, this is the way, you know, enlarging the possibility also for the space industry in some sector that before were not even considering all the space data information. This is the challenge that we are going to face in the next few years, really getting to that, to that market. And I'm still think that is still not yet there, but is a really huge opportunities to do. And the coastal areas represent, you know, like energy and transportation and so on, really a key part where to invest.
Thank you very much, Andrea. I see that there are some questions in the Q&A. Ugo, I don't know if we have time to go through them, at least the one on the Launcher Alliance. I could maybe give a few words to a few seconds to Avi. Do you still have time?
We have not very much time, but if it's very quick, maybe we can have it.
Since this is an important initiative of the Commission, maybe Avi could just shed a few words, additional words on that. So Avi, please.
Yes, just quickly to say that in the future Launcher Alliance, we want to be inclusive. So meaning having both the public and the private actors. And in the private actors, we want all the sizes, and the big and the smallest and the medium. Exactly, to be inclusive. Then we would also like to have commercial satellite operators. But as I said, the European Alliance is something that is voluntary for companies to subscribe. We will have this open call for those who are interested to participate and contribute, and those who want to become members of the Alliance, they will have to sign a declaration towards this project. So we're open on this, and we'll come back later in autumn. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Avi. And with this, we come to the end of this session. Let me thank very much the distinguished panelists for their participation. It was really encompassing the different dimensions of new space and really enriching. Thank you very much. And it was a pleasure to be the moderator. And over to you, Ugo.
Thank you. Thank you all, also to my colleagues in the panel. With this, we end the first part of our New Space Atlantic Summit, and we'll have now a short coffee break. And very soon we'll come back to a keynote about Cassini. We should not miss that one because it's the future of the next programs in the European Union. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Pum. Olá, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Boa. Eu se calhar a única coisa que ia pedir...
Aponte-me para a Regi.
Para a Regi?
Está ali naquela antenazita lá.
Ok. A coisa que se calhar lhe ia pedir era para pôr estas letras que não se leem, está a ver? Do lado direito, em branco. Não tem leitura ali. É um detalhe. Se pudesse só pôr em branco, agradecia-lhe. Impecável. Obrigado. Quer pôr novamente só para eu... Obrigado. Frontier. Startups and scale-ups. Business. Como? Obrigado. Obrigado. Ok. Até já, João. És tu que chamas? Mas não vai haver agora um keynote? Está bem. Quando tu chamares, eu sou. E como é que vais gerir as apresentações? Logo me dizes depois quando é que...
Não, as apresentações poucas. Apresentar, o primeiro resumador que foi falar, e depois o próximo operador e tal, só a seguir. olá a todos. Iremos continuar com o próximo bloco. Iria pedir a todas as pessoas para entrar na sala, se faz favor. Please come in. We're going to continue to the next block. Okay, so hello everyone. Welcome back to the New Space Atlantic Summit, the 4th edition. Now we are going to pass to the next block, which will be focused on entrepreneurship and support to SMEs and startups. And to start, we will have a keynote speech by Thomas Johnson from DigiDefis. Thomas has a lot of experience in the European Union and European Commission. He also has experience with VC funds and investments. And today, in his keynote speech, he will be presenting the Cassini Space Entrepreneurship Initiative by the Commission, which we believe it's going to be a very relevant initiative in the coming years in order to support new ideas, new innovations in the space sector. So let's confirm that Thomas is online, please.
Line, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, Thomas. The floor is yours.
Brilliant. So thanks very much for giving me the opportunity to present Cassini and actions in support of entrepreneurs. I can hear that you are gathered in a hall there for a physical event, which is, that's great news. And I guess that after a year of teleworking from home, the business attire is nowadays jogging pants and a sweater. So I tried to dress up a little bit for this event by the Portuguese presidency. So thanks for inviting the Commission. Now, I'd like to say that this is a very interesting moment for the space industry, since space data is used constantly in our smartphones by industry, by governments. And at this point, it's difficult to live without all these services that rely on space data. And looking around our globe, space missions are now conducted on an industrial scale with unmanned and manned launches every week, and landing rockets vertically so as to reuse them has become commonplace, with the 75th landing last week. And there are several European new space companies also planning to put new constellations in orbit. So all of this contributes to lowering costs and making space infrastructure even more accessible to various customers. So at this important junction, Europe needs to keep up with these fast developments. And we see that the pieces are now falling into place with a new EU space regulation. We have a work program with funding that's about to be adopted any day. There's a new cooperation agreement with ESA and so on. And lots of work has gone into this, and we are happy about the strong support from member states and also from the Portuguese Council presidency. So now for my main topic, how we will bring together support for space entrepreneurship in Europe in a better way. First of all, we have a vision now clearly laid out in the space regulation that is to build a strong European space economy with businesses that can compete both in the Union and on the international markets. And to achieve this, we need a new industry setup where we both build on our established prime contractors and we stimulate new entrants to grow and become viable businesses. So over the past years, we've tried in the Commission together with the various stakeholders to identify all the needs and see how well we have provided support to entrepreneurs in the past few years. So here's a list of the most important needs. So startups need to acquire better business skills since the founders often come from the technical side. It's necessary for them to learn more about how to run a business, how to grow, how to raise capital, and all of these other things that you need to do as a business owner, not least recruiting the right people. And we need to have a more lively matchmaking environment in Europe, where we can connect the startups with both large corporations and investors, and try to do this more cross-border, so it's not just at the national stage that this is happening. So we can clearly help here if we work together between several organizations. Another need is to stimulate more private investment into space companies, both in the startups and in the growth phases of companies, which can sometimes be rather sizable amounts of money needed to build companies that are going to, for example, launch a constellation into space or operate a large infrastructure on Earth. Now, to do this, we need to have more venture capital funds focused on space investment, which we have not really had in Europe before 2019, when the Commission and the European Investment Fund launched a pilot investment scheme to try to attract some funds to set up dedicated space investment funds. And we are going to continue to build on this because it seemed like it was a very successful thing. Now we also need to stimulate more markets, various markets, to use digital applications using space data, so we can exploit the value of space on a wider scale, or as we say sometimes, taking space outside the space bubble. And there are various ways that we can do this. We will try to address some of those with the Cassini initiative, and we are sure that our partners will contribute significantly to this. And finally, we need to stimulate more entrepreneurs to try building new solutions and bringing them to the market. Now, as you notice, the last point is the one that is often addressed in incubators and so on. But we see this as only one of the components, and not necessarily the one that needs the most resources or the most attention. So the needs I just listed here, this is precisely what we're going to try to address from the Commission side with Cassini, which is our new initiative to support entrepreneurship in a coherent way over a long time period, 21 to 27, and hopefully would continue after that. And a main feature of Cassini is an investment fund, or a fund of funds, with a target of 1 billion euros, announced by Commissioner Breton about a year ago, which will channel capital to VC funds focused on space investments, as I mentioned before. So over the next 7 years or so, we hope to see around 20 to 30 funds to raise new capital earmarked for space investments, with the support from InvestEU and Cassini. And this capital hopefully will be invested in the best deserving startup and growth companies. So allowing European companies to raise more capital for their growth plans, this remains a key priority, has been confirmed many times over the years, especially since European companies are often outpaced by, for example, US startups who tend to raise more money in VC rounds than European companies. But we still have a lot going for us in Europe. It's a great place to do business. It's a great place to both start and run companies. So I'll just outline a few of the other actions under Cassini here, and maybe I can even share one slide with you on the screen here. Let's see. So if I enlarge the screen now, you should be able to see this. This is an overview of Cassini, and we've tried to cover the whole innovation chain the best we can with the resources that are at our disposal. So you can see that in the early stages, we tried to promote the use of space data and to encourage more people to become entrepreneurs by holding Cassini hackathons, which will include mentoring. These will be like large events, the first one taking place now in June, in up to 10 member states at the same time, and they can be pitching to each other. We will also have innovation competitions with Cassini prizes, with clearly defined challenges and a quite sizable monetary reward to the companies that manage to solve the challenge and win the competition. Next thing here, you notice that we have planned for a Cassini Business Accelerator, which is supposed to help companies to reach the growth stages. So we have a lot of good support already for the early stages of starting the company and trying out the product, seeing if there's a product market fit and so on. And to take the companies to the next stage and make sure that they can raise the Series A investment round, as it is often called. We will try out a new concept for a business accelerator. It will hopefully be launched later in 2021 or early in 22. We'll also bet on matchmaking being a key issue for many entrepreneurs. They need better professional networks with large companies, for example, but also with investors. So we can set up a series of events and help the startups to get the right kind of contacts that can lead to industrial partnerships or to serious talks about investment rounds. It's a relatively cost-efficient solution. We think that it will bring a lot of benefits. On top here, you see the Cassini Seed and Growth Funding Facility, which is meant to be a facility under InvestEU, which is the union's coherent financing program for the next years. So obviously, we need to put this in place by agreeing with the European Investment Fund on exactly how to implement this and what the target groups are and so on. So there are a few steps left before we can announce this, but it's looking relatively good, and we think that it will correspond exactly to the need to have a kind of a procurement initiative for
Thomas, we are losing you a bit. I don't know if you are there still. Thomas, could you answer us, please? If not, let's confirm the technical team if they can contact Thomas. No, we lost Where's the presentation? Okay, let's see if Thomas can reconnect. Now we're learning more about Cassini, and I suggest everyone to stay also for the next panel in the meantime, because Thomas is touching upon a lot of topics that our speakers will speak about. Here he's talking about the seed and growth VC fund that Cassini wants to implement, and we'll hear the IAF talking about this. Let's see if Thomas comes back. He's also speaking about hackathons and so on. Then we'll hear IPN speaking about these, and we'll hear other sectors. Let's see now. Do you have any feedback from him? Is Thomas online? Could you please confirm? No? Okay. In such a case, I suggest the following, because I don't know if he's coming back. What I would do then is that I suggest that we pass on to the panel, and if he comes back, he can then explain a bit more about Cassini at the end of the panel. I think it's gonna complement the other speakers. For this, I would then suggest, if the other speakers are already online, please confirm this. I would suggest here, Carlos Cerqueiro, please come to stage, and Ricardo Mesquita also, if you're here. And then if Thomas comes back, he also can participate in the panel. So, and we'll hear more about Cassini for sure. Let me please introduce this panel. I'm very excited about this because I think it's very comprehensive and it has a lot of people that we really want to hear about. This panel is on space entrepreneurship in the Atlantic, and we are going to be talking about what's necessary to grow space companies, why some grow and some don't, why some sectors are actually maybe downstream is developing more than upstream in some countries, and outside the space sector, what lessons learned they can teach us in order for us to implement our policies. For this panel, I have here this. For this panel, I will be moderating. My name is Joan Alabart. I'm the Industrial Relations and Projects Officer at Portugal Space, responsible for everything that has to do with entrepreneurship and innovation, amongst other areas. And we'll have 6 speakers, and the first one will be Daniel Beck from the European Investment Fund, that will be talking about Cassini and this fund of funds that the European Commission wants to implement for space. We'll also have with us Ricardo Marvão, co-founder of Beta-I. Beta-I is a company that's promoting innovation programs in different sectors, and we'll hear what he has to say about this topic. We also have with us Lindblad from Valley Space, a very known company that's developing a tool to monitor and is requiring monitoring projects in space and outside of space. Then we have Nuno Sebastião with us as well. Nuno Sebastião is a co-founder and CEO of Fidzai. Fidzai is a Portuguese company that works in the fintech sector, and it's a very known company because it's the 4th Portuguese unicorn. And Nuno Sebastião is also an investor of Neurospace, a Portuguese startup that's working in the field of space traffic management. And then also to give a different vision, let's see if this moves forward. Now we have here with us, on stage, Carlos Cerqueira, the Innovation Director at Instituto Pedro Nunes, and also responsible for ESA Space Solutions Portugal. And finally, more into the education part, and it's something that Thomas already mentioned. Let's see, it moves. It's not moving. Yeah, you're right. Back. And the last panelist will be Ricardo Mesquita from Nova School of Business Education, who will be presenting exactly this, the gap that we have seen, especially in professionals working in the space sector, that perhaps they don't have enough business skills, and he will be presenting about the Space for Business program that Nova with other universities are now promoting. Just some words on how will this panel work. I will give each one of the speakers 5 minutes to speak about their topic. And then we'll have 15 to 20 minutes for questions that I have here prepared, but also questions from the audience. So I encourage everyone to ask for these questions. And for the first speaker, I would like to pass the word to Daniel Beck, Senior Investment Manager at the European Investment Fund, to speak more about how does the IIF support venture capital funds and what can we expect in the future. Daniel, are you here? Can you hear us?
I can hear you. I hope the same is true for you.
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Good. So then I'll kick it off. Thanks a lot for including me. I'm hearing an echo, but I guess that will probably disappear over time. So as you just introduced, I'm a senior investment manager in EIF's Disruptive Technologies unit. We actually are focusing on VC fund investments, typically in the AI blockchain realm. We're actually having new space in it, obviously, and in general, everything that is related to deep technology funds. So Joanne was so kind as to ask me a couple of questions up front and give me some ideas of what I could share. So one of the questions was how we actually supporting the next wave of space companies. I probably can give some background on that, given that I was part of EIF's pilot of the deployment of the pilot of the new space pilot. So obviously, new space, similar to be it AI, blockchain, or other deep technologies, is a crucial focus of the European Commission, but inherently then also to the EIB group and the EIF. In 2020, specifically for that reason, we had access, as Thomas was saying earlier, to a certain volume of 100 million of commission resources that we specifically invested for or committed to funds for investments in new space companies across Europe. That was a relatively huge success, probably even surprising that there were so many high quality managers that we could find that were actually very much interested or already investing in new space. That obviously gave us quite some momentum to gather a lot of market intelligence on where the market currently is, and obviously to build our strategy as well to deploy potentially a bigger amount in that space. And as Thomas was already saying earlier, this is something that we will be actively looking at for the next multi-annual financial framework, so for the next 7 years, funded by EU Commission resources. And obviously Thomas was also talking about the Cassini program, and as he said, EIF is supposedly playing a substantial role in this, because we will continue to deploy in new space based on the first experience we gathered with the program over the last or over the first pilot of 100 billion. 2 words on this. So we typically, so as a continuation of what we did with the pilot, we will be searching for and then selecting the best managers that are investing in new space, and that actually can include very well vertical funds, so funds that are only considering investments in new space companies, be it now up or downstream. But it can also very well include deep technology funds that have a partial focus on new space companies. Why is that? Because obviously you always need to make find the right balance between investing in vertical funds where there are probably not that many teams out there, and other funds that probably have the skill set and have even invested in new space, but that are not uniquely focused on that. And then obviously the third part of the strategy that we deployed with the pilot, and probably or might be also part of the process going forward, is co-investments. I think there was an additional question, how smaller countries actually can achieve to have dedicated space funds. And I think that from that perspective also, I would say it's not an absolute must that every country will have its own dedicated space fund. I think what is important is that we are thinking of the space sector as Europeans, that there will be many spillover effects, even if there are dedicated space funds outside of their own country, because the deal flow doesn't have the depth yet to only have geographically focused space funds. Yeah, so every European fund will need to go to Portugal and every other country to find the relevant deal flow. And then obviously, I think another answer to that could be that the deep tech funds general deep tech funds could very well get at least partial funding from the space pocket, yeah? And thereby also look at specifically at space companies in certain geographies. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this explanation. Daniel, actually, it's a question because it's something that Portugal would like to explore in the future, whether it makes sense or not to have a dedicated fund in Portugal to support. And would like to take the floor to finish your keynote on Cassini. Thomas, confirm that you are here. Yes.
Hello, would you like me to say a few more words, or did you invite somebody else?
Please go ahead, Thomas, because this way you can complement also what Daniel is saying. And Thomas, perhaps what I would suggest in order to save bandwidth, in your case, if you could turn off your camera, maybe it will help.
I'm trying another room now to see if the connection is better. Can you hear me now?
We are not being lucky here. Yeah. Okay. Thomas, now Thomas, try, please.
Yeah, can you hear me now? I'm sorry yes. that the connection is so sketchy.
No,
normally we have great connection, but just now it decided to go to space or something.
It's fine, it's fine. So yeah, we can hear you. Maybe turn off the camera while you're speaking. This way it's gonna be saving some bandwidth. And please go ahead.
Yeah, so right now it seems to be working. And thanks a lot for the words from Daniel on the EIF side. I think the EIF has also noticed the same tendencies as we have in the Commission, that, that there will be a potential high growth in industries relating to space and the exploitation of space in the future. And we're looking forward to working with EIF and with private investment funds to make the best out of the fantastic potential that we have in Europe. So I was just going to round off my speech by saying that we wish to work with as many organizations as we can over the next years. And if we join forces, for example, we can create a lot better matchmaking opportunities so that small companies can piggyback on established companies, which is very valuable. And in addition to the concrete actions that I just mentioned, there are other things we're also trying to do. For example, how we can stimulate startups and SMEs to get involved in public procurement by providing a level playing field in the tendering processes. So as an example, Europe procures additional Earth observation data to meet the needs of Copernicus users. And we are looking at ways to build as much as possible as we can on Europe-based and Europe-owned data providers, both large established companies and also new space young companies, and hopefully this this idea of some kind of anchor tenancy contracts can help them to build a viable business, and then we'll try to see if there are other opportunities where procurement can play a role in them building a strong plan for the future. So that's what I wanted to say on our side, and we're very much looking forward to the presentations now by companies and investors to see if they have the same picture, and probably they can also contribute, valuable views on what we need to do in the future. So thanks very much for your attention.
Thank you to you, Thomas, for your peaceful presence here. I hope that in the future we can meet in physical format. I think that
absolutely,
Cassini,
we hope so, and thank you to the Portuguese presidency for this event.
Cassini, it's a very, very relevant initiative, and I would like to pass the word to a very known startup. That's Valid Space. Luis, I think that you are there already. To know more, what has been your roadmap, I would say, from the creation of Valid Space, how you have been growing, getting investors, what you do. A bit enlighten us of a successful story, right? Luis, the floor is yours, and if you have a presentation, you can share it.
Sure. Thank you so much. Thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here also. Can you hear me well, everyone?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. So I will share my screen because I have a small presentation. Just one second. Okay. So I hope you can all see it now. Okay. So there we go. So hi everyone, I'm Luis and I'm one of the co-founders of ValleySpace. And ValleySpace is a smart collaboration platform for engineers. So just to explain a bit what that means, ValleySpace is a browser-based software for hardware engineers. We focus a lot from the start. We have focused a lot on the space industry, but ValleySpace is also used in other industries that build complex hardware. And here you can see a screenshot of the software itself. So basically, we do everything from model-based engineering to requirements engineering, analysis, documentation, but everything in one single source of truth in the browser to make it easier for engineers to collaborate together in big projects. So why did we start this company, right? So me and my co-founders, we are all space engineers from the start. So we used to work at different space companies in Europe. I used to work at OHB Sweden for some time, and then I moved to Portugal and worked at TechEver, building their CubeSat. And what we found when we were working in the industry is actually that engineers spend a lot of their time doing non-engineering work. So they spend a lot of time just searching for data, writing documentation, copy-pasting values from one document to the other, doing presentations, being in meetings. So we thought that all of this was quite inefficient, and we wanted to have a better way, a more efficient way for engineers to do their actual work, and to be able to focus on what engineers do best, right? Which is coming up with great products and more innovative hardware that we can use in our daily lives. So what we did is we thought, okay, how can we do this best? So we wanted to go from this document mess that there usually is, like with hundreds of thousands of Excel files with different values and consistencies. And we wanted to move into a way of doing data-driven hardware engineering. And what that means is what you see here in the middle of the picture. We created this place or this database where you can store all the information in one place. And this data inside the database, it connects then to other applications, right? So it connects to all your documents. You get notifications when something is changed. It automatically triggers calculations. So if one engineer changes the mass of the star tracker because you have a new model, it will actually automatically update all your mass budgets, all your calculations, all your tests, etc. And once you have this data, this engineering data, we actually see this just as the first level of actually being able to work with the data. But then on top of that, you can actually build a lot of things. Once you have structured data, you can start having more data connections. You can also do more automations, and you can start getting insights from your data. So this, you see the top of the triangle, it only works once you have your data already structured in a good way. And a bit about our customers. So we work with a lot of customers, mainly from the space industry. So since we are all from the beginning space engineers, we knew how to sell because we knew the problems in the space industry. So we're seeing that a lot of space startups are actually switching to a more data-driven engineering style and more agile methodologies. But you can also see in some of the logos here that we also have other industries and other companies using ValleySpace. So for example, Volta Trucks, they are building electrical vehicles, electrical automated vehicles. Bellwether Coffee, they are doing actually coffee roasters. So it's very, actually this problem that we found in the space industry can actually be translated into other industries as well. And that's where we're going a bit in the future. So a bit about the company. So we started in Germany, where our mother company is, let's say. And then we also opened up a company here in Portugal, where actually most of our team is now in Portugal. And for the future, we also plan to open up in the US. But I'll talk a bit about our future plans in a bit. And also from a team perspective, we're also very international. We're now 35 people in the company, but I think we have around 15 nationalities already. So it's a very international team. People come from all over the world to Portugal to work with us. So that's really cool. From where our customers come from, it's mainly from Europe still. So we find it has been easier to sell to European companies since we're a European startup as well. But we're also spreading a bit out. So part of our customer base is in the US and also part in Asia. And we also, I didn't put this on the slide, but we also have universities basically from all over the world using Valley Space in their university projects. And I wanted to talk a bit about the challenges as a startup. So obviously the first point is getting investment, which we already talked a bit about. We have gotten actually 3 rounds of investment. Our first investment was from just our friends and family because we didn't manage to convince anyone that our idea was good. So we convinced our friends and family to give us some money to get started. And then we have 2 more investments from European VC funds. So we have basically only gotten private investment to the startup. We haven't worked so much with public grants or public investment yet. But that's definitely a challenge when you're a small company to convince investors to give you some money. Another challenge is actually winning the trust of large enterprise customers. So as a small team, it can be difficult to actually, I mean, they question themselves, why should a small team be trusted? And one of our biggest enterprise customers right now is Airbus, and it took actually quite a long time for us to convince them, but with our expertise, we managed to also convince them that Airbus is in a big need for a digitization of their data. And the third point, I would say a challenge is finding the right talent to hire. Even here in Portugal, we have found great people to our team, but it's still, especially developers are very hard to get, or they have very much choice right now. So you have to have a really good company and good benefits to kind of attract them to the company. And just to finalize a bit, what's next for Valley Space, a bit of future outlook. So we're actually going to get the Series A investment, or we're going to start looking for a Series A investment this summer. So that's going to be a big challenge for us, and also a big step forward towards scaling the team if we get that. And also with that investment, we're planning to open an office in the US, as I already talked about. And we're also expanding our reach to different industries because, as I said, we're mostly focusing on the space industry right now, but we also know that there are similar system engineering problems in other industries. So we are expanding a bit our reach to reach other industries as well. And that's about it for me. Thank you very much for listening. And I don't know if there are questions now or after, but I'm happy to answer anything that you're wondering as well.
Thank you, Luis, for your presentation. It's actually very good to see startup actually growing, now looking for a Series A investment and trying to open an office in the US also. It's a good example, right, to follow. And also maybe in the field more of working in other sectors other than space, but with a lot of knowledge of the space sector. Ricardo Marvão, co-founder of Beta Eye, can present a bit the perspective of which are maybe the best mechanisms to foster innovation. And he has a lot of experience in this field, so Ricardo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and first of all, thank you for the invitation to the New Space Atlantic Summit. My name is Ricardo Maravão. I'm one of the co-founders of BTI. BTI is a company that was started about 10 years ago. We are a collaborative innovation organization that organizes programs between big corporations and startups from around the world. And we focus on finding challenges from these big corporations and then finding solutions from these startups and SMEs or even research centers to try to solve those challenges. Now, you might think that this could be seen as like an accelerator or mentoring program. And I would challenge you to think this more as a business program. So the startups come in because they want to find their next big client, and the corporates participate because they want to find what's the innovation out there and where can they find solutions for challenges that internally they haven't been able to solve. And so we focus on 6 core areas, which are energy, healthcare, sustainability, finance, agro-foods, and blue economy. And just to give you an example, for instance, on energy, for the last 5 years, we've been working on a program called Free Electrons that has 10 energy utilities from around the world. And over the 5 years, we've had over 50 million US dollars that has been spent on deals with the companies that have participated. We've had over 100 pilots, paid pilots, between the startups and the corporations entering into the programs. And then also we've had over 2,000 startups participating from around the world. We have over 70 countries participating. And it's amazing how the startups really understand that they're there to close deals. And it's not about the mentoring, it's also about the collaboration that exists between even the corporations. I mean, even though these corporations participate in the same sector, due to geography, they don't compete. And what's amazing is how they share the information regarding the results that they've had, and how come they understand that if they share the information, they can go a lot faster because they understand a lot better which startups they should invest in, how they should move forward with some of the difficulties that they might find inside some of the pilots. And the results over the years has been faster and faster. We've had pilots appear inside the programs. So the area that we've seen that works quite well, and this is maybe an opportunity for the space industry, is really to challenge the corporations, the big corporations in space, to look at these startups as an opportunity to create new products inside their organizations to the markets, and find these opportunities by participating, for instance, in a program like this. So if you think that instead of mentoring or accelerating the startup, you actually bring in the heads of units that have a challenge, a specific challenge, and they will only work with the startup that solves that specific challenge, then you have a good match between the possibility of solving an issue inside a unit, and then having that startup do a paid pilot and then getting a long-term contract with that corporation. And so this value chain kind of program, where you have a specific industry participating with a number of corporations and a number of startups, is actually super useful for the industry. And it's something that we've been doing more and more, and we've seen the industry actually accepting these programs more and more. So I guess that answers your question, Juan.
Ricardo, it's a good advice actually. Perhaps for space big companies to challenge SMEs in a specific topic, it's a good advice to follow, right? It has been working in other sectors, in many different sectors. Why shouldn't it work in space? I think it's a good take also for all of us. And now I would like to pass the word to Nuno Sebastião. Nuno Sebastião, who was a co-founder of Fidzai. Fidzai is a company that actually, if I'm not mistaken, is still incubated here, or it's still in Instituto Pedro Nunes here in Coimbra, very close to us. A very successful company, and we would like to hear a bit more about your path, right, within Fidzai, and now why did you decide to invest in the space sector, right? Nuno, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Juan. Hey everyone. Well, it's coming with a lot of echo, but it's fine. Thanks for having me. I see a lot of familiar faces from my past. Let's say Ricardo Marvão. I work with him at the space agency. Also, Carlos Cerqueira, that I know for many years. And yes, it's true. Fidzai is still headquartered at IPN, and for as long as I'm the CEO, it will still be a Portuguese company. So, first of all, thank you for the invitation. I'm Nuno Sebastião. I'm the co-founder and CEO at Fidzai. For those of you that are not familiar with the fintech space or with Fidzai, Fidzai is today the world's market leader in finding financial crime. We're the cloud platform to manage financial risk and crime across payments, across financial services. We do that for well over 800 million consumers throughout the world in the over 190 countries. And to give you some idea, we protect half of Canada's population, half of UK's population, 80% of the world's Fortune 500, and 4 of the 5 largest banks in the US work with us. 25% of the total volume of payments whenever we buy with our credit cards that go through Visa or MasterCard or protected by Fidzai. We've raised nearly $300 million, all from private investors in Europe, mainly in the US, unfortunately, but so is the reality of free markets. We're backed by some of the most well-known investors in the world. I'll mention a few: KKR, world's largest private equity company, but also Citibank is an investor in the company. From Germany, SAP is an investor in the company. And more recently, in fact, just a few weeks ago, the Sovereign Fund of Singapore, where they're making a huge push. And there's a reason why I'm mentioning them, because they're publicly owned. They're making a huge push in the APAC region to become the fintech, the financial services sector in Singapore. And they just invested in a Portuguese company, Fidzai. And that brings me to this topic. I'm also fortunately an investor in many startups, Portuguese, US, in different fields, mainly fintech. That's where I've spent the last 10 years, and I'll spend the next 10 years of my career, but also healthcare and, very dear to my heart, space. Why? Well, actually, the first 10 years of my career, there's a reason why I know, Paul, I spent in the space sector, in particular at the European Space Agency. I was a technical officer there in charge of the ground segment simulation infrastructure. And I learned a lot of stuff there, and a lot of stuff that still today we apply at Fidzai. And I believe, like Luis was mentioning, there are areas where we can take the learnings that we develop in the space sector and go apply it elsewhere. But I also believe something else. The space sector is now big, mature enough that it can sustain startups working within that domain, as opposed to take the technology from that domain but go make money elsewhere, which is fine. But I also believe money and let's say private companies can be funded and work and operate within the space sector. We're at the beginning, and as the previous speaker, and I was really happy to hear about the Fund of Funds initiative and whatnot. It's really important because, as in many other sectors, Europe is lagging. But the reality is, when about a year ago, this opportunity to fund a company in the space sector arose, I didn't think twice, and to me it was dear to my heart. It's not about the financial return, it's about the development of a sector. And I think having built, one of the world's leaders in a completely different area, there are learnings that I can bring to this space. So I'll share a little bit my screen if I can. Let's see how this goes. Start broadcast. I'm on an iPad, and just talk to you about this company I've been funding for about a year ago, called Neurospace. So Neurospace, what the premise of the company is: apply machine learning. That's what we've done successfully, or I've done successfully in other sectors. Apply machine learning to problems in the aerospace domain. It's still not the norm, far from it. And one of the first problems where the company is going to be addressing there is a very relevant one that will only become worse over the next years, which is related to space debris. As you know, with the emergency of constellations from Starlink, Kuiper, there will be, and we can all see them in the sky, the trains of satellites, and there will be estimates of over 100,000 of these elements in space. So space debris and space traffic control will become a big issue. Just very recent, just a month ago, when a Crew 2 capsule was going to the ISS, they had to do evasive maneuvers and go into emergency mode because there was a potential risk of collision with debris. So that is happening more and more and more, and it will need to be solved. The way it's solved today is very inefficient. It's done with legacy rules-based.
Nuno, I think that we lost you now. Are you there? Can anyone confirm if Nuno's still in the session? No. It's a pity because actually it was also a very interesting one. It's very exciting to hear about Neurospace. What I suggest then is that we move on to the next speaker, and maybe we can ask a bit more at the end if you have time to Nuno. And for the next speaker, we have Carlos Cerquera here with us, who will talk about ESA Space Solutions Portugal. Carlos, if you would like to go on stage, please.
Good morning to all. Thank you very much for inviting me here. We'll get the space debris as soon as Nuno joins us. But now a little bit about what we do at ESA Space Solutions. And the first thought I would like to share with you is that space technology is really like a superpower. And if we think about the startups, they will really need superpowers, because the most likely event in a startup is that they will fail. And they will need all the tools they can get to get out of the so-called dead valley. The spaceflight technologies, Earth observation, GNSS, all these are tools that can give an extra edge to any startup. But as everyone who is familiar with this field of startups knows, that's not enough. You need really a sound, good business model to thrive into the market. You also need a good team. You also need to have interest to customers. You also need some support in get funding. Well, the hard fact is that you will need a lot of things. And that's what you can get at an ESABIC. You can get 50K to build your first prototype, which for most of the startups at early stage, it's really all the money they will get at that stage. Of course, the millions will come afterwards, but normally the first money is always the hardest to get. You need technical support, you need support on getting funding, you need interest to customers, and all these things you get when you join an ESABIC. But you also get an entry into the largest innovation ecosystem in the world, which is the ESA Space Solutions. You can see the dots in the Europe map, but this is really a connection to everywhere around the globe where you can get access to big customers, not only in Europe, but in other geographies. In Portugal, it's ESA Space Solution Portugal. We are, let's call, a one-stop shop for space, for everyone that wants to get into space. And of course, we do it with a lot of partners. We are Instituto Pedro Nunes, who manage as a Space Solution Portugal, but of course with the valuable support of ESA, Portugal Space, Anacom, and a lot of more partners that help us to really drive this ecosystem. And you can see by the picture, it's a community that it's growing and growing more. It's a community with a proven track record. We already support 30 startups in the first phase of the program, created more than 100 qualified jobs. The turnover, it's reaching almost 5 million euros. Capital has been raised. And if you look at the percentage of exports, these are really companies that were born global on the first day. They work in everywhere, not only new space, but all the fields. I mean, where they work where the needs are, where the market pains are. And just let me give you a few cases. Strato Automotive, doing predictive maintenance for large fleets. And GNSS, let me see if I can point to the arrow. Okay. GNSS is crucial for Strato to have this predictive maintenance. Materio is doing infrastructure monitoring, so to look at bridges and to see before something happens if everything is okay, and of course they can only do it with the power of Copernicus. And much more cases, the fact is that investors are looking more and more at this portfolio. Just recently we have Teia, Tesla, and Neptune, 3 startups from our portfolio that were invested in 2021. The portfolio is huge and is becoming bigger and bigger. We have currently 42 startups under our portfolio, and we are aiming to get 90 at the end of the program 4 years from now. The network also increased in terms of the incubators that are available for startups to go there. So as you can see by the map, we cover all Portugal mainland and Azores and Madeira. So there's always an ISABIC near you. We have a lot of cost per year, so the entry door is always open for startups to apply. And I would just like to point that ESA Space Solutions, it's ISABIC, but that are other tools for startups to grow. And I would just like to finish with this slide, if I can, that the ISABIC is the start. ESA has other funding tools for really turning startups into scale-ups and into bigger companies, and in the end, the thing that we want for every local ecosystem to create more growth and more jobs. So just to finish, yes, space technology is really like a superpower, and if you want to have those superpowers, you just need to contact us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to you, Carlos. ISABIC is indeed a very fundamental program to support startups in Europe. And Nuno, we will come back to you after the presentation of Ricardo. And now I will like to pass the word to Ricardo also to explain a bit more on the education part and perhaps the gaps that they have identified concerning business. Ricardo, if you're ready, the floor is yours.
Thank you, João. Thank you so much. Thank you for the invitation, kind invitation for the conference today. My name is Ricardo Mesquita. I run innovation and business transformation at Nova School of Business and Economics in Lisbon. I'm here to represent the consortium of 3 business schools in Europe together with ESA and to share with you the Space for Business program. So this is really, if there's a key word, is collaboration. This is a common effort done by the University of St. Gallens in Switzerland, by the Rotterdam School of Management belonging to Erasmus University in Rotterdam in the Netherlands, and by Nova in Portugal. So there's a long story behind this program. I wouldn't say it was in a galaxy far away, but it was in the last couple of years, there's been a discussion by a group of people that we believe that there's the need for business skills to run a business in space. And we see the space as the new frontier. So the three schools came together, also with the support of some of you present. So Hugo was one of them, Emir from the Air Center, Hugo Costa from Portugal Space, Ricardo Marvão was also on the panel, was a big endorser and supporter. And together with these schools, the conversation started rolling, and we decided to launch the program today because we see a clearly growing opportunity for businesses and entrepreneurs in space. So what we've decided to do is create a program that is divided by 3 modules based in the 3 schools. We'll be launching it in November 2021 already, starting in Switzerland, and then coming to Portugal, and then finishing up in the Netherlands, in Rotterdam, and also with a visit to ESA and the opportunity to spend time there for the participants. We see this as a clear opportunity, and being the first ones to launch quite a unique program at this stage, we believe that we can move forward and explore this new frontier. The idea that we do is we bring business skills into space, so either by developing and accelerating new business models. So if you're an entrepreneur, as Carlos was saying, it could definitely serve some of the portfolio companies that you've seen before. Or as Thomas was presenting, Cassini, I think there's clearly a matchmaking opportunity for both corporations and their professionals, and also entrepreneurs, to do the matchmaking and meet amongst a program such as this. Also, you'll be developing your own peer network. So the structure of the program is pretty much as you see there. We start by talking about the new space economy, future trends. We also address the idea that new business models are needed for this new frontier that is space. Then we move into a launch phase, and this will happen in Carcavelos, Portugal, where we'll do ideation sessions. We'll boost the creativity of the participants, because you can either come with your own project to the program, or you can develop your own within that opportunity, or you can also be within a company and have a challenge internally and bring it together with your own team or on your own into the very same program. We'll also address how you can, the funding opportunities. Some of my colleagues have mentioned that before, and we believe that financing is fundamental to accelerate the growth and of your venture. Also, we finished the program in the Netherlands, in Rotterdam, by exploring the scaling up part. And this will be done also by addressing issues of leadership and governance in such businesses. Also, I would say the cherry on top of the cake will be the ability to be at ESA, and we call it the touchdown, where we'll also be very much in contact with the space ecosystem. You do not need to be in space today as a professional. You need to see it as an opportunity so that you start gaining the skill sets to be able to accelerate your business in space. Also, between the modules, you'll have online sessions. So the first one will happen in November, the second one will happen in late January, and the third one in May. And between those presential modules in each one of these top business schools in Europe, you'll be able to get online content, master classes, and you'll be able to develop your own personal impact projects. These are the dates that we are rolling out. I'll share with you in a moment some of the information. I think there's a connection between all the conversations that we've listened to today, and we believe that if there's a time for learning, is now. And if you're really looking at this next decade as an opportunity to grow in the space realm, this is a great opportunity as well to join some of the space enthusiasts. I'll leave you with a few notes. At the end of the day, we'll be doing a couple of things during June and July. We're doing an early bird, which is a great opportunity to join us as well. We have a lot of information available online, and we're working together with ESA to be able to promote this within Europe. Any questions, anything, I'll leave you my contacts, as you just let me know. Okay, Joan, thank you so much.
Thank you to you also for bringing today here this very promising program. And Nuno, I don't know if you're still here, but now I would like to pass the floor to you to finish your presentation. Nuno, we don't have much time, so a couple of minutes maximum.
Okay. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. I don't know if you still want to share your screen.
Yeah, so just very quickly, because I
Okay,
just wanted to, if it's okay. So that's so I mean, not gonna bother you with all of this. So companies launched, companies got customers in about a year since they started operations. They're working with satellite operators, research, industry as well, and the company has been awarded in a consortium with the GMV to build the, let's say, the defense mechanism for Europe to manage space debris. So, you know, my view is in about a year, the company has been able to go from nothing to being one of the providers for the European Space Agency and working with one of the largest players in Europe. And that, I think, is a contrast to where we were in the past years ago. And the space, my observation coming from the fintech or the financial services domain, is that the space area is now faster, but there's still room to improvement. It's certainly better than when I left it over 10 years ago. And I'll just leave this for thoughts. In the fintech world, where I operate, you can build and launch an entire new bank in Hong Kong in this region in 9 months. From start to be live and available to the public. You can raise, that's what we did at FeedZai, $200 million from first pitch to money in the bank in 4 months. Okay? And if I compare that, you know, with some of the discussions I've had and some of the things I'm seeing in this company I'm investing in, for them to close the first contract, almost a year, 7 months. To raise money, and I was really happy again to hear some of the previous speakers, to try and raise 2.5 million, well over a year. So my message here is, while there has been progress, there's so much more progress that can be made, but that's also part of the challenge, and that's why I'm here to, you know, to try and help to the best of my ability, because I think it's clearly an area where money can be made, but more importantly, where there's a need for innovation and for the private sector to come in, as it's already happening in other regions such as the US. Okay. So that was it. That's what I had. Thank you.
Actually, this slide summarizes a bit something to learn, right, in the space sector, maybe to speed up processes at a European level. And we don't have much time. I think we have like 4 or 5 minutes left. I have a question. Now we are in Coimbra for Carlos. Carlos, you spoke about ISABIC, but if I'm not mistaken, Instituto Pedro Nunes also runs some other programs related to entrepreneurship, maybe perhaps more at local level or European Union level. And I would like, if it's possible, for you also to explain a bit what have you been doing with Cassini, for instance. I think that you are partnering with other players on a hackathon. Now it's going to happen soon, so if you could explain a bit now about this, please.
Sure, of course, all these things, they have to fit into an innovation ecosystem that puts space, both new space and downstream. For instance, we run for 2 years an accelerator on Cassini called Astrapreneur, where we support more than 150 startups, really early stage startups that raise around 20 million euros in their early stage. So that was a huge achievement for these startups. And the other part is really to find the talent. Everything resumes to that. You need really talent people to get into space. And the Cassini hackathons are really an excellent entry door for people to be aware of the potential of Copernicus and Galileo. And they're going to be an hackathon that is going to happen in 10 locations all over Europe, and Coimbra is going to be one of them. Of course, this is going to be remote, so it's in Coimbra, but it's everywhere. And in the 18th till 20th of June, we'll have around 50 people in each of these 10 locations, so 500 persons, really trying to figure out new things to do with Copernicus and Galileo. And that's really, in the end, what matters when you bring creativity and you bring new solutions into the table.
Okay, thank you, Carlos. And now maybe before we finish, I would like if you could go back to my presentation, because I would like to promote a couple of prizes related to Copernicus and Galileo that we are trying to promote in Portugal. I don't know if you can share it, please. But to sum up, as you might be all aware, every year there are two competitions that are organized at the European level, Copernicus and Galileo Masters. And these competitions, target basically to award the best ideas of the year using Copernicus data or Galileo for different sectors. And these competitions have a European dimension, but they also have some regional awards that different regions or different countries try to promote, right? And until now, Portugal has never had Portuguese prizes, even though Portuguese companies also participated. And this year we believed it was very important also for Portugal to step ahead and try to have some Portuguese prizes. And we are very proud to announce that for this year we even have a challenge for the Atlantic, a Portugal Space Atlantic Challenge. We are looking for innovative ideas on ocean and coastal applications that use Copernicus, but not only. We also try to promote using other space-based data, such as EGNSS or perhaps SATCOMs. But we also have this year a couple of regional prizes. We have the Copernicus Regional Prize Sores, and we have the Galileo Regional Prize Portugal. Please, one more. The deadline to submit your applications is the 19th of July, so there's still 1 month to go. And we really want to encourage everyone that's working in this domain to submit their ideas. I think that the prizes are very challenging, but are also appealing. And if you could go to the next one. Next one. And they are appealing because for our challenge, the Portugal Space Atlantic Challenge, we are offering a €10,000 cash prize to the winner, and then other in-kind prizes, such as participation in next edition New Space Atlantic Summit to be able to pitch, and we believe it's important. But also, next one, please. For the regional prizes, for instance, NOVA will be offering a scholarship for the Space for Business program that will cover half the total price, and this is very relevant. We will also offer a ticket to the Web Summit, where especially if you are working perhaps with Galileo, it's a very good place also to do networking. And of course, our partners, the Center, Instituto Pedro Nunes, and NOVA, will be also offering training in different fields, technical and business training to the winners. So please, if you have some doubts, contact us, in my case, me or my colleagues, and we encourage everyone to participate. And with this, I would like to close the panel. I would like to thank all the speakers. I think it has been very interesting to see very different perspective on entrepreneurship in Europe, from the venture capital funds to startups that work in space or outside space and then are investing in space, to understanding more about incubation centers and also about business education. And we'll really look forward to see what Cassini Initiatives brings in the future. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, and see you next year here.
Hello? Shall we continue? Good afternoon, everybody. Let's continue with the session. I have the pleasure to introduce you Laércio Namikawa. He's a researcher at the National Institute for Space, INPE, in Brazil, with a keynote to be given today to us. Please, Laércio. Hello? Are you in line?
Hello? Can you listen to me?
Yes, we can listen.
I can hear the echo now. Sorry, I was not sure. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to this New Space Atlantic Summit.
Excuse me 1 second. We don't have your image. Okay, nice, okay. Excuse me, yes, please continue.
Okay. Thank you for having me. My hair is a little bit messy. For having me at the New Space for People meeting. And I'd like to present you today some lessons learned from the oil spill from 2019 that started to show in our Brazilian coast, beginning in end of August 2019.
Excuse me, Laércio, are you sharing a screen or are you sharing your presentation?
Sorry, again.
Do you have a presentation to share or are you just talking? Because if you have, okay, you have to share the screen.
Yes. It's coming. I think it's too white. Oh, not yet.
It's not yet.
Is the only the white screen?
Okay, maybe you have to go to next page. Maybe you are in the first page, which is empty. Let's move on the presentation.
I see what's wrong. I have, sorry, I was in the wrong window.
Okay, now it's there. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, perfect. We can see it.
Sorry. What we're talking today is about some lessons learned from the 2019 oil spill that started to appear in the Brazilian coast in the end of August, and most of the spill came to the coast like in this picture, small patches. And of course, I believe that in the beginning, as they were really small patches, no one was really caring about what's happening. And it took a little bit, a while for the authorities to start working seriously on this case. In the end, as you can see from here, unfortunately, there is no good scale to see there the extent of this, but it covered all the coast from the Brazilian northeast until actually southeast Brazil, until Rio de Janeiro here in the bottom, if you can see my cursor. And this is only, it was updated, this map was updated in 2020, in March, more than 9 months after the first patches of oil start appearing in the Brazilian coast. So the first ones were in the Paraíba state coast. So until the 1st of September, the points where the oil came are presented here in red. And on the first 10 days, reached all this area here, probably something like 200, 300 kilometers long, along the coast of Brazil. And then starting from there, it spread all the way to the northeast and actually still, you can see here in March 2020, 9 months after, there were still some patches appearing on the coast. So the question here is where this oil came from. So of course, the first suspect was, for example, oil production rigs in the region. You can see here that there are no major rigs in this area, just to the south and to the north of this region. So the next next idea was that these patches came from somewhere else and carried by currents. And this is actually one simulation, backtracking simulation of the first points of the first 10 days, going back on time. This is 1st of August 2019, where we can see where patches would be in if they were being carried by the currents. So this is something that was done to try to identify where this oil came from. And of course, the first tool that we have to find oil on the surface is using satellite imagery, using radar. With the radar, the signature of the oil, the oil makes the signature of the radar darker because it smooths out some of the natural waves that you have on the surface of the water. So you can see here two examples of this. Is actually from the most recent problem that we have with oil spill that is in Sri Lanka coast with this cargo vessel that burned and now is starting to spill oil. So you can see here some of the dark areas are actually oil spills as seen by the ICEYE satellite and from the Salcom Argentina satellite here. This data is provided for the International Charter Space and Major Disasters, and the charter supports the production of these maps. I'll talk a little bit more about the charter later. But as you can see, we have some quite, let's say, quite a good number of satellites with radar. These are some that are listed by the EO handbook, and this is only from major space agencies. But on the right, you can see that there are some private companies that are starting to launch their own constellations. Most famous ones are Capella and ICEYE. And with this, it seems like we should be able to cover and find oil spills in the ocean. However, what we have traditionally, traditional oil spill, let's say, are from disabled ships, the same as we have now in Sri Lanka, or we had last year in in the Indian Ocean, or from oil platforms. So example of disabled ship here is from Prestige in the coast of Galicia in 2002. Oil platforms, the huge disaster with the Deep Horizon in the coast of Louisiana in 2010, and oil spill from the coast, in this case in Lebanon in 2006. All these images are from maps images were provided for the International Charter Space and Major Disasters. And this is an effort by space agencies worldwide which provide satellite images and support for response for major disasters. In this case, one of the disasters is oil spill, and this is the page that you can go and check and download the maps for Sri Lanka. So different from the traditional oil spills, the Brazilian oil spill of 2019, we didn't know the source. We didn't know when it happened. The only thing that we know we knew at the time was that the arrival on the coast starting the end of August 2019. So the first tool that we try to analyze and see if we could locate more patches or if we locate the oil patches before reaching the coast was using radar image easily available. In this case, ESA's Sentinel-1 using the wide interferometric wide swath of 250 kilometers, we should be able to cover quite a nice area around the coast or along the coast and near the coast using these images. So for those particular first patches, we had images on the August 29 and September 5th. But of course, you can. It was not possible to identify any patches of oil on these images. And one of the questions here, on the issues here, is that the coverage of the Sentinel-1 is more for land use, not for ocean use. So the normal acquisition for that area is the image from the left. After the event starting in November, is a program Sentinel-1 also to cover area in the ocean along the coast. And you can see here from November 6 to November 18, the area that's covered along the coast of Brazil, where it may be that we may find oil spill is now a little bit more covered. Additionally, we could use optical images also to locate those small patches in images of higher spatial resolution, optical images. Of course, optical images have problem with cloud coverage, but we could try to locate if we know where the patches when the patches arrive and where they arrive. We could be able to see them on satellite, high resolution optical satellite images. So we use our Brazilian Cibers for satellite and also with 5-meter resolution. This is the 65-meter resolution. And this is some features on the water that we can see. Looks a little bit like oil patches, but it's really hard to confirm that these were oil patches. This image is from November 9th. Also, in 10-meter resolutions, some of these features can be located in the water. And another interesting fact that happened with the oil spill is that since no one could tell when, where, and who were the responsible for this oil spill, many groups that were not, let's say, qualified to do analysis started to put news And one of the news was this patch here that looks like a oil signature on the radar Sentinel image. However, if we look at this place, actually one of our experts look at this image and without hesitation correlated this actually to the bathymetry of the area. So this is a typical area where you have lots of nutrients, and so phytoplankton and some of these biogenic oils happen in this area. So by using either sea surface temperature, chlorophyll data, or even looking at the bathymetry, we can see that this dark area are not related to the oil spills or oil patches in the ocean. We can see also here in the optical image some of these signatures appearing on the optical images. Other problems that we have with radar are the rain and wind fields on the ocean, that they change the pattern of the waves, and also on the optical image, discharge from rivers, they bring water with different colors, and also in case of radar, also they bring oil from these areas. Of course, we can look at those radar images and see some oil spills that we know that they are oil spills, because we can see here on this image, the yellow point is a ship and it's leaving a trail of oil. So there is some issues with this ship, and it is leaving a trail of oil. Of course, we can try to estimate the amount of oil, and this would not correlate with the amount of oil that reached the Brazilian coast. On the right, we can see here also some features, probably oil from river discharge appearing on this image. NOAA also did a work on this Sentinel image 1 and Sentinel 2 that's optical, and were not able to locate any signature on the image starting from August 25th to October 7th. No oil could be observed on these areas. What we could have done here, you can see here another, this is actually, I think it was a Cosmos Skymed image of a ship leaving a trail of oil. So we could do simulations with waves and currents and see where this oil can go. So from the coast, we could do backtracking and try to find the location of this ship. The other important information is the traffic, marine traffic. This is from the marine traffic site, where we can see here for one particular day the number of tankers and cargo ships in the South Atlantic Ocean, Southern and Equatorial Atlantic Ocean. All these red ships are tankers and the green ones are cargo. So there is lots of potential currents in the ocean. The other thing is oil production platforms. Here in red are some of these oil production platforms. So we come to what I was trying to say. The main goal of this talk is what were the lessons learned from this oil spill. So first thing, of course, we don't have enough spatial temporal Earth observation satellite coverage. The daily coverage that we have is usually on land. We don't cover oceans with satellite radar images. Oceans are covered from satellites for meteorological and sea surface observations, like wind or currents, but not for finding oil. We need to integrate environmental information such as sea surface temperature and currents, wind, rain, chlorophyll, river discharge, local information from local information specific from that location, such as where you have this influence from bathymetry on the surface of the sea. We need information about the sea objects, where are the ships, where are the oil platforms, which discharges are being coming from these oil platforms or from the ships.
Mr. Namikawa, excuse me, we are a little bit, Mr. Namikawa, excuse me, we are a little bit short of time. Could you be
some of the solutions for
does it work?
For our observation? We need to integrate Earth observation, local information, and also models, information from the models, ocean atmosphere models. We need to create a network of observation over the Atlantic. We need a better satellite coverage, temporal, spatial, and of course, a small constellation of satellites are really coming into being launched these days, but they do not provide wide swath. So if you want to cover the whole Atlantic Ocean, for example, we need a constellation of wide swath and of course some semi-automatic integrated analysis using information about the ships, the platforms, and the models also to see which are the most sensitive, ecologically sensitive areas where this oil will be carried out. And
Mr. Namikawa, we have to get into the conclusion because
presentation. What this slide shows is coverage of the Atlantic Ocean using some local receiving stations. One problem that we have with high volume data like SAR is that we have to download this data somewhere and process that. So for a more rapid response, one real-time acquisition system using stations. Here, examples of stations located in Azores Islands and some in the Brazilian coast and some on the coast of Africa would give us a nice coverage and would make more feasible fast response for detecting oil spills and also to overcome some of the limitations of the SAR satellites. One of the issues with SAR satellites, for example, is that they cannot be on all the time. So they prioritize acquisition on land. So with this, it was a really brief presentation. And with this, I thank you for listening to me this afternoon. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Namikawa. Thank you for this nice presentation on the detection of oil spills with radar and optical sensor. Let's move to the next session. We are a little bit out of time. And please, I would like to call the speaker for next session to come into the floor. We have some presential and some remote connection. Well, first of all, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Miguel Bello. I'm the CEO of the Earth Center, the Atlantic International Research Center, with headquarters in Azure Island. And I'm pleased to moderate this session on Atlantic Earth Observation Satellite Initiative. We have key players in the new space domain in Europe and in Africa. Today, I have the pleasure to present Rafael Jordá. He's the CEO of Open Cosmos, Francisco Cunha, the CEO of Geosat, and Ivo, which is the CEO of Luso Space, then Ivo Vieira. Then we have remotely connected the other three persons. We have Stuart Bernard, who is one of the responsible of SANSA, the South African Space Agency. We have Sara Aparicio, which is working at the European Space Agency with Solenix, and we have Marco Romero from Angola. We have 6 speakers. We only have 45 minutes. We're going to send the messages. And well, first of all, I have to say, we'll have first a presentation of each speaker. And if we have time at the end, we may have some question and answers. And well, first of all, I have to say that as moderator from the Earth Center, this session is very relevant to us. We are a non-profit organization, international organization, looking for scientific and technological solutions for problems like climate change, sustainability, and to understand the interaction space-ocean is fundamental for us to understand and to help solving problems like coastal erosion, fisheries protection. For that, we need application from space. We need Earth observation application, navigation application, we need telecom, and all this is the target of the new space. That's why this session is very relevant to us. And as we are short on time, we'll go directly to the first speaker. The first speaker is Francisco Cunha. Francisco is the CEO of Geosat. You know Geosat is a new Portuguese company who recently acquired the satellite Geosat 1, Geosat 2. Those are the very first Earth observation commercial satellites in Portugal. Francisco, you have the floor.
Okay. So thank you very much. Thank you, Miguel. Thank you to the other panelists. It's a pleasure to be here. I will be presenting you Geosat. Geosat, and I'm proud to do that since it's one of the first public appearances that we have from Geosat. Now, Geosat actually, as Miguel just said, is the first satellite operator in Portugal, making Portugal a flying nation, something that also makes us quite proud. And it is, in fact, one of the few companies in the world, private companies in the world, which deploys very high resolution capability. Geosat now does that through the deployment of a set of assets that allow us to provide end-to-end solutions for Earth observation, both to the usual suspects, the public agencies, public institutes, but also with the aim to democratize the access to to space-based data on Earth. So the first satellite, Miguel has just mentioned it, it's a satellite that allows us to provide wide coverage solutions with this 650 kilometer wide strip over anywhere in the world. The type of services that we can deploy from this satellite range from agriculture to land mapping to all different types of monitoring, like the coastal or maritime monitoring. Is particularly suited to the environmental applications, since the satellite bands are coherent with the Landsat ones. The second satellite is the very high resolution satellites that allows us to provide imagery with 75 centimeter resolution. And it's a satellite which caters for everything which is related with having a detailed view on our world and being able to detect and monitor change. Also, with the satellites, we now explore near almost 6,000 million square kilometers of imagery from both of these satellites. We deploy processing chains that go up to level 3. We can go up to level 4, and we do it with our customers, engaging them in the last mile of Earth observation services. And now we are able to deploy a set of service delivery platforms which are tailored to different markets and to different users, being able to bridge the gap to the user if it's a non-expert user, simplifying the interface. If it's a more restrictive user, giving them a full overview over the processes that we have, ensuring there are no backdoors, no hidden codes, everything would be open. And also in terms of hardware, we also now own and explore a 5.5 meter antenna, which is based in Valladolid, together with a team of 45 people in Spain. On the roadmap, and I think this is the more interesting part to our discussion. First of all, we are looking into expanding the global footprint and doing this through regional partnerships, both with commercial and technical players, which can help us to have a strong and local presence throughout the world. And here I think it's relevant to say that we see other missions, other constellations, more as complements than as competition. And this becomes very clear when we are talking about deploying very high resolution services in near real time. We cannot do it alone. We will always need some type of complementarity. We are also looking into expanding the portfolio of products and services, both through internally developing the capabilities we currently have in Portugal and Spain, but also through partnerships throughout the different players in the value chain. And finally, looking into the future, we are starting now to establish the partnerships for the future Atlantic constellation. And two highlights on this. The first one would be on the feasibility studies that we currently have ongoing. There are specifically two more relevant, which are being developed under the InCube program. I believe Yves will tell us about the other one. I'll tell you about Space for Atlantic, which is one of the feasibility studies we are working on now through our main shareholder, Omnidea, together with 10 other companies and research centers in Portugal and a few others outside Portugal. We are proud to have Open Cosmos with us also in this effort. And what we are doing is starting to analyze trade-offs between the pairs of platforms and sensors versus the applications they are able to deploy, and considering the costs and the revenues, allowing us to go on to a detailed definition on the mission and on the high-level architecture. And also, and more relevant perhaps for us, it's starting to gather the partners which are willing to have a risk-sharing approach to developing a future Atlantic constellation, and in the different areas that will be required. And we are looking to share risk and share revenues. This is how we see the future of these type of constellations, not being led and being solely driven by one entity, but pulling together different entities with common goals, being able to jointly deploy what before would be impossible to deploy just with one organization. So we look forward to the discussions, fully available to talk about this here, after, and whenever it's suited. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Francisco. Thank you for your presentation on Geosat. And hopefully we have time for questions at the end. Let's see if it's remaining time. We continue with Stuart Bernard. Stuart Bernard, we have a very long and successful relation with him because he has been the very first Chief Scientific Officer of the Earth Center. Stuart helped very much to define the mission and the scientific objective of the Earth Center. Today, Stuart is one of the managers responsible of the Earth observation program in the South African Space Agency. Please, Stuart.
Thank you very much, Miguel. Can you hear me and see my screen?
Yeah, we can see it.
Excellent. So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stuart Bernard. I'm a chief scientist in Earth observation at the South African National Space Agency. And I'd just like to go through some of our thinking about the Atlantic constellation. So, excuse me, I'm just trying to get my slides to go forward here. Okay. There we go. Okay. So obviously we see this as a very positive development. SANSA has been involved in the constellation evolution from a very early conceptual stage. I think the Victoria Declaration, it's going to offer, huge innovation with regard to observations at new scales. It'll allow for new mechanisms to develop South African and African space industry and to scale those benefits. It'll contribute new capabilities to geo platforms, and obviously will greatly assist with downstream products and services. So the SANSA interest in nanosats is very much as per everyone else's interests, you know, low life cycle costs, modularity, rapid evolution, et cetera, et cetera. And South Africa actually has launched several missions, has a marine domain awareness constellation, and also various other private launches. And we are looking to be involved in the Atlantic constellation under the auspices of our new investment called the Space Infrastructure Hub. So we're converging, we hope, on a constellation development model. There are a couple of options. The one is purely domestic builds under a minimum requirements with a collaborative operations model. The other model is one or more common multilaterally developed spacecraft, for example, a bus from Spain, sensors from South Africa, etc. The one thing we would be very keen to see in this convergence is multiple pathfinders that allow us to explore the kind of best practice, lowest risk options, and then converge through that pathfinder life cycle to an implementation model. And obviously, SANSA is very keen on exploiting our new infrastructural investments, concurrent design, assembly, integration, testing, etc. The type of missions we're most interested in are really three. The kind of high resolution that we just heard spoke of from GeoSat. There's a very wide range of applications for that. This is primarily imaging, so there's a lower demand for very high precision radiometry. And the business model we would see there would be a kind of disruptive commercial model. And then we would see some more science payloads, a lower resolution, 10, 20 meter hyperspectral sensor, which would have a very wide variety of applications across marine and terrestrial. And there we'd push towards a more agency type sensor that actually had a very precise radiometric specification with a variant on a full, free and open. And similarly for a thermal, I think this is an area that's very underexplored, high resolution, high revisit thermal imagery, again, has a very wide variety of applications. And we would see as a combination of science and commercial facing missions. This is just a conceptual diagram of our Space Infrastructure Hub. And you can see here how we start obviously by exploiting the satellites that are available. We have R&D calls that we've already launched, both for science and technology. And the important thing is we have a process to define those missions and how they provide benefits in the downstream. And that comes across through this kind of hierarchical set of requirements, which are programmatic requirements, which are mostly about economic and industry returns, through to some more precise definitions around maturity risk, catalytic values for the upstream, and then a more classic kind of mission requirements aspect. And an example of that kind of process is something like this for the hyperspectral mission. And we would be very keen to see this being put into place and to undergo our own South African user requirement aspect to inform us of exactly what kind of sensor we would need to build to meet a specific set of user requirements across different scenarios. So we would see the development model as potentially being something like this. We need to take another year or so, try and get some pathfinders up into space as fast as possible, using a variety of approaches as per the partner's requirements, as to how those are built and specified. We would then start to get some convergence and go through what I've called the phase one. And hopefully by about 2025, we'd be starting to see a more mature constellation. And then of course, the great attraction of these kind of spacecraft is that it allows for rapid evolution cycles or evolvement cycles. So it wouldn't stop with that first build. It would be an active constellation that would be able to take up new engineering and science mission aspects as they became available. And I'm going to stop there. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Miguel.
Thank you very much, Stuart, for this nice presentation on your view of the Atlantic constellation. And let's go for our next panelist. Our next speaker is Ivo Vieira. He's from LusoSpace. He's the CEO, and it's one of the most important companies in the Portuguese landscape. I have the privilege to visit LusoSpace premises just a few days ago. I was really impressed of the clean rooms and all the hardware done for several space missions. And LusoSpace is also responsible of one of the 2 parallel feasibility studies. Please, Ivo.
So let's talk about the ocean, the Atlantic Ocean. If you search in Wikipedia about Atlantic Ocean, you can find in one of the sections the origin of humankind. It has been demonstrated that it was there. And the humankind, the modern humankind, has been growing and spreading around the Atlantic. So it's interesting that now we are looking again to the Atlantic. But of course, this is not the reason for developing an Atlantic constellation. So why are we doing it, and what is the purpose of that? There are many reasons, many applications, as you saw, but I will talk about 3 of them. The first one is maritime security and safety. As you know, there are many ships around. So some of them are legal, others are not legal. And if you use AIS data, you can track these ships. And if you use Earth observation images, you can see if these ships are the ones that are identified. And if some of them are not identified, okay, so you have some kind of suspicion that maybe it's not a legal ship. So this is one of the applications. And this is already done today, but as you saw in previous presentation, the revisit time is not very high. So a constellation will allow to have a bigger revisit time. Then there is a second application, which is the economic one, about aquaculture. As an example, in 2019, Norway, they have a loss of about 200 million euros because of the harmful algal bloom, which is very bad for the fishes. And with satellite, with the Earth observation, we can also understand where they are, if they can be harmful or not for the fishing. And so we can take some measures to prevent those losses. So there is a clear economical benefit. The third one, which is very, very trendy, is the environmental one. Because we want to understand better the climate models. And if we have more data, more revisit time, we can have better understanding of those models. And we can also predict better what will happen. So these are the main 3 reasons that we believe that can be interesting for an Atlantic constellation. And how we think to do that? So first, we want that it works. We want to make it work. We want that it to be fast. We cannot wait 10 years to deploy it. And we also want to make it cheap, because it needs to be sustainable from a business point of view. So we want to use existing platform with some minor modifications, so that we can really be sure that it will work, that it will be fast, and that it will be cheap. But also there is something else that LusoSpace has been working since 2004, which is augmented reality. We began in 2004 for astronauts. And then since at least 4 years ago, for the last 4 years, we developed a tool for the assembly of satellites. We tested this with OHB in a clean room, and they measured about 50% increase in productivity. So this is an opportunity to create an assembly line in Portugal where we can really decrease the speed of production of satellites. Because as you know, most of the satellites are assembled by persons, not by automatic machines. And something else that I also want to share with you is that for us it's important the consortium with it. So of course we have Air Center because the user requirements is very important. The Air Center has a big network and big know-how on that. We have also the Portuguese Navy because they have very good expertise on the operational point of view. not only from the maritime security and safety, but also from the environmental one. Then we have also GMV that has a lot of expertise in processing data and provide it to the customer in a way that they understand. And finally, Luz of Space, we already told Elite, and Miguel was very kind to explain some things about Luz of Space, that we have been developing hardware for the last 21 years. Yes, so that's it. We know that there's a lot of things that is going to happen. Of course, there are also indirect benefits. You know that Apollo program, many of you know that each dollar that US invested in Apollo program, they had a return of $7 with the microelectronics that has been developed. And we believe that this will work also in this Atlantic constellation in many fields. And so we began talking about the humankind origin in Atlantic. And now it's interesting because now we are going to space, but it's also in the Atlantic, and probably we will see many humankind developments that will benefit the society. So let's see what will happen. Thank you very much, and see you again.
Thank you very much, Ivo, for your presentation. Thank you very much. Well, we continue with our next speaker, is Sara Aparicio. Sara is from the company Solenix, but working at the European Space Agency. Sara is working in the Atlantic Regional Initiative of ESA. It's an Earth observation program looking to the Atlantic. They're running different projects on offshore energy, Atlantic cities, ports, and in the group of Stefano Fiorilli, Nervi and Frascati. Please, Sara, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me and see my screen?
Yes, we can see the screen.
Okay, perfect. So I will increase this. So it's a pleasure to be in this meeting. It's really a pity that I cannot attend in person, especially since this is the first hybrid presentation since the pandemic started. I will focus this presentation on the satellite data that can be used. Sorry, I have a problem in passing the slides. Okay, I'll focus on satellite data that can be used for the Atlantic. So I'll give a big overview, a very visual one, on the Copernicus program, but I also touched base a bit on the Earth Explorers, as I believe they are less known by the big audiences. So the Copernicus program has been mentioned several times during this conference. So I think it's no news if I say this is the biggest Earth observation program in the world. And the constellations that are part of its space component are called the Sentinels. And we have now up and running 8 of them. The last one to be launched was Sentinel-6, or Michael Freilich is his other name. And right now, these satellites are delivering 250 terabytes of data per day. This means, broadly speaking, if I wanted to download 4 days of this data into my laptop, it will take me more than a year to achieve that endeavor. So let's put faces to names. These are what the Sentinels look like. And the biggest difference between them are the sensors they carry on board. And in the electromagnetic spectrum, they cover from 5 to 37 gigahertz. We have Sentinel-1, Sentinel-2, and 3. Right now, both of them, the 3 of them, are composed by 2 twin satellites, and we also have the Sentinel-5P and Sentinel-6. I will start talking a bit some of the applications that Sentinel-2 is widely used for. So the satellite has a multispectral sensor on board. It covers 13 bands that range from the visible part of the spectrum to the red edge, near infrared, and this allows to cover different numerous applications from land to water. We can use it, for instance, on coastal areas to look at the turbidity of the water. We can use it to support agriculture and ecosystems and understand land use changes. And one of the examples and one of the biggest uses given to all these different bands of the satellite is to combine them to see things that our human eye cannot see. One example, which is a very sad one, in Portugal in 2017, we had these big fires. Here we have a picture on the left and one on the right of before and after the wildfires. And if we combine these bands in specific ways, we can actually see the scar burns and understand the extension of these fires. But even using sometimes only a single band of the satellites of the Sentinel-2, we can see things like these ones that we are looking at now, which could be artifacts buried somewhere close to Rome. So it can also be used for archaeology purposes. But going back to the ocean, Sentinel-2 can be also used in shallow waters to make bathymetry maps, to look at corals and understand the effects of global warming and acidification on the bleaching of our corals. And also it can be used widely for this algae bloom that it was also mentioned several times here. And if I'm speaking of algae bloom, it was impossible not to show also this jewel of the Atlantic in the Azores, the Lagoa de Sete Cidades. This image, for instance, which is once again acquired with Sentinel-2, is from 2018, and I find hard to find one that was completely cloud-free. Luckily, the twin, there is a sister or a cousin of Sentinel-2 is the Sentinel-1 that allows to see the surface and of our planet, irregardless if we have night conditions, day conditions, or covered by clouds. So this satellite is very different from the other one. As I mentioned, while the Sentinel-2 allows to see the type of surface, this allows to see the shape of the surface. So it can be used for numerous applications thanks to its C-band SAR sensor on board. So Sentinel-1 can be used for sea ice monitoring forecast, for maritime monitoring, urban planning, to create disasters maps after disaster events. And again, going for exact examples, it can be used to see the routes of ships. And going to a very recent tragedy with this evergreen ship in the Suez Canal, we can see a traffic jam thanks to Sentinel-1. And once again, it can be used to map flooded areas, detect oil spills. And it was even possible, thanks to the satellite, to understand this A64 iceberg was about to calve. A scientist could see just weeks before that there were changes to the millimeter level on the motion of this iceberg. This is actually used also for earthquakes aftermath assessments. Now going to the third on the line, Sentinel-3, it has 3 sensors on board, one dedicated to the ocean color, another to the ocean temperature, another to the ocean altimetry. And as you can imagine, it can be used for a huge range of applications, for water to once again look at trends in concentrations of harmful algae, to understand water quality and safety, to look at sea surface temperature, sea thermal structures, and ultimately to monitoring ecosystems. Likewise, it can also be used for the polar regions to look at sea ice concentrations, sea ice temperature, ice melt monitoring, and ultimately, once again, addressing climate change issues. This satellite has a huge SWOT comparative to the other one, so it allows us to see extreme events all in one single pass, like this, the Hurricane Harvey, I'm sorry. And Sentinel-5P is one dedicated to the air quality, and a straightforward application in the context of the Atlantic. It can allow us to see the pollution from boats. So we had a look to the Sentinels, now the Earth Explorers. What is the big difference, or what makes them very interesting? While the Sentinels technology are based on well-known established technology, the Earth Explorers, besides looking at specific problems, they are testing new technologies on board. For instance, we have here Goche that is trying to answer if gravity influences the ocean currents and sea level. We have the SMOS, the Soil Moisture and Ocean Salinity Satellite, that aims to understand if climate is accelerating water cycle. We have Cryosat to understand if ice mats are to monitor the shrinking of ice caps. We have Swarm looking at the magnetic field, and also Aeolus to look at wind field profiles. And there are other missions coming in the future within the Earth Explorers. I'm doing this presentation very fast, as I understand we are short of time, but I would like to address the Atlantic Data Handbook that we created within the Atlantic Regional Initiative. This handbook is online and you can look at it. It's aimed mostly for users which are not well acquainted with Earth observation data. So it gives a look on how to interact with Atlantic Regional Initiative, but more interestingly, it helps to introduce users to the satellites, some of them that I've been mentioning, also where to access this data. And finally, about accessing data, the amount of data that the Copernicus program, for instance, is delivering is huge. We have never witnessed such a producer of data. This is the biggest data producer in the world, not only for Earth observation, which are making processing and extracting information extremely challenging. So we are looking at a shift in Earth observation that has been going for the past years. And while before one person would grab the data downloading into the computer, now this is no longer, these traditional methods are no longer an option. So there are numerous platforms to access the data, cloud environment platforms, and I have to mention the DICE brought together by European Space Agency and the European Commission, and also there are very interesting third-party companies that are mirroring, and you can access and exploit the data in their platforms. And to add to all of this, the increase of processing power, storage, and data handling are also, along with artificial intelligence, is making possible to make use and exploit this data and enabling to derive meaningful information from all this huge data tsunami wave. So thank you for watching.
Thank you very much, Sarah, for this nice presentation of the Copernicus program capabilities. Well, we move to the following speaker. We have the pleasure to have in Coimbra presentially Rafael Jordà. Rafael is the founder and CEO of Open Cosmos. Open Cosmos is one of the most successful companies in the new space in Europe. It was originally funded in Harwell in the United Kingdom, moving to other geographies like Spain, and with several satellites already flying, and one of the best examples of what new space companies can do. Please, Rafael.
Thank you very much, Miguel, for your kind introduction. It's a pleasure to be with all of you presently here in Coimbra today. Open Cosmos. At Open Cosmos, we design, manufacture, and put into orbit satellites to help solve some of the world's biggest challenges. We do it as a full end-to-end solution. So we literally design, we manufacture those satellites with care, paying attention to the needs of those end users and the capabilities that they require. And we take care also of all of the bureaucracy, launch procurement, insurance, and so on. So once they are in orbit, they provide to you the data sets or the services that you require. We say that there are three key milestones that have identified us as a company. One, it's moving extremely fast. We embrace that new space spirit that tries to seek speed in the delivery of the missions. And an example of that was QB01, the first satellite that we launched already in 2015, which we delivered from design to delivery in 6 months. And since then, we've launched many others. Two of them, for instance, were launched on a Soyuz rocket a couple of months ago. And they are 2 IoT satellites for 2 different companies, one working with 5G IoT and the other one with the LoRa standard. And I'm really pleased to say to you today that they are working right now in orbit, and we are really pleased to be managing the operations for those satellites, which are demonstrators of constellations. And of course, we have many projects ongoing at the moment. The demand that we are seeing, it's growing very quickly. We have 8 satellites under delivery. You see some of the designs there on the screen. They are very diverse, and this is another thing that characterizes us. We have the ability of delivering a wide range of payloads and adapting the design of the satellites, whether they are CubeSats or outside of the CubeSat standard, to the needs of those customers. But one particular important piece to take into consideration, particularly for the Atlantic, is the Earth observation satellites. And here I'm really pleased to talk to you about some of the satellites that we have developed and that we are delivering towards these needs. There is the mid-resolution one, which can be flying both hyperspectral and multispectral payloads with different range of performances, and where, together with the European Space Agency, for instance, we are already embedding the highest AI capabilities on board, which will be one of the key differentiators of that platform. Then we have high-resolution platforms with quite significant swath. We are also developing them with the UK Space Agency and with the European Space Agency under a project called Mantis, which is also part of the InCube program. And then we are also obviously looking at the high-resolution market, which there is a lot of interest on. All of these capabilities needs to be put together into orbit as a system. I'm not going to go into too much detail on the application. Some of the previous speakers have already very brightly talked about oil spills, alga bloom, and a number of different applications that are required. What I do want to emphasize is that nothing is achieved with a single satellite or a single instrument. It needs a combination of different resolutions, of different capabilities, of different bands that when put together enable those solutions and those applications to be met. And one of the mistakes that I think we've done traditionally in the space industry is that we either focused a lot on the upstream side, the instruments, the hardware, and the infrastructure, or on the opposite side, the applications and the data. And there is a bottleneck here in between that we need to meet, right? And it's the capability of delivering infrastructure at the speed necessary to adapt to the needs of data and applications of the end users. And that's what we are obsessed about at Open Cosmos. So why is the Atlantic such a good platform for collaboration? I think, first of all, it's because it's an example, or can be an example, of public-private collaboration. Over lunch, we were discussing how some of the companies in the US have been massively accelerating, such as SpaceX and others, in their endeavors towards new space. And let's be honest, this is because there is a partnership of governments, contracts that act as anchor contracts towards the successful growth and scale-up of those companies. We need to make sure that also happens here, and the Atlantic can be a great place for that kind of collaboration. Then international collaboration. Space cannot be understood without that international collaboration, and the Atlantic, just because of its nature, is touching so many of these countries and so many of these needs that it can be a perfect example for that wide international collaboration. And last but not least, also, the synergies and collaboration that needs to exist between scientific and commercial activities. Science opens many of the doors, opens many of the opportunities, and then there needs to be a sustainable commercial model behind that helps generate more resources, grow and expand, and bring it into the use of everyone as citizens. Again, another of the areas where we are obsessed at Open Cosmos on trying to help. So we are Open Cosmos. I'm delighted to be here, happy to have a conversation afterwards. If you think that we can help, that's what we care about. We are here to help and to promote initiatives such as this one to make sure that space really impacts every single citizen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rafael. It's impressive what you did in a short time, because the company has 6 years, no? It all was done in 6 years. That's amazing. Well, we have a final panelist, is Marco Romero. Marco has been nominated as one of the most distinguished space young professionals in Africa. He's one of the key leading person on a new generation on African space professionals. Marco today is responsible for space services and application at the Gabinete de Gestão do Programa Espacial Nacional in Angola, GGPEN. Please, Marco, the floor is yours.
Sorry, I was muted. Can you see my screen?
It in presentation mode.
Yeah. So thank you all, and congratulations for the rest of the panelists or speakers. I would like to share a little bit with you here what is my perspective and what I've been studying and developing here in Africa, more specifically in Angola, in terms of new space and my contribution specifically to the Earth observation segments, because since from the past 3, 4, 5 years, I had the opportunity to study a little bit the European ecosystem, engage with a lot of young Africans enthusiasts and experts that want to rise this new mindset in terms of the African space ecosystem. And, and I just saw that different from different countries in Africa, they start their programs with the Pico satellites and then training the future leaders on those Pico and Nano satellites to develop big space programs, as we have some countries as South Africa, Egypt, Algeria, Morocco, and other countries. But there are others that just jump directly to the big satellites, starting from communication and part of them going to Earth observation because of these main needs of data required. We know that Earth observation contributes for more than 40% of the SDGs. And if we have this lack of data, Earth observation can contribute on that. But the new space in Africa, according to Space in Africa, is evaluated in what we call in the next years the $10 billion economy. But most of the startups that are now building the bridge on the new space ecosystem in Africa are spin-offs from the governments. And in Angola, the panorama is almost the same, where we have established space program that started with the geostationary communication satellites. And then I'm trying to make this, to create this ecosystem where I will start by rising more and more the awareness, what we've been doing from the past 3 years. And now it's just giving the tools on nanosatellite development. One good example is here, the Open Cosmos. I'm Open Cosmos ambassador, and I've been doing some of those workshops here with the Angolan University. I'm lecturing. And from there, we'll have this phenomenon of rising and creation of new applications, as you will see. And we'll just be responsible of bringing those events, those hackathons that will allow students, startups to bring their solutions here into Angola. This was possible because of my more than 6 years of experience on the aerospace industry. I was allowed to work on more than 200 projects, and now I'm the CEO of 7 startups, and one of them is remote sensing and geographic information system startup that we call Umbitech, that associated with the next level and now for innovation is contributing in terms of not only the blue economy, but all the rest of the pillars of remote sensing and GIS economy. The main one here in Angola is agriculture, but the rest of the geointelligence solutions we were capable to develop. And for sure, on a next opportunity, I'll have all the pleasure to explain with all the detail the 25 solutions we could develop and propose to the Angolan market so far, because one of the big examples is some of you probably know what is the dimension of the Angolan territory. If I tell you that the maritime responsibility area of Angola is 2.5 times bigger than the continental territory, you will see that we have a lot to care about. And we see that without resources to make the surveillance of these areas, we have scenarios like that at least 10 tons of fishing loss per day, because some of the infrastructures to look into those resources are not put it together. The same is happening, and we've been able to study some oil spills until last year in the block 17. The same as we proposed now, just pass very fast for the rest of the solutions we have just for the blue economy. the wetlands mapping and surveillance, the mangroves, biodiversity mapping, maritime pollutions for the Luanda Bay, where we started using artificial intelligence to study some of the suspended solids and chlorophyll attributes of those waters. The mangroves, there were the results of a competition that we launched to the academia, where we asked them to give their solutions and we trained them to have the tools to develop solutions on GIS and remote sensing. And the same way we are doing with the drought and floods on the southern of the country. And we are not only looking for the downstream, we are also taking care of the upstream, as I'm a space system engineer, and I'm working with the different agencies of and Angolan engineers. We're developing so far not only the algorithms for object detections. Here is one example of what we apply in terms of the YOLO, the most recent or up-to-date artificial intelligence algorithms. And same we are using to trying to map schools here in Angola with hyperspectral images and GIS to put together some of those data sets. This same thing is happening on different areas. I'll not exhaust here because of the time, but urban management is, I think that we are working very close to the government and the Angolan population and the academia. A very important part to rise a sustainable new space ecosystem in Angola. So far, 17 to 80 Angolan young leaders are engaged with the new space, bringing their startups from the entertainment to education, remote sensing, telecommunication, astronomy, to give their contribution to the development of the non-governmental program here in Angola. And a good example of what we are doing, partnering with other Angolan countries, is the UMBISAT is nanosatellite capacity building program that wants to make the bridge between the African youth and what we will call the future African Space Agency, contributing with the nanosatellite expertise and the youth expertise, where in 3 iterations, we are bringing 15 of the of some of the experienced African young leaders to pass this knowledge to the rest of 55 African countries, and from there start from a simple CANSAT for capacity building until 3U Earth observation nanosatellites that will bring what I said as the contribution of the youth to the African Space Agency. More specifically, here in Angola is the prototype of what we've made, the first Angolan nanosatellites that will not only contribute to the feasibility and to the rise of capacities for more Angolans to contribute for these wonderful programs that were shared here for the previous speakers. And I just want to conclude by telling that the new space in Angola is a kind of very embryonic sector, but I can assure, and what I've tried to pass is the level of readiness and the contribution that those Angolan minds, startups, and ecosystem can really contribute to the new space worldwide. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marco. Thank you for the view of the African new space landscape, which is fast evolving, and we cannot think on the Atlantic Satellite Initiative without the African perspective. And I take the opportunity to tell you that there will be, in a couple of days, another event called the Europe-Africa Earth Observation Summit, organized also by the Portuguese Space Agency with the Earth Center, but also with the European Union, with the European Union Space Agency, with ESA, and with EUMETSAT, where leaders from Africa, and the African Union as well, leaders from Africa and Europa with several ministers as well, we met for a couple of days to make the roadmap for the future Earth observation space activities in collaboration between Africa and Europe. Well, we are only half an hour delay, but I take profit that I think next event maybe delay a few minutes to take some questions. This is a privilege. For the first time, we may have real-time audience questions, because this is never, I mean, for the last 1.5 years was not possible. Then we have 6 nice presentations and all the panelists. Then please, we have a nice audience. It's open to questions. Any question towards this speaker?
Agriculture market. So all of those are it's a quite spread, wide range of applications that are generated from the satellites.
Okay, other questions? Well, I have a question myself to Francisco. Francisco, you present the roadmap, which is looking to technological partnerships. Also, I mean, consortia is one of the most common view on the future, but what about the financial? How do you want to finance the next projects?
Okay, thank you, Miguel. I think that's the critical question. In fact, how do we see it is that we currently have deployed both in Portugal and in other partner countries several projects that target technological development. But what we have been able to see over the past few years was that these are clearly insufficient when we need to take systems to space and we need to make sure that they are reliable. This is where, for instance, ESA comes to play a very important role, providing the robustness and everything else. So what we are looking here for a gap in terms of funding. How do we see it is that we have a set of companies that are willing to invest, but their investment capability will not allow them to spend tens of millions of euros buying a new constellation. So what we are looking into is deploying companies with capability, which are not only funding entities, but also those risk-sharing partners we mentioned, and being able to develop, because we are in space. Space is a very risky business. And so it comes clearly to us that we have the market flow that allows and that fosters the public support to this type of initiatives. So we would be looking with great expectation to what will happen in the future recovery plan. We know we have a plan. We have a plan not only here in Portugal, but also with partners in the other countries, Spain, UK, Italy, some partnerships in Germany as well. We know that bridging all these capabilities together would allow us to accelerate towards the Atlantic constellation we all have been discussing not that thoroughly, but to some extent. But in order to have the acceleration that we believe we would need to reach the market in time, and when we say in time, it's something around 24, 25, we would need a boost, a public boost that would allow us to cover this initial gap. It's where we have the highest risk in order to deploy technologies which are not yet fully available in the market. So how we would see this? We would look to the capabilities we currently have to find public support and establish this as a public-private partnership to cover these initial development stages mainly. We would be also looking into this as having states as risk-sharing partners, because in the end, and Ivo pointed out that we have indirect benefits from the space industry, but we can also have direct revenues to the funding entities. And then looking into, when we are closer to the market, looking into more onto the private side for the development. Our understanding is that we can do this both with just, we would prefer to do this just with technical, well, with the stakeholders that are part of the constellation and their operation. Although we have been able to assess that, there is still, well, not still, but there is a strong interest from investment companies to go on to these ventures. But this would mean a different type of governance that we would not like to go into, at least on our perspective, right away.
Let's go for this nice explanation. Is any new questions? Okay, then I would like to ask to Stuart. Stuart, please. You presented, I mean, the preference of SANSA, which is very well seen on domestic developments. That's great. I think all countries want to do they want to evolve their industry, and the role of the space agencies is to evolve the national industry. That's an objective of all space agencies. But how do you see for the Atlantic constellation? Do you foresee 100% public funding, or you are expecting some co-funding from the companies in the South African industry?
Thanks, Miguel. I think, you know, as we know, the whole issue of the domestic build, it does make the formation of the constellation more politically complex, and we do have to be sensitive to it. So, you know, then of course you have the idea of the public-private aspect as well. So I guess at the moment, implicit in our model is the fact that those public-private relationships will be handled on a national basis. You know, so for example, you know, Open Cosmos, I guess there's a, you know, a range of options given their footprint. So we're certainly investigating the options of what we call hybrid missions. In other words, partially public funded and partially private venture capital, etc. funded. So at the moment, I would try and be as flexible as possible, because I think that allows different entry points and different models. And, you know, this is also why I'm rather keen for the Pathfinder aspect, because I see this as a very relatively easy entry point that will actually teach us a lot about the possibilities. So I'm not going to be definitive in my answer, I'm afraid, but I'm going to say it, at the moment, we would like to consider all the options open, because exactly how you use those public-private partnerships to benefit the industry is still very much, I think, an open model. Thanks, Jose.
Thank you very much, Stuart. The next question is to Ivo. Ivo, you presented for the Atlantic constellation a very pragmatic approach, existing platform, low risk. Do you believe that there is a business case? Do you believe that the services of such a constellation can return the investment on the market?
That's a very good question, because I have the opportunity to talk about the Incube project that we proposed, the Aton project, where there was a business plan to provide. And it was a very detailed business plan during the proposal, which will be part of the project, the study project that we are going to begin. We'll have the kickoff the 14th June, so next week. And yes, we made the calculations, and it depends a lot about the market, of course. We need to make this cheap, that's for sure. But the most important thing is really to have a market, to have a customer. So this is what we are going to do during the study. We are going to approach customers. We are going to tell them, okay, you can save some money with this platform, with this data, and then we will show it to them, and we will understand that also if it is possible or not. We believe it is, because we see the trend of the new space, but of course I cannot give you the answer right now, but I hope it will be a positive answer.
Thank you very much, Ivo. Well, the last questions, I have one question for Sarah. Sarah, you presented the Copernicus satellites, which is great, the performance. Do you believe, Sarah, that there is room to collaborate the Copernicus mission with other type of mission, like the Atlantic constellations, and that they are complementary? Do you believe it's easy to combine the two type of missions?
Different resolution, to have different resolutions together could be great to improve products, or to derive information from a mission based on what we learn from another mission using artificial intelligence, for instance. So they are, we could never see them as opponents, but rather as complementary. It's the way to go. It's to fuse data from Copernicus with other missions. And not only Earth observation, but also in situ data and citizen science data. It's the way to go.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Thank you. And the last question, just to close, because we are out of time. Last question to Marco. Marco, you give a nice view of the new space in Africa. 34 companies, which is impressive. We're not aware of such a big amount of companies in Africa on that. Are that companies privately funded, or is it still institutions and governments backing those companies? Can you hear us, Marco?
Yes, I can hear.
Yeah, we have some difficulty with the sound, but let's try.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Marco.
Yes, well, there is a space program very well established. So, the Angolan government just started what we call the Angolan Office for Space Affairs, where in the Council of Ministers, these initiatives brought the need of Angola have their our first telecommunications satellite. And this first telecommunications satellite was developed with Russian Energia RKK. With the aim of targeting, of being the first piece of the
we lost you, Marco.
Of the Angolan space program. Sorry?
No, yes, please
Can
continue.
you hear me?
We lost you for a few seconds, but now we can hear you.
Yes, I was telling that from there, we had the opportunity to establish the space program, doing the first outreach activities, engaging with universities to support the rising of the
Well, Marco, no, we cannot hear you, Marco. I think we have some communication problems.
So, as you asked.
Okay. Marco, I apologize. I think we have to close the session. We're too late. We cannot follow you, but we have the opportunity to get.
The new space ecosystem is very well balanced.
Marco, I apologize. We cannot hear you, Marco. And we are about to close the session. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. We will continue this discussion. Well, we have to close this session. First of all, thank you very much to the organizer to do this Atlantic Satellite Initiative. Was very good, appreciated, especially from the Air Center, that it is our main aim is the Atlantic. Then, and special thanks to all the panelists, to the 6 panelists. Thank you very much for these brilliant presentations. Thank you.
panel with our distinguished minister, Manuel Heitor, Joana, the president of the National Innovation Agency, and our dear friend, Miguel Bello, the CEO of Air Center. We will address here one of exciting topics, which is how to use the coordination recovery plans in Europe to tackle this big opportunity, which is to make space in our lives, and probably to have the conditions to give the step to a more resilient Europe in taking the space also a tool for this resilient Europe. So at the national level, I think for us this represents really an opportunity to go to another step, another level. We'll take roughly 20 years to develop our capabilities in space, and now at the international level, we took the decision to implement a national program and articulating several funds that we are able to build around these initiatives of new data for developed downstream applications, new satellite constellations to addressing some problems like land registry, this huge amount of water that we have in front of us, this Atlantic nation, and also access to space. Another possibility also to address the combining new sources of data to develop the downstream applications. For sure, the coordinations of several tools and several opportunities, like how we can, in 4 years, 5 years, 10 years, in particular for Portugal, we will be in another position, in particular in space. And the recovery plan is one of the opportunities that we have and we can for sure implement. But for that, we need to organize our industry, we need to organize our main goals, and we also need to organize our cooperation in terms of the other nations and the relations that we have with other nations, and particularly international cooperation. I will pass now the word to Miguel, just to explain how is the ambition, and particularly how can we put this ambition in another level, and in Portugal, in the coordinating all the industries that we have here, all the research institutes, and also, of course, in the international cooperation. We are driving this initiative of the Atlantic Constellation, which is a really opportunity for the country, but of course, in terms of cooperation, in terms of the Atlantic relations that our center is engages, other Atlantic nations. So how do you see this as an opportunity, and particularly the recovery plan as an opportunity to set up this big challenge that we have in front?
Thank you very much, Ricardo. Well, there is a unique opportunity. Now we are facing the recovery period. That's recovery funds have to be allocated. And where do we allocate the recovery funds? It can be put in many places, but why it should go to space? We firmly believe it should go to space because it's the only way to create a virtual cycle. What we have to do is to create such a virtual cycles, because if we do this activity, we are developing systems which does applications solving global problems, helping to sustainability, going towards the Green Deal, digital transition. We are solving global problems, but at the same time, we are creating jobs. As we are saying, creating jobs, we are moving the economy, we end with a cycle, then we can reinvest. That means we have a full cycle, which is a virtual cycle where we should accelerate through these funds. We firmly believe that we should go this way, and this opportunity, it's a good opportunity to put the Portuguese space industry on one step forward. I mean, up to date, Portuguese space industry has been very successful developing subsystems, but this is an opportunity which can put the Portuguese industry to develop full systems in international collaboration. I mean, the Air Center is an international center. We already got up to 8 countries interested to collaborate with Portugal in that. That means we can really collaborate within Europe. There are high interest in Spain, in United Kingdom, in Norway. Even we can use the recovery plan of several countries toward the same objective. This is a unique opportunity because we have been already in the preliminary discussion. They are highly interested, but not only in Europe. In Africa, South Africa, you have the presentation of Stuart Bernard, one of the big responsibility of Earth observation in the South African Space Agency. They really are very keen to collaborate with us in this constellation, but also Nigeria and Brazil, from INPE and from Mexico. That means there is a unique opportunity now for going to this, and this, we cannot miss it. This is something we have to do. The best idea would be to be inclusive, so that this is not an opportunity that a single industry take profit, but that the whole ecosystem of the industry can take opportunity. But also to have new players, to have international investment in Portugal. That's the opportunity we have today. Companies which could be very keen. That means this is a good opportunity to go ahead on the Portuguese space strategy plan that was done for 2030 to ensure that the goals of this strategy can be achieved with this momentum. That's why, for this type of thing, we firmly believe that that's a unique moment that we have to take into account. And also because it helped to the Atlantic strategy. I mean, we are at the Atlantic, and there is the problem that the Atlantic has is something that we can help solving by doing this type of investments.
And Miguel, recently we had this All-Atlantic Declaration, and particularly this important milestone, at least to coordinate some countries in the same goal. And this is how to get access to more, let's say, resolution, data resolution, time and space resolution. And this drives initiatives to a close collaboration target to have more data, to know better the relations between climate and oceans. And this is something that you think that we can use, particularly the articulation of funds and the recovery plan as a main goal, that we can build this capability at the national level.
Correct, Ricardo, thanks. We had the All-Atlantic meeting last week. We were very successful. We're about 20 ministers, and we presented the declaration of Azores. It reflects what Ricardo said. It was an agreement with the Atlantic countries. It was endorsed by the Belém statement signatories, by the Galway statement signatories. It was endorsed by United States, by Brazil, by South Africa, by all European countries. It was endorsed by the minister attending the conference, and we expressed the need to better understand ocean-space interactions. This is the only way to fully understand climate change issues. That needs more data, as Ricardo said, need higher resolutions, need also more frequent data. I mean, that means to fully use the Copernicus potential, because Copernicus is a key European Union program. We should fully continue with it, but complemented with other type of project. Atlantic Constellation is just a complement to the Copernicus. Those satellites are small satellites. They cannot be as sophisticated as the Sentinels, which are unique, but they can give data with more frequency so that we can really complement. There's some phenomena on the ocean that needs a very frequent time, like hours of revisit, which cannot be done today with the Sentinels but can be complemented with this type of system. Then there is a full agreement of the Atlantic country that we need Earth observation from space. We need this for our day-to-day problems. We need this for the global challenges, and that the way to do that is with more data. Combined with artificial intelligence, combined with in situ data. We need also the water column data. That doesn't mean that we are not needed all type of data, but the only synoptic measure of the ocean is space. Then we cannot do that without the space data.
So at this moment we have powerful computing, we have artificial intelligence, we have machine learning, and what we need is to have more data to feed the predicting models to better understand these interactions. Very good. So, and how this force in international collaboration, particularly in our center, how you see it's quite a unique constellation with like a federated constellation with some other countries. How you see this coordination, and particularly how to use the recovery plans to use this coordination?
There is, wherever you meet several countries, there is a governance problem. We need to define the governance. We did preliminary meetings, and the idea is, because every country has every region of interest. Then it is easy to define a governance so that every country is sovereign on his territory, and the control is passed over to the next country when it flies over the other region. Then this type of governance, this is not difficult to be implemented. There are some previous examples. There were an example of four countries. It was the DMC constellation done by United Kingdom, Nigeria, Algeria, and Spain. They share 4 satellites in a unique constellation. This is the same. We are targeted to more countries and more satellites, but the same model of governance can be applied. There is an issue, which is the data policy. It is something to be discussed. We're now discussing with the countries. Is this all data free and available as Copernicus? It will depend also on the financial model. If it is financed 100% by government, it will be full free of open everybody. If it is co-financed by the industry, we need to have a return. Some data may be open and free, or the data may be commercial, because if we make use of this, that may change. I mean, we're still now in this process of setting up the governance, setting up the financial model, but we're now working with those 9 countries towards better definition of those models.
Okay, now I will pass to Joanna, and this is particular for the recovery plan and this agenda for space. I heard from some persons some concerns about these tricky things that could be these European programs, and particularly here in the agenda, in the recovery plan, is something that we need to move fast to execute, and this we expect more agile, let's say, a program. You, Joanna, you are responsible to drive a national innovation agency, and you are responsible also, one of the responsible to be part of this process. You think that this will be a tool that we can implement, more agile to implement these ambitions, and particularly our ambition in space?
Well, thank you, Ricardo. First of all, thank you for the invitation. It's very nice to be here. As many of you know, I did study a lot the sector till now, and I'm now quite pleased to follow the sector in a different way. But I wanted to tell you that we don't start from scratch. I mean, this ambitious goals would be, apparently my microphone is not working, my voice neither, so I need 2 microphones. So we're not starting from scratch. I think this is very important. Of course, it's very ambitious and it's a big challenge, but if we look at the trajectory of the sector just within the activity of the Innovations Agency, we have observed that the number of projects has increased in the current program, the Portugal 2020 program, has increased 7 times. So there are 7 times more projects now that were in the previous one between 2007 and 2013. So this is a very large increase. Not just that, but the number of participants in the project grew from 23 to 128. So the number of players in the sector has increased in a very expressive way. Also, if we consider the mobilizing projects, which gather a number of participants, there was 1 in the previous program, and now there are 7. So we're not starting from scratch. We are starting from a base that the sector has been building in the last few years, and I think this is very relevant, because to achieve such an ambitious goal, it would be impossible if we would start from 0. Another important thing is that 91% of the projects that we have been followed at Innovation Agency are of a collaborative nature, which means that the sector is very used to work in a collaborative way. And this is critical if you consider the agendas, the agenda program, because it has to be done in a collaborative way. In addition to that, it's not just collaborative, but they have also increased our participation in the Horizon 2020 program. And we currently have 13 projects that are coordinated by Portugal, and in a total of 84 participations, which correspond to a funding of more than 13 million euros in this Horizon 2020. We expect this to continue to increase within our European network, So this is a real challenge. Of course, the agendas are very ambitious, but this is not a standalone initiative, and it doesn't start from zero. It starts from the already built capacity that is actually represented here in the room and virtually also. So I hope the sector has the ability to continue and be even more ambitious than we are now thinking.
And to join efforts, you know that in September last year in September, we launched the 4 programmatic main challenges for Portugal, in particular the Atlantic Constellation, the digital planet to address the development of downstream applications, also the 5G and the secure connectivity, and of course also to take the advantage of our position in Atlantic to build this ecosystem in Açores. And this is a new challenge, let's say, that the agency are trying to promote at the national level based on the national programs. The secret here is how to combine all the industry, all the research institutes, and all the international collaboration, and also take advantage of this opportunity of the recovery plan to build such kind of challenge. So combining. You think that the industries are prepared to not run alone, but to run together aligned in the same objective?
Well, I think there's no other way, but I leave that hard part to you, because I think here the Portugal Space Agency has a role and plays a role that we don't really have, but I believe from the experience, again, we should build on the already existing experience and be even more ambitious than we were so far. Of course, it's difficult, we know, that to align goals and to align different players to the same goal. What I find interesting is that probably 10 years ago we wouldn't imagine that we would be in this position in the space sector. That's what I say this many times as a, I really enjoy the sector. There's no secret to that. And this is probably the most interesting times for the sector right now. So I think, but that's not up to me, it's up to the players, to the industry, to take advantage of this momentum and build for a better position in Portugal within, of course, the international collaboration, taking advantage of all the network that has been built over the years.
But you agree that this year will be the year of this opportunity, right?
Well, I think this is a big opportunity right now, yes.
Very good. Now, Minister Manuel Heitor is a person very active. He shared with us the passion for space. He'll be, during these years, one of the faces that are pushing space to the forefront of the agenda. And, Minister, how do you see, in particular, the results of the All-Atlantic Research and Innovation for a Sustainable Ocean that we had in the last week in Açores, the compromise and the trade-offs between the nations and this cooperation in one objective, which is use space for people?
Thank you very much, Ricardo, and thank you all. A very first statement, this is the fourth consecutive year that this conference is organized. When we launched this idea as an international New Space Atlantic Summit was in 2018. It is clear that the world is completely different today, in 2021, that was 4 years ago. And when we look back at the pandemic crisis and the socio-economic crisis which consequently provoked all of us, we can explore many lessons learned, but there are a few lessons which are particularly important for this context here. First and foremost, that, for instance, if today we are here, is because we have a vaccine which has been the clear result to science to compress time. Typically, a vaccine will take 4 to 5 years to be developed. The vaccine was developed in about 6 months because of fundamental science and disruptive companies and startups, certainly in articulation with large pharma industry with the capacity to distribute. And this idea to couple fundamental science with disruptive companies is very, very active in the space sector, is not new, but it will certainly change what we will discuss here in the years to come. Certainly, I believe that a second lesson is that we are certainly moving for a skilled economy, an economy particularly in the society driven by skilled people, and therefore we need to train more people in space-related activities. And it is completely clear that in Europe we don't have enough people trained to properly use and massify space systems. There are other issues which have become very clear in the European context facing the pandemic crisis, particularly associated with the regulatory context. We have seen also the difficulty in spreading, for instance, vaccines and many other innovations in the European context in comparison with others, particularly due to some of the current public procurement and regulatory contexts in Europe. And therefore, there is a need to accelerate the regulatory context. Actually, this is also very valid for space. 2 weeks ago, in the Competitiveness Council, as probably some of you may know, a discussion, or the Portuguese presidency launched the discussion on space traffic management. And essentially, a roadmap was approved, at least informally, with the unanimous vote of all the member states, which gives a clear orientation to the coming presidencies and to the European Commission, particularly in 3 layers. Certainly building technical capacity, and it was clear that all countries want to participate in the evolution of space traffic management, which has become a critical issue for new space, with the emerging, increasing development of microsatellites and therefore spaces, objects in the space. And then we need to build on the existing technical capacity. It is clear that the European Space Agency do provide important and very unique competencies in that area, but we need to spread over the technical capacity in Europe on that, as well as, in a second layer, to increase and enlarge the operational capacity in Europe. But it was also recognized among the discussion over the last 3 to 4 months that apart from building technical capacity, apart from launching in Europe an operational capacity, we need to move towards a new regulatory context, and particularly this idea from moving from space traffic management to space traffic awareness was particularly important, and a roadmap for the coming 5 years has been approved to move in that area. This is an example because when we look at the last 4 years, particularly in the context of this conference, I believe this is not time for many deep reflections. It's certainly to build on what we know is time for action. That is, and in this context, the time for action, I would like essentially to provoke you, not only in terms of the recovery plans among different countries, and in particular European countries, but in the context of what happened in the last few months. As Miguel mentioned, last Friday in Azores, we signed the Azores Declaration following the Galloway Declaration in 2013 and the Belém Declaration of 2017. Why this is important here? Why while the Galloway Declaration was signed between the European Union, through the European Commission, United States and Canada, to focus on North Atlantic, the Belém Declaration of 2017 brought South Africa and Brazil to foster the cooperation North-South Atlantic, and it has been particularly important to open up Horizon 2020 to Southern cooperation. The Azores Declaration brings a new element, is ocean and space cooperation. And what we expect in Horizon Europe is that ocean research is combined with space research, particularly through high resolution Earth observation systems. It is clear that this does not happen by accident. This was intention. Also, in the context of the of the Portuguese presidency, on May 28th, we signed, as discussed this morning, or we concluded and we agreed and we approved with the European Council 2 important conclusions. New space for people, which introduced a clear orientation to the European Commission to promote a strengthened institutional framework for new space in Europe, and a second conclusion on new space for coastal areas. We should remember then Europe as a continent has the world's largest length of coastal areas, much larger, several times larger than those in Asia or in North or South America. And also coastal areas in the European context are usually highly populated zones where a large fraction of the European population do live, and also areas which do face important biodiversity issues. Again, the novelty here is that the recommendation of the Member States to the Commission is that the approach of coastal areas must be done through space systems and advanced Earth observation systems. And this is also possible because we concluded over the last months all the regulatory framework, first for the European Space Programme, which should open the first calls in the months to come, but also for the European agency which will manage this, and we have the pleasure to have with us Rodrigo Costa, the Executive Director, Director General, I don't know, Executive Director of ESPA. So I would say this is time for action, because I believe in these areas we have been able to approve the major conclusions to guide the Commission in the years to come, either in terms of the Horizon Europe program or the European Space Program, and we have an agency particularly devoted, among other issues, for the promotion of the downstream applications. And this brings now the difficult questions where we collectively should be able to discuss in terms of the use and valorization of the existing Copernicus system, but we know also that to really impact, certainly in coastal areas, but to use Earth observation systems in the most diversified, say, non-space systems, from precision agriculture to fire prevention to biodiversity management, and also in navigation systems, we need open, available, high-resolution image. Certainly, the question to improve the existing and very unique European navigation systems through Galileo to high-resolution systems is on board, but we also need the Copernicus system, and in general, Earth observation systems, to move towards high-resolution image in a context which will be sustainable and facilitates the development of new entrepreneurial projects and new activities, essentially creating new jobs. It is particularly in this context where the articulation between this unique European capacity of Copernicus, together with the development of new satellite constellations, certainly is a challenge that needs to be adequately framed in years to come, also in the context of the evolution of space traffic management. It is in this context that the question that we know is that apart from the so-called European centralized funds, say Horizon Europe for Research and Innovation and the European Space Programme, and apart from the European structural funds, which many of these zones have access, including Portugal, and apart from the national funds, particularly that many countries provide for space, together with those through the European Space Agency and the current framework which was approved in the last Seville meeting 2021-25, particularly to be followed in the next 5 years process, if it is enough or not for all this challenge to better articulate and combine space systems with non-space activities. But on the top of this, we will have the next generation EU. And my appeal here, not only for those from Portugal, but everywhere, is to mobilize all our countries to make sure that the recovery plans do include projects and activities in the space area. Most of the countries, like in Portugal, this will be a competitive process. Joanna, as president of the Innovation Agency, is particularly engaged, so she knows all the details and you can speak with her, but elsewhere in Europe, other agencies are promoting competitive calls for the so-called innovation agendas, and it will be particularly important the cooperation of different countries within Next Generation EU. Actually, I was not this morning because I was with Joanna also addressing this issue in a completely different scenario in the north of country with the car industry and nanotechnology towards a new sustainable value chain for lithium batteries, for the electrification of batteries. And essentially, I bring to this discussion here because you, the space geeks, the space companies, will compete with the other areas for a space agenda. So my call is, please mobilize yourselves and develop a very good program for space in European collaboration. Again, this is open in our bases in Spain, in Italy, in Germany, in France, in many countries. And the importance is that the space community, either from large industries, small startups or research community, mobilize in good projects because you will compete with other sectors of the economy, from energy, food systems, health sector. And certainly my role in my position in the Portuguese government is to make sure that we have the best recovery plan and the best innovation agendas. But certainly recognizing always that although we will have a period of an increased amounts of funding, the funding will be distributed in competitive terms and for the best agendas. And if we want in Portugal to cooperate with other countries in space, we need also to make sure that we have a very good space program and collaborate with others. And therefore, through the Portuguese Space Agency and through this event, which is one of the potential events for cooperation among different countries in Europe, we do understand that the recovery plans throughout European member states could be an important initiative for collaborating in various areas. And again, this was agreed also 2 weeks ago in the Competitiveness Council that different countries should try to collaborate in different points, not only in space, but in different recovery funds. So my appeal is very much to mobilize a clear task force on this. As Ricardo mentioned, in the Portuguese context, we launched already a strategy with 4 layers, which we would like to collaborate internationally. And again, I came here with this first message. This is an international Atlantic summit. We are an Atlantic country, but we want to collaborate with other countries, with companies everywhere throughout Europe in building up not only our plan, but also in contributing for the recovery plans of the other countries, and essentially try to make space a real endeavor within Next Generation EU. Looking from Portugal to Europe, but always looking at bringing European partners to Portugal, I see in these 4 layers the following challenge. First, in the upstream. I believe the word is reusability. We would like Europe to have a launching and landing system in the Atlantic. And we want to bring European partners to work with Portuguese companies and Portuguese research system under the concept of reusability. Certainly, probably for the last 20 years, launching will be easier in the current technology from land, potentially from an island, but we know that landing will be much easier in water. And we are discussing the possibility and the will to collaborate with other European partners, European companies and European member states to develop a launching and landing program in terms of sea landing and an island launching, particularly under the concept of reusability. We know that this has become possible. Technology will evolve a lot in the last 20 years, and I believe this has become the center of these meetings 4 years ago, and now we know that we should speed it up. And certainly have the unique opportunity to use the European Space Programme together with the several recovery plans in many European countries to do this process. As you know, a new competitive call will be open also for spaceport and landing activities from the island of Santa Maria, which has been identified as the main zone with the potential for locating a spaceport close to sea landing issues, and I would like to invite all of you to work certainly with Portuguese partners and others in this process. The second layer, if we are able to build European resilience through new launching and landing activities under the reusability concept, we need certainly to make sure that we have a new generation of satellites, but here the context, in my view, should be image with a purpose. We need certainly to provide and to improve the purpose of these satellites for activities in our economy, from maritime surveillance to urban management or precision agriculture, or certainly biodiversity management in a number of activities. And Rodrigo, I'm sure he addressed this. He has become an expert in this agency in providing these complex relations between non-space and space. But for doing this, we need to provide high spatial resolution image with adequate frequencies. Certainly, for preventing fires or for biodiversity management or for urban management, the type of resolution in terms of spatial resolution or temporal resolution are different issues, and therefore this needs to be very well understood for each different type of applications. But this idea that we need more sensors, more observation methods with a purpose, with a specific purposes, which are different in different applications, will become, in my understanding, critical. Again, from the Portuguese side, we would like to bring to Portugal companies to work with Portuguese players, and also we believe that we have already skills to work with others in advanced Earth observation systems. The third layer is the communications. Certainly, there are a competitive and a challenging issue worldwide for secure communications, and here the position of Europe is tricky. Most of the science, particularly quantum-based science, was developed in Europe. Most of technology is completely out of Europe and controlled particularly by China. So the point to develop secure communications in Europe has become very consensual among member states, and the Commission and Commissioner Thierry Breton is very keen on this issue. Certainly in this area, we need to understand what Portugal should do with other countries and what we don't have the capacity. But here, we would like, from the Portuguese point of view, in terms of an European-wide context, to focus on remote areas, particularly, again, the Atlantic and other remote areas. Remote areas need to be, or communications in remote areas, I will assume secure and stable communications in remote areas, need to be developed together with business models which are completely different from highly concentrated or highly populated zones like a city, which have a completely different business sustainability in terms of satellite-based communications. But again, our goal and again our invitation is to bring partners throughout Europe to work with Portuguese players in secure and stable communications for remote areas. Last but not least, our fourth layer, the downstream layer, is easy to explain, difficult to implement, and again, Rodrigo, I'm sure, will have addressed to you all the issues on this, and the overall objective is, again, is to invite partners from all over Europe to come to Portugal to work with us in the development of global services producing new jobs. Certainly, we understand that the economic context for space will depend very much on the success of the downstream type of applications. Again, here, it has become very clear over the last years that space systems will compete more and more with non-space systems and ground solutions, and therefore making services highly efficient with lower cost than ground solutions will be the critical challenge for space-related engineers. How can you provide new services which are more efficient but lower cost than ground solutions? And probably most of the downstream services, as we know, will be more and more hybrid systems with some components based on the satellite-based image and other components based on many other type of sensors, towers to space low altitude platforms, drones, and many other type of activities. And building up these hybrid systems will certainly be also a task for the development of new services and essentially creating jobs. But the point, I believe, is that understood that either in Portugal or in Spain or in France or in Germany or in Italy, the development of space-related sectors in the years to come needs to be understood more and more in a competitive framework with other non-space sectors. Actually, most of the recovery funds will be allocated in competitive terms, and therefore, in the coming 6 months, we will see a real competition between space and non-space sectors to attract the recovery funds in all our countries. And therefore, the need really to mobilize good ideas, to mobilize companies and the research system, because you will compete with other non-space sectors, because we all need to improve our food system, our health sector, but also our car mobility, our aeronautical sector. And what we are observing in Portugal is a small example that we observe in every country. There is a strong competition of different economic sectors to attract recovery funds. And certainly, so my main image is that from the Portuguese point of view, we would like to invite partners throughout Europe to work with Portuguese stakeholders, essentially in building up a very good and competitively excellent agenda in these layers. Again, I repeat, in the upstream under the concept of reusability, which will be, I believe, in the 20 years to go, the key issue for launching and landing. In the satellite development, image with a purpose, and Miguel and many others, Francisco is here, are coordinating the building up of an Atlantic constellation. In the secure and stable communications, particularly for remote areas, and in the downstream to build new jobs, particularly for links with non-space sector, which will be always a challenge. But again, I thank you your mobilization in this conference, and in particular the way we have always worked in international collaboration. Here is a context of Europe and building up a Europe which is more digital, more green and more resilient. We do understand that needs to be with more and more reliable space systems. But we also understand that these reliable space systems will have to compete with non-space sectors, and it will depend on the quality of and the efficiency of future space systems. Certainly, we know that for provoking that, we need the evolution of a proper regulatory framework, namely for space traffic management, and that is the reason why 2 weeks ago, in the European context, we have approved a roadmap for the coming 3 to 5 years in terms of the evolution of space traffic management. But for the difficult questions, you also have here Rodrigo Costa, that I'm sure can answer all the difficult questions.
Thank you, Minister. I think the message is really clear, and it's time for action, and time to have a global coordination, and particularly in Europe, to address space as an opportunity for a socioeconomic session now, because we are late for the next sections, I believe. So thank you, Minister. Thank you, Joanna, Miguel, and for perspectives to put our space in the perspectives for Portugal and also for Europe. Thank you.
Don't forget on sea landing, because usually we space about launching, we need adequate sea landing for reusability of rockets.
Fica para ação.
Okay, so I think I will continue. We are a bit delayed, so we have speakers holding online. We have been discussing a lot of subjects this afternoon and all day, so we have talked about upstream, downstream, the bottlenecks, and how to increase uptake of satellite data. And in this hour or so, we will be discussing how satellite data can really contribute for a more resilient Europe, a more greener Europe, and more digital Europe. So without delays, I will pass the floor to our keynote speaker of this session, Nikolaus Arnowski, the head of the Mission Management and Ground Settlement Department of ESA EO Directorate. Nicholas, are you with us?
Good afternoon.
Okay, so thank you. Nicholas will give us a presentation, will talk us about the new potential of Earth observation data. Thank you, Nicholas, for being with us when you're ready. Thank you. Is everything okay?
You should be able to see my screen now, I hope.
I think yeah, I think so.
Can you see the screen?
I think so, yes. I don't see a title,
Okay.
but maybe let's...
The title should be The New Potential of Earth Observation Data.
Okay.
And you should see the first slide now. Is that true?
No, I'm only seeing a black slide, sorry.
No. Try to share again.
Yeah, now we can see your second slide, Nicholas. Okay,
Okay,
perfect.
good. Then, okay, apologies for the slight delay.
It's okay.
I only have 4 slides, and I just want to use the opportunity to set a bit the stage for the much more interesting discussion that is coming up on Destination Earth with my colleagues from the European Commission, from EUMETSAT, ECMWF, and others. Let me just introduce myself. My name is Nicholas Hanowski. I'm at ESA ESRIN, and I'm responsible for the operations of the ESA Earth observation missions and a large part of the sentinels of Copernicus. And with regards to the data management of the data that is being generated from these satellites. What I'm trying to do now is, in a quick run through, convince you about the dramatic changes and the developing potential of Earth observation data over the last 5 years. And I've picked 6 or 7 themes that should generate confidence and generate the technological basis on which we are now able to do such things as Destination Earth. And in the first slide, I'm trying to introduce a little bit the concept of the large and growing Earth observation infrastructure in space, because that's one of the key changes that we have been seeing. We are getting much more data in the Earth observation domain from space than 5 years before. probably around an order of magnitude more data than 5 years ago. Much of this data is now monitoring data, so it's data that is continuously being collected and is covering large parts of the Earth's surface. And something that is often not realized is that with the advent of all these data sources and all this data, we have a much stronger potential to cross-calibrate the data and to improve the validity and veracity of the data that we are talking about. And of course, we have a much higher temporal and spatial coverage with all the small satellite constellations, with the large missions that are providing reference large-scale data coverage at the continental scale. In addition, we have new types of data through new instruments. We have new types of imaging, and the examples I'm showing here are things that are happening now or in the near future, where we are detecting fluorescence from plants, for example, where we are detecting trace gases and gases in the atmosphere, or where we are measuring wind speed. These are all types of measurements that go way beyond the traditional imaging that we have been doing. And of course, these types of measurements are complementing imaging in a new way. Of course, new types of relevant non-EO data is entering the field and can be directly merged with remotely sensed data sets. And that makes the final point. The combination of data is something that has been actually mentioned several times earlier in this conference. The second large set of changes is that we see new and more flexible data policies. Of course, the free and open data policies of the Landsat missions or of Copernicus have completely changed the way that the user community is looking at this data, how industry, how institutions are approaching this data and ingesting this data. We have seen new licensing schemes, for example, by industry. We see new customer service models in which customers can take partial ownership of a satellite constellation, of an Earth observation constellation. And we see a strong trend towards information rather than the data itself, in terms of how the data is being presented, processed, and developed into higher level products. Then, of course, there are new domains for EO data integration. We have numerous new application tools that are being fed with Earth observation data. We have social and public media ingesting Earth observation data on a much, much larger scale than just 5 years ago. And we have numerous industrial service products which at first sight may be not obviously integrating Earth observation data, but do so at a very deep level and as a commodity that is value adding to the service products that are being provided. And of course, we see operational public services on a large scale. The example you see here is the dashboard that we are operating together with NASA and with JAXA on the impact of COVID for different parameters on the Earth surface and on anthropogenic behavior on the Earth. A further set of changes over the last 5 years: cloud and platform-based data access. The velocity in which even old data sets can be retrieved has been drastically increased. The efficiency of data management on cloud platforms is something that is strongly arguing for using such cloud environments. And of course, the reduction of data download and data traffic is one of the key effects that come with such technologies. And we see, of course, the strong trend to provide next to the data ever more suitable tools for data processing in order to transform the data into relevant information product. And then the large field that has been mentioned before of extensive EO data fusion. We are seeing examples of data fusion products which have hugely expanded data content. So combining data sets, radar and optical data, for example, but also completely fusing data sets of different resolution, geospatial resolution, for example, is something that can be done very systematically at an operational level today, so that ever more consistent and ever more comprehensive data sets can be provided to the user community. So a more complete data record can be generated, and of course an incentive for operator interaction is provided by these opportunities now, in order to really fuse quite different data sets into much more higher value data products coming from different sources. And all of this, of course, leads to a step that is now part of the discussion that will follow. The progress toward predictive Earth observation. With all the advances that I've tried to summarize in the last 3 slides, we are at the stage where, when we are learning from the weather and climate community, and when we are applying EO data in simulations and modeling, we can achieve predictive Earth observation objectives that have been formulated over the last few years in order to address key issues. And of course, the underlying rationale and motivation from a technological perspective is that this is a huge stimulation ingredient for the digital and EO world, in order to put their brain power together in order to bring this concept to fruition. Finally, and that's at the heart of Destination Earth and the discussion that will follow, this technology, this predictive Earth observation is part of a larger endeavor in order to address European objectives at continental, regional and local scale. The scaling issue is something in particularly relevant in Europe, and I think you will see a lot more on this in the coming few presentations. So again, I hope I've set a bit the stage for my successors in terms of presentation, and I hope this has been clear and helpful. Thank you very much, and I pass over. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. That was really perfect for an introduction to the panel, and I invite you to stay also with us, maybe to provide the ESA perspective maybe later on in the panel. So as it was mentioned, Destination Earth is a EC program that aims to develop a high-precision digital model of the Earth to predict and simulate natural and human activity and contribute to the European Commission Green Deal and digital strategy. So we have heard already from ESA, and we are going to hear from all the stakeholders that are responsible for the implementation of this program. We will have with us Gracina Pietsiewicz, the head of unit Open Science and Digital Modeling from the DG Connect from the European Commission. Hello. From EUMETSAT, we will have Paul Cunet, Head of Strategy and International Relations. Hello, Paul. And from ECMWF, Peter Bauer, Deputy Director of the Research Department. We will also join in this panel some stakeholders for the Atlantic to try to understand how this program can benefit also or support the sustainability of the Atlantic. So we will have Pedro Silva, CTO of the Air Center, and André Oliveira, CTO of the CoLab Atlantic. So I would give the floor first to Gracina to present us a little bit more the general overview of the program itself. Thank you.
Yes, hello. Good afternoon to everybody. Yes, I have the pleasure to present Destination Earth a little bit more in detail. So Destination Earth, as you have mentioned, is a European Commission initiative. It is in fact a European Commission flagship initiative that is funded under the Digital Europe program and is led by the Directorate General Connect, but in collaboration with quite a few other EU services. Now, Destination Earth basically aims to respond to the twin challenge of green and digital by developing a digital twin of the Earth. It is supposed to produce a very high precision or accurate digital model of the Earth that will be built upon a series of thematic digital twins. And we are starting in a first phase that is supposed to kick off during 2021 and end in 2023 with first two digital twins, one addressing environmental extremes and another addressing climate change adaptation. Now, Destination Earth with its digital twins will support European climate and sustainability policies and the Green Deal data space objectives as well. And it will enable expert and non-expert users, ultimately, to do several things. First of all, to monitor and simulate Earth system developments, for example, land, marine, atmospheric, biosphere, but also human interventions, and thus, in this way, to better understand complex multi-sectoral environmental challenges. It will also allow these users to anticipate potential environmental and climate disasters and crises and develop and test on this basis defined scenarios targeted towards a more resilient and sustainable development. And those scenarios can then bring about legislative measures and also improved ways of their implementation. To give you a bit of an idea what Destination Earth will consist of, it will have at its core an open platform which will link vast amounts of data, computing capabilities, complex system models, and artificial intelligence tools for analyzing, simulating, and predicting in real time, if possible, the state of the Earth, and therefore to offer access to services for actionable evidence-based decision-making by mainly policymakers, but other users eventually as well. Now, with Destination Earth, with the first phase, we will start with data from the Copernicus Earth observation system amongst some other data sets, but this is the biggest data set that we will start with, and it will then be complemented by other sources of terrestrial, environmental, and socioeconomic data. But in fact, Destination Earth will go beyond Copernicus, and thanks to the digital twin concept, which will run on EU pre-exascale and perhaps future higher HPC resources. Thanks to this concept, the significantly increased precisions with respect to both space and time will be possible. This is, however, only one of the breakthroughs that Destination Earth initiative is expected to bring about when implemented. The other key innovative features will be a possibility of a vulnerability assessment across the impact sectors, but also new ways of open interaction with expert system through generation of actionable knowledge, on pictures of the future, basically, based on transparent models and data that is tailored according to the specific interest and the specific expertise of a wide range of users. And of course, I'm not talking about the timeline until 2023, but this is really ultimately, let's say, towards the end of the decade. You may have noticed that at least so far I have actually not specifically addressed the ocean or maritime applications, and let alone the Atlantic, but we are of course aware that the European Commission is sponsoring since a long time quite a lot of work in this direction, for example via the Copernicus Marine Environmental Monitoring Service, the Copernicus Climate Change Service, or the recent Horizon 2020 Green Deal call for a digital twin ocean. And within Destination Earth, the digital twin ocean will help to actually scale up the downstream users of Copernicus in a more open manner, and it will offer opportunities for collaborative work. So it will go beyond Copernicus and make first steps towards applying global systems and multi-hazard thinking to local solutions for coasts, beaches, islands, rivers, and land, and to reach out to ocean dimensions for which we currently have a little bit less data, such as marine biodiversity, and for those to be more easily integrated into decision making. And in fact, Destination Earth will explicitly take up this ocean dimension in the future, most likely in the second phase, in the second development phase of the initiative, due to start or continue after 2023, so obviously after the first phase finishes. So in summary, Destination Earth will become an open decision support infrastructure on sustainability related policy areas, including, of course, the ocean dimension and building on many precursor activities. We hope that it will be capable of acting as an integrator of those precursor activities across many impact sector areas, and thus possibly include in the future, pertinent Copernicus services or national, regional initiatives, and, for example, the digital twin ocean, as I have explained. And to bring about this really truly ambitious plan to fruition, we need not have only, let's say, long breath, but also top key implementing partners, which I hope we have found with the European Space Agency, the ECMWF and the EUMETSAT. And I am happy to share this session together with representatives of these international organizations and also with representatives of the Portuguese Centers of Excellence. And I look forward with great interest to the contributions to the subsequent Q&A session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will be very happy to hear then how regional governments and local authorities will then also be able to benefit from this tool. But let's go first to EUMETSAT then and see how the data challenges. So we heard that this program will involve different types of data, and what will be the contribution from EUMETSAT to the development of this platform. Paul, when you're ready. Thank you.
I am ready, Carolina, so thank you very much. Can you see my screen?
Yes, yeah.
So basically, I have a very short presentation, 3-4 minutes on what EUMETSAT will do in Destination Earth. And clearly, as introduced by Grazina, it's something that we do in support of a project of the European Commission, and we do it with the partners of ESA, ECMWF, and ourselves for first phase. And when starting to discuss our contribution to Destination Earth, we first went to our member states in December 2019 to ask them, okay, what could be our contribution? And our member states really welcomed our participation on Destination Earth, but with one message: do what you know to do and do it well. So don't go in areas where you have no expertise. And therefore, we have really focused our participation in Destination Earth on provision of data, because obviously we are in EUMETSAT sitting on high-value data sets, and we shall make sure that this data will be made available. And we have also an expertise in the design of implementation of distributed infrastructure, and this is what Destination Earth might need. So this is our core contribution. Then Grazina explained that there will also be digital twins of the Earth. And in this, clearly, our mandate is not to be a leader, but we might contribute. We have some expertise, but clearly we are not a research organization, so we will support the development and exploitation of the digital twins, including through research projects. But this is a secondary focus for EUMETSAT. So first message: act and provide expertise where you have this expertise. And this expertise of operating distributed and federated infrastructure to make data available to users, which is the aim of EUMETSAT, is to deliver data to users, space data. We have it through different initiatives. We have our own big data services. So the big data services is the way we make the meteorological data captured by EUMETSAT available to member states. We are also contributing in the context of Copernicus to Data Information and Access Platform, DIAS, which is called WIKEO, and we do this with ECMWF and Mercator Océan International. And finally, with ECMWF, we are also developing a platform which is more focused on meteorology, so which is called the European Weather Cloud. So this expertise, we have it, and we had it, and we have developed some standard, and this is what we want to make available to Destination Earth, together with our operational experience, because as Grazina as indicated, the objective at the end of the day is to deliver an operational infrastructure. So after long discussions and iterations, we have reached a split of responsibilities with our partners, and we have agreed on this with the European Commission. And the part of EUMETSAT is really the building block that you see at the bottom, which is a building block which will make the data available to the others to deliver destination Earth. And this is called what we have called the data lake. So we will be responsible for the design, development, and operation of the data lake, which will make the data available to all users of destination Earth, but primarily to ESA and ECMWF to build on and deliver the digital twin. We will be implementing and testing and operating this platform, but we will also establish all the link and all the interfaces with the other component of destination Earth, so the core platform and the digital twins. And we will maintain an inventory of all the data which will be made available, and you will see that every time there will be a data pool which could be made available through the lake, we will keep the repository of this data. And an important point is that the implementation of this service will be done through industrial procurement. So we are managing the architecture, we are designing the system, we are designing the data lake, but the implementation will be made through industry. So again, this is the presentation of what we will do. Again, important message for us, it's building on an expertise that we have, so it's extending, but in a very focused area, which is only a small part of destination Earth. And we are building on this expertise, which is again here in this slide with Wikio, European Weather Cloud. So it's part of an overall approach to making data available to users through this type of infrastructure. And this concludes my presentation with a few links where you can contact us. I thank you for your attention. And as we are dealing with the Atlantic International Research Center, which, if I'm well informed, is based in the Azores, I've put a picture of some EUMETSAT infrastructures which are also located in the Azores, where we have recently deployed a ground station for a next generation of satellites. So even if I'm not with you physically today, we have some infrastructure shared with you today. So thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Very nice. I will be curious to understand how diverse can be that data lake and how easily expandable it could be in the future, maybe to include also new space data, but let's discuss it later. So I will give the floor now to Peter Bauer from the ECMWF. So we have seen that this program is forecasting, so we will need models, so we will need ECMWF. So could you give us your perspective on the program? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction, also for Nick's, Grazinas and Paul's introduction to contributions and our share. My name is Peter Bauer. I'm with the European Centre for Medium Range Weather Forecasts. Just like the others, we are an intergovernmental organization that sits in the UK. We do operational weather forecasts and on behalf of the European Commission are hosting two Copernicus services, one on climate change, one on atmospheric monitoring. So for the purpose here, I was asked to focus on the research and science challenges involved in Destination Earth. Obviously, there's a lot of technology challenges I'm going to address briefly as well. But obviously, as we're talking about digital twins and as precise as possible replica in digital form of the Earth system, and anything that's relates to the environment, from global scales to local scales or regional scales, coastlines or earthquakes or biodiversity, obviously there's a lot of those. And as Grazina has explained, we will start with a thematic focus on extremes in climate change adaptation, but this focus and the depth with which we will address these individual topics will evolve throughout Destination Earth. But first, a step back, what are we actually trying to address here? And that explains also why we focus on extremes in climate change adaptation to begin with. This figure here is from the World Economic Forum that issues reports on risks and disasters every year, in January every year, and this is the most recent one. And there's lots of figures in this report, but the most striking one is always this, where they put together the likelihood of individual events that are of concern for society and economies and their likely impact if they happen. And in the worst case, you're in the top right corner of that. So it's very likely to happen. And if it happens, it has a very high impact. And if you look at the ones I circled there in red, you see climate action failure, biodiversity loss, human environmental damage, and extreme weather. And only this year or last year, infectious diseases, for obvious reasons, occurred in that right-hand corner. But that tells you why the focus is on what Destination Earth is addressing right now. So obviously of extreme interest. In terms of science, what Destination Earth is delivering is new in the sense in that it brings together the traditional lines of science and research in terms of Earth observation, Earth system modeling, impact modeling, so anything that relates to food, energy, water, for example, as a consequence of change, and all the technologies and methodologies that we use to dwell on these, also in terms of quality, uncertainty tracing, for example. And it brings that together with the entire breadth of digital technologies that we were individually exposed to, but now are trying to really bring together as a whole in terms of high performance computing, for example, data analytics, and of course, machine learning and artificial intelligence has been mentioned a lot. Big data, IoT, smart sensors also found increasingly on satellites. So it's really the excellence and bringing together the excellence in individual areas to paint a picture that is more complete in terms of extreme scale capabilities in those science areas, supported by the digital technology developments, and hence the responsibility of DG Connect, so Grazina's host DG for Destination Earth. So these are the digital twin components that create digital twins in the middle, and they have to talk to those sectors for which we're actually providing this information and that we need to interact with. And those are the sectors of high socio-economic impact. So we don't do this only for the sake of science, but we do this for the sake of society and the European Green Deal and the future of Europe. And of course, all these areas on the right-hand side in terms of water resource management, energy management, health aspects, and so forth, are the target areas that need to continuously interact with the digital twins to extract the best possible information for decision-making, adaptation, and mitigation planning in Europe. So there's lots of science challenges. Obviously, Destination Earth can build on European excellence in all these areas in terms of, atmospheric composition, atmospheric dynamics, ocean dynamics, sea ice dynamics, vegetation dynamics on the land surfaces, and all that. And again, that covers global down to local scales. There's a lot of science out there, but we need to bring this together and make sure that we upscale it to the level that is actually required for digital twins. So much more accurate, much more reliable information. And the other important factor is what I call here end-to-end science delivery, which means that we don't stop at the Earth system science side of things with temperature, rainfall, and sea level heights, but that we think this through into these impact sectors that I mentioned before, and what's shown here on the right-hand side, the water, energy, and food nexus. And that nexus comes with a lot of science questions as well, and ideally those are integrated in the digital twins on equal footing with the Earth system science. And Destination Earth is trying to operationalize this. But obviously there needs to be a continuous draft of new research and science into this operationalization and production for the sake of the users. Apart from Earth system science, there's obviously computational science challenges. If you scale everything up that we're able to do today, you bring this together and you link the impact sectors into the problem. You could easily make a calculation on the back of an envelope that tells you that you have 100 times bigger computing problem to solve. And that needs dedicated resources. That has been mentioned by Grazina already. We're counting on the EuroHPC joint undertaking, which is an existing joint federated European investment in supercomputing that comes with advanced technologies that will provide for us the toolkit that is required for this digital twin generation. This is complex, by no means trivial. It's not just driving a faster car. It's a much more complicated car. It comes with a different engine. We need to learn that. We have to go to driving school again in order to get our digital twins on these systems. And that requires investments in computational science, shown on the bottom right. So we really need to look at our large computing codes. Are they efficient enough? Are they energy efficient enough? We have to, of course, exploit the huge potential of machine learning, but we also have to get back to the drawing board and look at many of our algorithms and numerical methods that we counted on reliably for decades, and they might have to be reinvented in the context of this. So there's Earth system science and there's computational science challenges that we have to address at the same time. And a lot of this meeting already has been mentioned about data. Obviously, there's the 6 V's of data, veracity, volume, and so forth. There's lots of data science challenges. As computing grows, data challenges grow as well. More computing produces more data and more diverse data. You have spoken extensively about more Earth observation information, more complex Earth observation information that needs to be analyzed and information be extracted from. There's some more trivial problems like compression of volume, simply to be able to disseminate data. So if you look at that workflow that I've shown in the middle here, that says Edge, HPC, and Cloud at the top, that's like a classical workflow that we use in terms of bringing together observations and simulations to create, today's poor digital twins that we use for weather, climate forecasting, for example, and that we try to bring to the users. But already in the literature, and I'm just showing 3 examples here, you see examples coming up where data science increasingly helps us not only compress volumes without losing information, but really extract information more intelligently from the vast amounts of data that we get, to be sure we can translate into information into insights, and then insights into decisions. So Destination Earth as a whole, in terms of science and research, addresses maybe the most critical challenges of our time in the context of climate change and extremes. It fortunately can build on decades of European excellence in many areas of science and research, so we have a lot to take from. And it needs and promises unprecedented impacts on society, science and technology. But we also have to develop, together with other agencies and you, of course, all the stakeholders, a continuous draft of research into production. So we expect this to cycle through as Destination Earth is developing. And with this, I would like to stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Peter. That's very interesting. It's a challenge ahead, but a very interesting one and very impactful, I understand. So I would ask now Pedro Silva to try to give us an idea of what could be the benefits or the challenges for the Atlantic area. Peter mentioned that the importance of having the sectors and the users linked to this project, so how the Atlantic users could also contribute to this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carolina. It's a pleasure to be here. It's really fantastic finally to have a live event in which I'm able to attend in person. So thank you very much for the invitation. So today I'll be presenting you the Atlantic challenges, priorities, and benefits. So I'm the CTO of the AIR Center. AIR Center is an Atlantic International Research Center. Miguel, our CEO, has already talked about what things we are doing, but today I will concentrate on the challenges that we are facing and that the AIR Center as an organization has been following. So first, an overview of the AIR Center. The AIR Center is an international, distributed, and collaborative network institution. So we want to foster job creation and knowledge-driven economic development in the Atlantic region. We want to monitor, decisively contribute also to reach the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And we integrate space, climate, earth, ocean, energy, and data sciences. And we promote south-north, north-south cooperation, and also we are focused on specific oriented main thematic missions, and as I will show you later. So the Air Center is already reaching a proportion where we have a lot of the Atlantic countries, partners, members of the network. So the headquarters is in Terceira Island in the Azores, where we also have the Earth Observation Lab and also a Marine Biodiversity Observation Network Secretariat that we are hosting in the Air Center. So as you can see, there are a lot of countries that have recently and in the past joined since its creation. So the Air Center has specific missions, and these missions have evolved in time. We started back in 2013. We had the first high-level dialogue meeting, which is an event in which scientific industry policymakers get together and discuss about the priorities. And as a sequence of all these meetings that we had, the last one was last year in Penn State in the US, we have reached a total of 6 meetings, high-level meetings, which have allowed us to define the main priorities and the main missions that the Air Center should devote. And these are these ones that you can see here. And what I will do now is I will present you basically for each of these missions, what are the challenges that we are facing in the Atlantic. So starting with the first one, clean and productive bays and estuaries. These bays and estuaries are among the most productive areas on the Earth. They provide a wide range of valuable ecosystem services to coastal populations and wildlife. And as we know, these areas are being severely threatened by both anthropogenic impacts and environmental changes. Examples of that are sea level rise, water temperature increase, coastal erosion, and ocean acidification. So one example of what space can bring to this specific sector and to this specific mission is, for example, the plastic detection and monitoring. There are a lot of projects, research initiatives from the agency, from the Commission. One of them is just about to start, in which the Air Center has joined, which is the LaPlace project, where the integrated approach of having Earth observation data down to in situ sampling to track the hotspots of plastics is of essential nature to understand what is actually happening with the plastics and microplastics. As you know, plastics can go can be ingested by animals, and plastics usually can absorb pesticides and other components that obviously if they go into the food chain, that's not a good thing. So this is an example of the Air Center mission where we are really promoting the ecosystem-based approach for the integrated management of bays and estuaries. The second mission is resilience to coastal natural hazards. So the frequency and severity of these hazards are expected to increase. And as a result of basically combined effects of climate change and human activities, our well-being and security of coastal populations and wildlife preservation is at stake. So another example of what space can bring to this type of problems and challenges is, of course, the risk maps. Sentinels and Copernicus and other Earth observation missions are already today creating risk maps. But these risk maps, they need to be addressing local realities and problems. They have to be generated and they have to be validated by stakeholders and by its local communities so that they can be actually accepted and not stand on a nice server. So the Air Center is contributing to this, to stimulate the collaborative research on coastal resilience. The third challenge and, third mission and associated challenge is sustainable food production. Population is increasing. So there is an increase in global food demand, which requires sustainable fisheries and aquaculture. So solutions must include a mix of different environmental, social, and economic aspects that aim to support innovative and inclusive seafood value chains to reduce risks and improve productivity. So another example that we heard already today several times, harmful algae blooms. These blooms, they spread, and they can be toxic. Some of them are not, but some of them can be toxic. And they can affect a population of people, of course, in human life, but also fish. For example, back in 2019 in Norway, there was something like 8 million salmon just killed in one of these events. And that was an estimate of something like 200 million euros loss. So Earth observation can contribute to this, and there is a lot of active research, and this implies having a lot of different technologies, models, in situ data, Earth observation data, which can give advanced early warning systems in aquaculture farms. So the Air Center is promoting also the development of new technologies in this sustainable food production area. And another mission that the Air Center is actively contributing is improved management of marine and coastal resources. So economic growth in recent decades has been accomplished mainly through unsustainable exploitation of many natural resources. Biodiversity has significantly declined over the past decades, and the rates of species extinction is accelerating, with grave impacts for ecosystems, climate, health, economy, and society. So there must be a paradigm change in order to maintain the integrity of the oceans and coastal areas for future generations. And this is a big challenge as well. An example of what Earth observation can bring is this particular example where we have Earth observation data techniques coupled with ecological modeling to obtain more knowledge about the marine biodiversity and ecosystem, which still remains in many cases unknown or with a lot of question marks. So this will ultimately allow to map significant increase of protected areas. And the Air Center is building capacity evidence-based governance that are essential for improved management of marine and coastal resources. And finally, improved environmental and maritime monitoring. Well, the United Nations Decade of the Ocean Science for Sustainable Development Implementation Plan made it very clear that there is a vast volume of the ocean that is neither adequately mapped nor observed, nor it is fully understood. So exploration and understanding of key elements of this changing ocean, including physical, chemical, biological components, is really, particularly in a climate change scenario, is particularly important. Examples of benefits that we can get out of this are next generation decision support systems that we've just seen in programs like Destination Earth, Digital Twin Earth, and biodiversity precursors, and so on. EU programs and infrastructure are key elements in all these initiatives. So it's of utmost importance that all this data is used in a way that a paradigm shift must happen in the current description of the Earth systems and its processes, because we need to move towards, from a traditional model-based approach towards a new data-driven, physically coherent approach towards system science. So, and now, just to give you a very quick highlight of also one of the flagship projects that the Air Center is trying to promote and has been promoting, which is the Atlantic Constellation. With the Atlantic Constellation, which has been already presented, we are in discussion and collaborative discussions with a lot of countries. We are currently, as Miguel pointed out, with 9 countries: Mexico, UK, Norway, Spain, Portugal, Brazil, Canada, Nigeria, Portugal. And the idea of this constellation is to provide additional information that can be, together with Earth observation, Copernicus, third-party missions, and many other, in an international and collaborative way, promote new approach to and new information that can share and be used in these missions. And just to give you a highlight, also, we are in the Air Center following a multiple bottom-up problem approach solving. So we have also several projects that have started in the past years, which address the different Air Center missions. So this is something that we are also proud and that we are contributing to different initiatives. So as a closing remarks, the Atlantic challenges, priorities, and benefits. So the Air Center is contributing actively in solving the Atlantic challenges using space. We have an active network. We have a PhD scholarship program. We have more than 20 ongoing projects across different air missions. 9 countries are actively engaged in the definition of a constellation. And one thing that we know is for sure, which is global initiatives and challenges require regular engagement with local actors, from high-level policymakers, scientific community, industry, and citizens, and everyone in an inclusive way. The next generation decision support systems are needed to tackle these environment and social challenges that have no solution up to date. We need urgent transformative change that can still turn trends around. Global collaboration is needed. So as Henry Ford said, coming together is a beginning, keeping together is progress, and working together is success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pedro. I will pick on the Atlantic constellation data and see if Andre would be interested, or it would be good for the digital twin precursor for the ocean to have more data for the Atlantic. So Andre Oliveira is the CTO of the Collab Atlantic, and they are participating in the digital twin Earth precursor for the ocean, and we are interested to hear about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks to the organization for the invitation and the opportunity to present our work on a precursor to the digital twin ocean on behalf of our consortium. So I'll begin with a very, very short introduction about the Collab plus Atlantic, because I'm sure that most people don't know us. And then I'll jump straight into the digital twin ocean precursor project that we're running and show you some of the results so far, and also highlight some of the challenges that our project, as well as other projects related to the digital twins, will face. So Plus Atlantic is a non-profit private association classified as an R&D entity according to the Portuguese National Science and Technology System. And we're focused on generating knowledge and value to discover, preserve, and sustainably harness the Atlantic by applying a holistic approach from space to seabed. We currently have 13 members between 6 companies, 3 universities, and 4 other associations. We're located across Portugal, and we have roughly 50 highly qualified researchers, and we're a very multidisciplinary team, having marine biologists, physical oceanographers, numerical modelers, AI experts, aerospace engineers, electronics, mechanics, geologists, and architects. So extremely multidisciplinary. The Digital Twin Ocean Precursor is a project that we're involved in. It's a project funded by ESA's Digital Twin Earth Precursor Tender, and is focused on the ocean. We aim at prototyping and demonstrating different potential instances of a digital twin Earth, with a focus on major scientific priorities of the Green Deal, in our case, the ocean. So we have a 1-year contract led by Ifremer from France and involving Mercator Océan, CLS and Thales Alenia Space also from France, NERSC from Norway, Lobelia from Spain, and Plus Atlantic from Portugal. And we have developed a vision for what a digital twin ocean would be like, in our view. And it's a vision that we share with a group of other 48 EU entities across the European Union. And it's essentially a layered approach that has 3 different main components. Data access layer that you see in the middle on the right-hand side, which is populated by operational services like Copernicus and EMODNet, and includes marine research infrastructures and observatories, as well as Earth observation satellites, and assets represented by ESA and EUMETSAT, as well as alternative data coming from new Internet of Things enabled sensors, as well as citizen science. This data access layer will combine, or will make all of this data accessible and harmonize it so that it can be used by the next layer, which is a DTO engine, what we call an engine, which basically generates state-of-the-art and fit-for-purpose simulation of the ocean environment from a global scale to a local scale, and from the past to the future. And we do this by applying machine learning and numerical modeling on top of all these data sources, and providing on-demand modeling, as well as the capability to develop what-if scenarios. And finally, there is an interaction layer where users are provided with the capability to seamlessly navigate into the digital ocean and enable them to exploit immediately all the tools and all the data that is available. So the approach that our consortium has followed is essentially to set up a DTO demonstrator, which is consistent with the vision that I just presented. And what we're doing is we're implementing some aspects of these three main components: the DTO access layer, the DTO engine, and the interaction layer. And our project builds on numerical capabilities that have been developed over time, in particular through CMAMs. And as Peter already mentioned, Earth system processes involve many complex interactions, which make it extremely difficult to create one single numerical model that takes into account all of these interactions. And if we consider also what Pedro just mentioned, that the ocean is an area which still has some observation gaps, and the fact that misrepresentations at small scale often lead to misrepresentations at large scale, which means that local events can have impacts at the global level, we need to introduce new approaches to compute uncertainty. And this we intend to do by using ensembles of simulations, which are informed by spatial correlations determined from high-resolution spatial and temporal observations. And what a DTO should do is essentially to systematically compare its own predictions and results with all available high-resolution data at its disposal. And so what we're doing is we've selected two digital twin ocean use cases for the demonstrator. And these are Arctic sea ice breakup, which is a use case that is being led by NERSC, and marine heat waves in the Mediterranean, which is being led by CLS. And we essentially apply the same approach to both of them, which is represented on the right-hand side of the slide. We basically start off by making dynamical interpolations between numerical models and EO data to provide space-time gridded fields of variables. And what we expect is that the AI models will be able to learn the dynamical aspects which are already well captured in the numerical models. From there, we prepare data cubes that where we identify events and differential equations that describe the main modes of the phenomena that we're looking at. And based on those, we prepare training sets, which we use then to perform retrospective forecasts on events that we know have already taken place. And then we basically iterate this approach to see how the models are working and to make sure that all the dynamical aspects are included in the AI models that we're applying. In terms of results so far, what we have achieved is in the Arctic sea ice breakup, we're combining modeling with machine learning and EO data to reconstruct Earth system processes by focusing on the impact of sea ice breakup on ice growth and also subsequent impact on breakup preconditioning. And these events drastically change the energy balance in the air-ocean ice interface, and their presence may influence weather in both the Arctic area, but also beyond. And what we're doing is essentially simulating sea ice parameters using a next-generation sea ice model called NextSim from NERSC, and then training a convolutional neural network on simulated data to retrieve sea ice breakup parameters. We also retrieve sea ice drift from Sentinel-1 SAR data, and then apply another CNN to the remote sensing data. And what we've already concluded is we've finished the calibration and validation of the ice model on breakup and other observations, and we're currently developing a simulation of breakup observations into the model, as well as studying sensitivity of the breakup to ice properties in the environment, and the feedback mechanisms to extrapolate to climate scenarios. concerning the marine heat waves in the Mediterranean. What we're doing is evaluating the skill of machine learning to reproduce retrospective marine heat waves at 2 different timescales and to better understand the precursors which are involved in these events. So we have carried out experiments at medium scale using 7 years of sea surface temperature data in spatial and temporal chunks. And we reconstructed sea surface temperature variability from some preconditioning atmospheric and oceanic parameters. And we've used this to forecast past marine heat wave events at different time scales. 1 year, 1 day, 5 days, 10 days, and 20 days. And the results so far have been promising. So we've managed to show that the algorithms are learning without overfitting. And of course, as expected, at the moment, the forecasting accuracy decreases as the lead time increases. So you can see this here, the orange and red on the right-hand side column indicates the differences between the predicted sea surface temperature and the target sea surface temperature. And as you can see, forecasting at 1 day and 5 days provides better results than, of course, at 20 days. What we're currently doing is we're running large-scale training on all the data, so the entire Mediterranean area and all the historical data that we have. And we're benchmarking other architectures against the 2D convolutional neural network that has been used. We're also running model experiments, changing hyperparameters and temporal lengths versus the baseline model. And we'll be starting complex scenarios with extra variables such as temperature at 4 meters depth to be used as a proxy for the vertical stratification of the temperature at sea, as well as sea surface salinity and mean sea level pressure. And finally, to conclude, some of the challenges ahead. It is important to ensure that we have a scientifically sound basis for decisions based on a DTO. And we need to improve our capabilities to anticipate extreme events. So one of the things that we need to do is, starting from existing accumulated observations and numerical models, we need to determine which system observables should we track in order to maximize the probability of forecasting these extreme events successfully. This means that we can use deep learning with dynamical models to optimize sampling strategies, but we also need to be smart about the data that we use. And so we need to optimize the use of multimodal observations, both numerical and statistical models, as well as satellite observations, which we have been doing already, but to go beyond this and include economic in situ and in vivo data also. And as I said, we need to be smart. So perhaps even more than using big amounts of data, we need to choose the data which is more relevant to select the next best necessary observations that will allow us to have rapid convergence to the statistics. And that's it.
Thank you very much. We are a bit behind schedule, so I don't know if anyone in the room has a question. I would probably just ask a general question to the panelists regarding the title that we have there, so New Space for People, and maybe try to understand maybe Paul and Peter and Andre. I understood that what could be the role of new space in this digital Earth. I understand that we have to pick probably the data we want instead of very big data. Could we use this new space data to direct to the places that we have? Could that be the role of new space in here? I don't know who would like to comment, Paul, Peter, or Andre? No.
Paul, you want to start?
Please, go, Peter.
Well, it's always easier. It's almost a philosophical question. Of course, you want more data, but you also want better data and all that, So it's always easy to say we don't have enough data and things like this, and we want more. But in the end, it's really about extracting information from the data we have and that we will have in the future and all that. I think the biggest breakthrough is probably there, that I mentioned this chain before, turn data into information into insights, and insights into decisions. In the end, we want to make decisions for the future of our society, and the data alone doesn't do that. And so we have to make sure that we can deliver this transition from data to information to insights and to decisions. And I feel like that most of the breakthrough will happen along that chain, and not only from asking for more data. But this is from my experience for just a few years. So.
Thank you.
And so what I can add from our side is that the infrastructure that we have designed will enable to do so. So we are fully transparent. So I was listening to the presentation of Plus Atlantic. Clearly, the data set that they would need would be made accessible to them. So the architecture is flexible, so anyone will be able to connect and to share the data, that's for sure. But then you come to the question of Peter, which data and for what, and this is another this is another topic.
Of course. And a question maybe to Grazina. We've seen that there is space to improve the space uptake of space data in public administration and other institutions. And this digital Earth seems quite complex. What is the strategy? I believe that will be a platform that could ease the uptake of data. So how do you see that regional governments or local governments that will probably have limited technical knowledge will benefit from this program? Are you there, Grazina? Was it too difficult question?
No, sorry. I am there. There was a momentaneous problem. It appears.
Yeah.
No, in fact, our main target users are, of different level of expertise. So, we are not. With Destination Earth, we are not targeting the very, highest level of experts because there are already, let's say, platforms or possibilities for them to run, let's say, their activities. What we are really targeting are these lower lower sort of levels of expertise users. So really policymakers at very, very different levels of expertise. And that's, of course, in our primary target users. So we're not only talking about EU policymakers, we're talking about member states policymakers, regional level, local level policymakers, who would then be able to benefit from the data that is transformed into, let's say, a trusted and verifiable, and that is very, very important, a very important element, information, as Peter said, for the purpose of their policy and decision making, but evidence-based policy and decision making. And there will also be a layer of information on the trustworthiness of the predictions that will underlie the different user-specific results. And then this type of information that they will obtain from the use of digital twins or the core platform or the services that will be made available through the core platform, this information can then be used by those policymakers to evaluate the impact of the proposed, for example, legislative or regulatory measures. But they will also be able to test, the effectiveness of proposed solutions that, they are coming up with against alternatives. They will be able to monitor the enforcement of existing legislation, of existing regulation, and then to focus on priority challenges, for their specific regions. So that is really the target, that is the main aim of Destination Earth, to make it really a usable tool, a truly usable tool for policymakers without the necessary expertise of very advanced data scientists in respective thematic areas of earth science. So with that, we don't know exactly what it is going to look like. I cannot show you an interface because it doesn't yet exist. But we are designing Destination Earth, in fact, with that in mind. So ultimately, we will also extend to other users, obviously, but the main target is really the policymakers to support the sustainable development and policy making.
Okay, thank you. Maybe our role here also is to raise awareness of the policymakers for these tools also that will be ready in 2023, at least some parts of it. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much all for joining us. It was very interesting for me to understand the program also, hopefully for all of people watching. Thank you very much, and see you next time. I will give the floor to the next panel then. Thank you.
So we have 30 minutes. I guess we have this delay. I hope that our panelists are still there. This panel, I don't know if it's use this microphone. Okay, I will be seated here. This panel is talking about access to space, and you know that today we are running a revolution how to access to space. So many initiatives. We know there are more than 100 initiatives on spaceports, on rocket manufacturers, and we want, with this panel, to give an overview about different perspectives. Someone that are involved in the manufacturing of the rocket, someone that are operating spaceports, someone that are related with commercial space transportation, which is, you'll see the reusability in Europe, and also someone that have this helicopter overview about all the activities in this area. To better understand this, I will not provoke some more delays here. We have Steve Wolf, which is the responsible for the chairman for the Global Spaceport Alliance. So I will give the floor to you without any more delays, Steve, if you are there and if you can share your thoughts about these access to space initiatives around the world.
Yes, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Actually, it's just afternoon for me. And thank you, Ricardo. It's a great program. The amount that I've been able to participate, you're really touching on and getting into a lot of detail on the applications of space. And I think really what I'll be looking to do is try to step back and look at this as from an industry perspective, talk a little bit about the scope and the range of launch capability, vehicles, and so forth, and allow the panelists to get into more detail on that. You know, I've been a promoter of space exploration for, you know, embarrassingly a little bit over 40 years. And since my earliest days of advocacy, the example of Prince Henry, the navigator of Portugal, was a very important history touch point in arguing for increased government funding. As folks on this call, I'm sure know that Prince Henry was in the 15th century. His passion helped to spark the age of discovery and set the course really for the civilization in many ways that we enjoy today. From this historical perspective, therefore, it's fitting that Portugal is again playing a leadership role in this new age of space economic development. And just as it was in the age of discovery, our spaceships sail the new ocean of space, not just for knowledge and exploration, but also for the economic benefit to the nations who are making the investment. In my talk today, I want to touch on, I want to first explore the scope of the space industry and that we are living in today, and briefly how we got here. Next, I want to speak to how spaceports around the world will serve as the backbone of the rapid growth in the global space economy. And finally, I want to speak to about the roles that spaceports around the world, particularly commercial spaceports, can play beyond merely being a place for launch and recovery of rockets and spacecraft. So with that, I will share my slides, and I hope that you all can see this. Can you all see the title slide?
Yep.
Okay, very good. All right, so so the space economy, it's accelerated in the last decade, as you all know. It's never been as it has never been before. 20 years from now, Earth's dependence on the goods and services of space will increase at an exponential rate. It will be completely transformed, even from where we are at this moment. The space economy is expected to grow where it is today, about $423 billion to over $1 trillion by 2040. You might have seen this Morgan Stanley slide. It's been around for a while. Various estimates, including the Bank of America analysis, says that by 2030, we could be at 1.4 trillion. So regardless of how you look at it, I mean, the outlook is very bullish. Every nation now has an opportunity to benefit from this growth. A robust Atlantic new space ecosystem, as you're planning, is well positioned to engage and reap the benefits of the space future that's coming. You are, of course, not alone. 76 countries now have space agencies. 13 nations have launch capability. 22 agencies were created in the last 10 years alone, and 13 are in various stages of being created very shortly. And if you look at the entrepreneurship in space, you can include virtually every country in the world. We are certainly long past the era when space was dominated by a few global actors. I think there's literally room for everyone to play a part. You know, in spite of the coronavirus, this is an interesting statistic here. In spite of the coronavirus and the resulting challenge of the global economic downturn, commercial space is continuing to flourish. As an indicator of the health of this sector, more launches were licensed in the United States so far this year than have ever been before in a single year. 44 licenses have been granted. And now but that's with 4 months left to go in the fiscal year. Already 38% of the previous record year in 2018. Okay. Jumped ahead. Another indicator is the coming growth in space are the number of launchers, right? And I think we'll get into a little bit this more on the panel, but just look at it in the aggregate. 68 launcher systems are in operation today, though we have to recognize that a full third of those are in China. There are another 54 launch systems are currently in various stages of development. You know, we have to acknowledge many of these or some of these systems won't make it all the way to operations, but what this represents is a coming wave of launch capability, both in small payload class systems, and maybe that's where Santa Maria and the British Isles will be looking to partner with, all the way up to the SpaceX Starship, which will be a behemoth. It will be able to deliver 100,000 kilograms to orbit or to just about anywhere in the solar system once it's able to refuel itself. Portugal, England, and other Atlantic nations are well positioned to play a major role in supporting the small sat industry, which continues to grow exponentially. And this chart is a good example of the hockey stick. From 2000 to 2010, the growth was a healthy 30%. From 2010 to 2020, there was an increase of 240%. So it's incredible. There's 3,400 operational satellites roughly in orbit right now. While this estimates vary, by 2030, really just 9 years from now, it is expected that as many as 100,000 satellites will be in orbit. Tremendous capability and providing services of the kinds that we've just described in the previous panel. It just will be astounding. The growth is causing the international community, of course. They're very concerned about how do you manage all of this space traffic. Very important, certainly debris mitigation concerns are there. We need to resolve those and address those issues robustly. But putting those concerns aside, the growth represents a tremendous opportunity for any nation that's willing with a spaceport and orbital launch capability. And certainly the Atlantic New Economy is part of that equation. But here again, you're not alone. So, Portugal's not alone. There are 50 spaceports around the world. This is a picture of Santa Maria. I'm sure most of you have seen. Most of the 50 spaceports serve government payloads for sure, but a growing number are serving commercial clients, and the U.S. alone has 16 licensed commercial spaceports in addition to the 12 government-owned ones. At the Global Spaceport Alliance, the organization I represent, we believe that spaceports are the backbone of the global space economy. I helped to facilitate the GSA along with Dr. George Neal, who's the former head of the U.S. FAA Office of Commercial Space Transportation, along with James Causey, who's our executive director. GSA is creating a network of spaceports that can increase access to space and facilitate the growth of the commercial space sector. Its mission, our mission, is to provide members with information, data, research, and networking needed for successful planning, funding, development, and operation of spaceports around the world. GSA's 22 members represent every continent. Industry and nonprofit organizations participate as well. We held 6 annual conferences, and rather I should say 6 annual commercial spaceport summits, as we call them, and we're looking forward to our next one in January of this year likely in Florida. And we've issued a number of reports. The National Spaceport Networking Development Plan, written by Dr. Neal, in fact, is an important document that is referenced particularly by the FAA in forming their policy. The value of the GSA membership is its linkages and the partnerships that are formed through the participation. At the 2019 summit, GSA created a series of working groups that on areas of particular interest to our members. These include, and you may recognize, these are some of the pain points you're experiencing: Certainly, infrastructure funding, is it all government, or how can the private sector play a role in that? Space support vehicles, what kinds of aircrafts can be supportive and integrated with spaceports? Academic outreach, that speaks to STEM and working with the universities. Point-to-point transportation, probably one of the most exciting dimensions of spaceports. The point-to-point suborbital transportation will link the spaceports of the world before too long, and we're working on that issue very aggressively. And then, of course, regional value of spaceports. This is a concern that many new spaceports are facing with the communities that they're being constructed adjacent to. And so it's very important to develop a proper or have proper community engagement so that it's to the benefit, the experience is beneficial to everyone involved. Certainly non-launch revenue streams is an ongoing interest and concern for us and our members, and we continue to discuss that, and I'll get into that in a little bit. And we are creating a new working group on space policy, and this is to inform and communicate directly with lawmakers. GSA member categories, we primarily our main member is the spaceport, but we also involve any organization, company, or nonprofit who's involved in any way with spaceports, and there's our website for more information. You're certainly welcome to contact me directly. So let's talk for a minute. I want to talk for a minute about the expanded role of spaceports. So primarily spaceports are established to launch and recover space vehicles, right? That's what we think about. But we really think that spaceports are much more than that. They can be centers for innovation and entrepreneurship. They can be centers for general public engagement and centers for STEM and education and workforce readiness. Portugal is planning the space innovation ecosystem in the Azores island of Santa Maria, as I mentioned. Congratulations. It's been exciting to watch the development of this initiative. At the Houston Spaceport, such efforts are already taking place, taking shape. Collins Aerospace, for example, this is a division of Raytheon, has just announced that they're going to build a 115,000 square foot manufacturing facility at the spaceport in Texas. In addition, Axiom, this is the manufacturer of commercial space habitats, a new company, will be headquartering their company at Houston, the Houston Spaceport. As part of the Houston Spaceport deal, Collins Aerospace will dedicate 10,000 square feet of space to bring entrepreneurs, corporate, and academic communities together to accelerate innovation and opportunities to tackle space-related challenges. The vitality of commercial spaceports depends on creating a favorable environment for both startup and legacy companies. And spaceports should also be the place where the general public can gather in the shared excitement about space. I mean, let's face it, everybody is excited about space, and spaceports should be the place where people can gather for this to express themselves. Spaceport America, in particular, in New Mexico, was created primarily, really, for the public and space tourism, to send people in space aboard the Virgin Galactic Spaceship 2, which I'm sure you've heard much about. This year, even Richard Branson is scheduled to go into space himself. So that is coming along very quickly. By next year, they're hoping to have regular flights, and thousands of people will be on the Virgin flight, to have that experience. We heard just yesterday that Jeff Bezos and his brother plan to fly to the edge of space aboard the Blue Origin New Shepard vehicle. How cool is that? Blue Origin will be sending space tourists as well, as will SpaceX. Reusable spaceships will soon be flying from from spaceports all over the world. But beyond spaceships, beyond spaceflight, spaceports should consider welcoming the public with a wide range of activities and programs that will help them to experience the wonder of space and also to create a revenue stream for the spaceports themselves. These include hosting public events like the Spaceports America's Cup, a collegiate rocketry competition that attracts thousands of participants every year. There is opportunity for certain kinds of flight that isn't quite space flight, but high-speed jets or parabolic zero-G flights and other kinds of training and programs that could be hosted at the spaceport. So a very important dimension of the spaceport ecosystem that is being created all over the world. And finally, spaceports can play an important role in STEM education. This I know is a priority for spaceports, including Santa Maria. Currently, Spaceport America perhaps has one of the most extensive STEM programs. They have been expanding virtually in the period of COVID. They'll continue to offer virtual programming as well as boosting on-site programming as we all get back to normal. The spaceport, for spaceports to thrive in the coming decades, it will be essential that students of all ages are energized to seek a STEM education so that we can be prepared, they can be prepared to join the workforce of the future, including the space sector. Well, I think in closing, and let me see if I could just stop sharing for a moment. I just want to say that in closing, I want to restate that again, that the spaceports are the backbone of the space economy. The exponential growth we can expect in the next 20 to 30 years, both in terms of sophisticated satellite capabilities that, as you heard earlier, and human spaceflight will be transformative and will set the stage for a future where people no longer just consider themselves citizens of their country or even of the world. They will see themselves more and more as citizens of the solar system. And with that, I want to thank you very much and happy to join in the conversation.
Thank you, Steve. And if I can ask you to stay, because I have one question that is the same question to all the participants. And I will go to our panel. And we have some distinguished panelists, Matthias Pesquet. We have Roel Torres from PLD, John Spoolman from RFA. Odd Roger, the CEO of Andoya Space Center, and also George Tomino, which is the manager for the Space Rider program in HISA. So I will start with you, Matthias. Thank you to join us. I don't know if you have a presentation or you want to address this opportunity that we have, that we are running in Europe for the Launchers Alliance and how to promote the competitiveness in Europe for particularly this sector, which is some kind of initiatives, also some of them in Europe.
Thank you very much, Ricardo. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Excellent. Ricardo, thank you first of all for the invitation. Thanks for having invited the European Commission to be with you today. And it's a pleasure to be with you and to discuss with you. I've just heard what Steve Wolf has said about in his opening statement, also about Portugal's past, paying tribute to the role of Portugal in history, of seafarers. Well, let me pay tribute to the role of Portugal today, because we have, with the Portuguese Council presidency, seen now that the new space regulation has entered into force. And this is a major breakthrough after 3-4 years of collective work. A proposal, obviously, as always, coming from the European Commission. The proposal goes to the Council, is debated there in the various working groups at different levels, goes to the European Parliament, has got a lot of support at the level of the European Parliament from all sides, essentially. And Obviously, to be underlined, the role of the rapporteur, Mr. Salini. Years of discussion, and now with the Portuguese presidency, we have managed to wrap this up, to conclude the discussion, and I would like to pay tribute also to the role of the presidency in speeding up this process and leading it to a positive conclusion. We now have a new space regulation in place since 3 weeks or so, and this is great, because this space regulation provides us with the legal basis for action. And this will be EU action not only in some, let me say, classical domains where we are already a very established space power, thanks to some key infrastructures which are operational, as Copernicus with Earth observation, as Galileo with satellite navigation. But we will now also have the possibility to develop new features and to become even more active on the basis of a budget, of an ambitious budget, which has also been put in place with the MFF, as we say in our jargon, the multi-annual financial framework, which provides us with budgetary coverage until 27. And with this environment, a legal basis for action, because whenever we want to do something at European level, obviously we need a legal basis to do so, and the budget, which has also been approved by the member states and by the European Parliament, we now have a possibility to really get launched and be active in a variety of fields. This includes space surveillance and tracking. It includes secure governmental communication. There are new program components which are foreseen and which will now be developed in the coming months and years. And it includes also new activities and more activities than in the past in the area of launcher policy. And this is something I would like to highlight in drawing your attention very briefly also to the various provisions which we find in the newly adopted space regulation, which are the Articles 4 on the objectives and Article 5 on access to space. I think there is a slide somewhere, but if somebody, I think on your side, Ricardo, has the possibility to upload this, it would be welcome. Otherwise, I just go through the text as I have it in front of me as well. Article 4, with the objectives of the program, of the space program, mentions the need to support an autonomous, secure, and cost-efficient capability to access space, taking into account the essential security interests of the Union. So we have different elements here: autonomous, secure, and cost efficient. I think we will hear a lot about these various elements later on also in the individual presentations, because they are absolutely key. And then we have, apart from this Article 4 with the objectives, we have an Article 5 about access to space, which reads, the program shall support the procurement and aggregation of launching services for the needs of the program and, at their request, the aggregation from member states and international organizations. So here we have a very concrete new feature which allows us to bundle the public demand, and we are about to start this at EU level and are looking into this in very concrete terms in now preparing a first aggregation contract, which is, as I said, mentioned here in Article 5 under access to space. And this will provide us with a very good organization and the relevant industry also with visibility about the public sector demand. And that is going to be an important element, we believe, for our industry in being aware of that public sector demand. We have until now a relatively stable environment. This public demand is on the EU side very much concentrated on the two programs I've already mentioned. Galileo with satellites which are becoming from generation to generation heavier and heavier. and Earth observation, with also relatively big satellites for Earth observation satellites. But we have also an ambition to look into possibilities to modernize, and we will look and discuss further the possibilities to combine possibly, especially in the domain of Earth observation, the current technology of big satellites with smaller satellites, which could provide us with more agile solutions. So this is something which is very much work in progress. Now, I've mentioned the two key elements which are going to be the two key provisions which are going to be the basis for our action. I've also indicated very briefly that we are working on this aggregation of demand on a framework contract. And I should also mention that there is another very prominent activity which has been announced by my commissioner, Thierry Breton, at a conference earlier this year. And that is, you've already mentioned it, Ricardo, the Launcher Alliance. So what is this, a Launcher Alliance? Let me maybe indicate that this new notion of industrial alliances is something which we can find in different areas. We have created some years ago a European Battery Alliance. We have a Circular Plastics Alliance. We have a Raw Materials Alliance. So we have a number of alliances. And the common trait of all these alliances is that they bring together the public sector and the industry, the big established companies, the small new companies, the startups. Actually, everybody is going to be present on the table, and there will be a round table, by the way, in some weeks, and is going to discuss together the objectives and to define them together also for future action. And it is a process which is at this initial stage very much put in place by the European Commission, but is then very much also left in the hands of the stakeholders to steer it and to bring it to fruition. And we are going to do exactly the same in the space domain, and to be more precise, in the launcher domain with this Launcher Alliance. The idea is to bring together the various actors, big and small, private and public. We are going to work together as the European Commission with the European Space Agency in order to establish the complementarities. We know that the European Space Agency is doing already a lot in this domain. We are now on the basis of this legal basis I've mentioned before and also coming in, but we do not want duplication. We want to work together and we want to go for complementarity. And our first step in cooperating closely with the European Space Agency will be also this Launcher Alliance, where we are going to work very closely together in order to be as complementary as possible. And with this initiative, we are going to look into a number of challenges for the European launcher industry. And these challenges, I'm not going to go through them in detail, but just to briefly underline that they are both on the demand side and on the supply side. We see a lot of public demand in the US. We have a lot less of public demand in Europe. So what can be done about the demand side and about the public demand side at the level of the EU, at the level of the member states, at the level of the various institutions? We in the EU have the programs I've already mentioned, but we have also some fresh ideas. We are starting to work on a new initiative which is called Secure Connectivity. That could have an impact also on the demand side if it is realized. We are obviously also seeing that more and more member states are joining our efforts and have also realized that they basically need to join in, and that there needs to be a collective effort in strengthening the demand side in Europe. But that is only one part of the coin. And the other side is obviously the supply side. So what has to change on the supply side for our industry to be more competitive? For the prices to go down, for the technologies to be competitive. And therefore, we are going to focus first and foremost on these two issues, demand side and supply side. And on top of it, there will be a third issue, which is about funding. We see that in the US, the risk finance is a reality, and we see that especially for space, there is a problem in Europe because many believe that this is and rightly so, that this is an industry with particular risk, and therefore there's probably something which needs to be done about this in order to find relevant solutions. So we are going to address also the funding side and look into the tools which we already have, but maybe also with the European Investment Bank and other actors into the possibility to create further tools. I've mentioned, and I'm coming to the end, the various program components. There is an additional program apart from the space program, which is very relevant in our area, and that is a program called Horizon Europe. It's our research and development program, where we also have individual actions. And this is also a public funding which is available in order to become more active and to basically push a new technology in the space domain. I stop here because I think we're expected to discuss a bit in a moment. Sorry.
Yeah, and for sure you have two good customers here from RFA and also from PLD. They are developing the technology that, and I will pass to Raul to hear from Raul. Hello, Raul. Raul is the CEO of the PLD Spain, and I want to ask you about the maturity of the development of your, you want to become a service launch provider also, competing in this European arena. So how we stand with the PLD today?
First of all, thank you very much for inviting us to be part of this panel. Nice to see some well-known faces. Long time ago without seeing you in person because of the COVID, but well, I hope we can in a few months maybe see you all you in person. And regarding the our development, it's good to say that it's good to say, not good to say, but it's really tricky to develop from the ground up a new launch vehicle. I can imagine that my colleagues, all the one involved in the different type of development, both on the launcher side or even in the ground part, even spaceports, as before was mentioned, it's quite complex to develop. But fortunately, we continue on the process, we continue developing technology. We recently qualified the propulsion, and now we are qualifying the structures. Also, we qualified the avionics. So we are in the good path for launching our first demonstrator next year. That's the milestone. Actually, it cannot be moved. So we put that strictly deadline to launch next year. And after that, we will continue working for launching into orbit in 2024. That's the time we are putting in our agenda. For sure, and for sure, as you can imagine, it's complex to develop technology. So at the end, things can happen that can basically delay the launch. But we are on that European arena, let's say. I don't see it like arena, frankly speaking. What I see is potential collaboration because I see a great market for small sats, not only in Europe. And in addition, maybe in the future will be more than one launch provider in Europe. So at the end, there will be some market for more than one.
And Raul, did you like to heard Matthias about this Launcher Alliance?
Yeah. Well, I would like to know more in detail about that alliance. For me, sounds a bit complex to put everyone in the same context and try to develop something, let's say, a new launcher based on specific parts of each one. Frankly speaking, I don't see that. Maybe, in my opinion, competition is also good. Cooperation is good. I said a long time ago in another conversation in this, let's say, in this framework, that competition is good, cooperation is also good. So maybe we have to allow competition in Europe and cooperation if it's needed. But in my opinion, it's more important competition than cooperation at this stage.
Very good. Then I'll pass to John Spoolman. It's the same question for you, John. You are also representing here a rocket manufacturer. You have also the ambition to be the next service launcher provider for micro launcher in Europe. And what about the market? You are preparing to this big challenge. 4,000 satellites to be launched in the upcoming years, at the end of this year. And we are prepared, the RFA is prepared to this challenge?
Yes, sure. I have a couple of slides to elaborate on the question. I hope you can see what I shared on my screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So it's very nice because Steve already introduced the same study that we are always referencing, that Morgan Stanley and the Bank of America are actually forecasting a multi-trillion space economy until up to 2040 or 2045. And that's actually what we see. There's a super big potential, and what they will all need for raising their space infrastructure to orbit is actually a rocket. And that's what we want to make business on. We want to be like the shovel in the gold rush, right? That everyone needs to create his business opportunity and being the bus that carries you up there, but with a unmatched service level like Uber implemented that for individual car transport, let's say. That's actually our ambition in here. And with that, we want to enable as many business cases as you could think of in terms of connectivity, in terms of Earth observation. We heard a lot of presentations on that already today during the different panels and keynotes. Very, very interesting. And the most important aspect for us over here, Steve had that curve actually until 2020, where we end up at 3,500 satellites, already exponential as of today. And if we continue that on and use the studies, Euroconsult or others, very renowned market studies, we see that there might be up to 50,000 satellites launched over the next decade, which is tremendous, right? And that is also why so many micro-launch activities are there, because there is a super huge market, and that is actually the bottleneck right now is launch to create, it could be alone 10 billion worth of funding up to 2030 for that market. And that's where we would like to position with a unique service, so to cover in that value chain from satellite customer manufacturing to operations in the launch and last mile delivery area. And we want to solve the complexity and the high prices in there, and that we're going to do with superior technology and a last mile delivery service. And how does it actually look? So you see here a classic rocket, but what do I mean with superior technology? For example, we're going to employ stage combustion as a propulsion system. Only exists in 6 countries around the world. It's the highest efficiency in terms of propulsion you can think of, enables us to provide 30% more payload to orbit at the same mass and cost compared to open cycle gas generator engines. So unparalleled. For structures, we use stainless steel because that enables tremendous degrees and high numbers on reusability for the core stage, right? You don't have the issues with aluminum and risk propagation and the damage issues with composite that you can't repair. So we had that very early from the design to enable the business case, low capex with reusability, very easy with steel. But the most important thing for customer side in here is actually the orbital stage. So you can consider it as the uppermost stage of a launcher, but at the same time, it is actually a satellite already, right? We have the beauty of OHB as a strategic investor in our company. And with that, we, for the first time, really developed a launcher looking from a satellite point of view, and that's what came out of that. So that's orbital stage, can provide up to 1.3 tons to low Earth orbit. Matthias, I'm really sorry, but this is why I have really big issues with the integration that you have there on the Copernicus program, because we might be servicing these satellites in terms of launch service for you. So I hope you consider that in your decision that you're outsourcing there. Even though we are, of course, very happy to see the Launcher Alliance and the initiatives you're pushing for commercial transportation. That is really good. Because this orbital stage is essentially, it offers you flexibility in orbit. You can put 1.3 tons, or you just put 100 kilos, and then you have 2.5 kilometers per second delta V to do all sorts of maneuvers, orbit raising, inclination changes, and. And this is really where we are after, that we can, with the same configuration of a launcher, service a multitude of customers and really exactly fulfill their needs and deploy the constellations very rapidly on orbit. They are immediately operational when they use our launch service to get to space. And at the same time, if you look at the competition, on the y-axis you have the specific launch price per kilogram, and on the x-axis the overall payload capacity of the launcher. We outperform all the direct competition that is actually out there on the launch price in that regard. Yeah? So it's really, we try to combine here the unmatched price point of SpaceX, right, to be as cheap as that on a big launch level, but have the flexibility of a small launcher with an orbital stage, and trying to combine that with a really unique service. In terms of progress, where are we? So we have conducted on our core stage structures the cryogenic pressure test, so it's done. We implemented a test site. We did the first ignition tests on our stage combustion engine, all quite successful. We developed our own avionics system, so we are running all the different systems in parallel. Why we implemented a 5,000 square meters facility here in Augsburg and implemented 3D printing capacities on new alloys, same as own designed automatic tape layers for the interstate structures out of composite. So really try to evolve that. I have a small video here on our first stage main engine test campaign. So what you can see here is actually the most difficult thing we did first is to get the turbopump to run. You can see here the turbopump is running at 30,000 RPMs and has an outlet pressure of 250 bars. It's now at steady state. It's a short duration test, but you can see this is actually what drives the power into your engine. Just to compare it, the engine, which you see here igniting very soon, provides 500,000 horsepower, right? So if you're a car enthusiast, you couldn't work on a better engine anytime. So if you want to do this, you should definitely join RFA. You will never work on a more powerful engine on that small scale. And that's actually where we are as of today right now. And in a nutshell, that's what we provide as a company in RFA, a great founding team with a strategic investor, 100 people right now, using all sorts of new production capacities and superior technology, specifically the stage combustion, that will enable us to disrupt that market on pricing. So to answer your questions, Ricardo, everything that I have not answered yet as part of this slide deck, there were a couple of things that you asked for, specifically also in terms of what do we want from ESA and EU, how could they support and improve competitiveness? The Launcher Alliance was mentioned. I think most important here is to attract business in space, to educate the overall society in Europe what can be done with data from space. Because if the usage of that gets more and more demand will be created from these things from space, and that will automatically generate more infrastructure and more space exploitation needs. So I think we should very actively go away from fully funding launch systems and satellite projects, but rather create a commercial setup and commercial scenario that does it himself. The reason for that is, from my point of view, with the European Civil Space Program budget, we are a factor 5 lower than the US, right? And let's be honest, we will never change that. Never, ever. Not while we live, and probably also not while my kids will live, right? And this is a very long time to come. And in that time, I don't see it changing. No way. And in that sense, I think we can only do that if we commercially do more than these guys over there, right? We need to boost that commercial ecosystem to enable it, to be enabled to catch up, to leave the brilliant minds of European engineers to catch up with that business on their own, and not with fully state-funded project. Rather, commercial incentivized projects like the inducement prices you did in the EC, which we just applied for, a great initiative. I hope we see more on that on the Horizon Europe. And same as with the ESA commercial space transportation program, for example, where they leave a lot of freedom in that regard. And I think these are the things that go in the right direction, and we need to push these things also on the data side and on the satellite side.
And when we can expect to see fly the RFA-1? This is the question.
As soon as it is ready. No, we have a target date for the main flight no later than 23. So we are looking at 2 years from here. The first stage is being manufactured while we speak downstairs. The first flight engine will be qualified this year. And then it's a matter of cash and scaling it to the full vehicle and having a spaceport.
Very, very good answer. And to have rockets flying, we need spaceports, right? And we have one person here that can enlighten us about the initiatives of running in Europe, and particularly in Norway, because he's running these initiatives. There are many initiatives in Scotland, in Norway, in Sweden, and also in the Azores. We are trying also to take the opportunity to build our own spaceport. And Odd, you are the responsible for the Andoya Space Center. What you can tell us about this new race also for the spaceports, not only for the rockets itself, but also for the spaceports?
Yeah, thank you for inviting me. It has been really interesting to follow. And as said many times, there is an enormous increase in the number of satellites to be launched the coming years, and to do so you need a spaceport. I have a short presentation. Are you able to see it now?
Yep.
You are. So yeah, good. Let me run through it quite fast. Andoya Space, established in 1962, located far north in Norway, and I think this picture shows very clear why it is an advantage to launch out of Andøya. Open water is far north, ideal for polar orbit and sun-synchronous orbit. Close view of Norway, and if we go to Andøya, the Andøya Space Center is located here today. The airport, 5 kilometers away, deep water harbor, and the new location for the spaceport on the west coast of Andøya, 40 kilometers away from today's headquarters. So why is Andøya an ideal place? Well, the location is one thing, low air traffic. We have a well-suited airport close by, and we have good harbor conditions. Today, Andøya Space has 5 different business divisions. We have our education department, where we give courses in space courses for approximately 6,000 students from high school and universities each year. We have Andøya Space Science and Technology, which is the origin of everything. From 1962, we have launched more than 1,200 rockets, sounding rockets into suborbital rockets. And this is still the main activity. Andøya Space Orbital, the new establishment. Our unmanned department, drone activity is growing and is a huge part of what we are doing, as well as Andøya Space Defense, responsible for testing for Norwegian armed forces as well as allied forces. I think German armed forces are our major customer today. And of course, we also have our visitor center, which is an important part of what we do, show people what space activity is about in Norway and in Europe. We are growing year by year. We are actually more than 130 employees at Andøya Space today, continuing to grow, and Andøya Space Orbital, or the spaceport, will increase well, I think up to 100. So, established in 1962, we celebrate 60 years next year, and I hope Jørn will speed up so we can celebrate 60 years of activity with launching the first orbital launch for RFA next year. This is the spaceport on the west coast of Andøya, 2 launch pads, with starting to build the one out in the sea first, and shortly after the second one. And we actually have the option to build a 3rd launch pad if needed. We have permissions to launch up to 30 launches per year. It can be increased, but that is what we have by now. We have our funding in place, we have private investors in place, we have all licenses needed in place, local approvals for building the spaceport. So the plan is to start building in September, being ready to perform the first launch in 22, probably late 22. So we are absolutely on our way to be a part of the growing and emerging space market. I must admit, I did not know Global Spaceport Association. It was interesting to listen to Steve Wolf, and I think such an organization is needed and is really good to have. And of course, European Spaceport should be a part of the organization as well. I agree that one of the most important things not only for spaceports, but also for launch service provider is to be cost effective. Andreas Space is well known to be cost effective on what we do on suborbital rockets, and that has to be an important factor also from a spaceport perspective to be competitive in the future and to attract customers.
Well, I have one question for you. You have some kind of negotiations with some manufacturer to host a particular company or you will be, let's say, open your spaceport to like a concept of open spaceport to many rockets.
Yeah, idea. But we have, of course, limited capacity, and we have signed up. I think there has been a press release, Jörn, so I guess it's no secret. We have signed up with RFA and as well as ISAR. Well, we are starting to fill up our capacity. So of course, it is limited how many partners we can have, but it is planned to be an open spaceport. As you saw, we have the possibility to build a third pad, and so there's still room for more.
Very good. Thank you. And Steve, don't forget HOT. You have a new customer here. We can improve your relations for sure. Yes. Now I'll pass to Giorgio. Giorgio, thank you to join us. This is another dimension of how the reusability and commercial space transportation. Giorgio is in charge for the Space Rider. And Giorgio, you want to share a presentation?
Yes, so good afternoon, Ricardo. So first of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me and to this important event. And I am particularly glad to attend mainly for two reasons. Let's say the first is to present the Space Rider, because I don't know whether the whole audience is aware that this is really a key element of the idea of new space in Europe. It tackles in full reusability and new services. And then the second main reason is because I presented to such an important audience, mainly also driven by Portuguese interest, and Portugal is really a key partner for us since we have, let's say, our landing site in Santa Maria as part of the mission. So I'm particularly glad to be able to introduce you very briefly to what the program is doing. All in all, before starting, I have, let's say, listened with extreme interest to the various elements that have been provided by the other speakers. I would like to let's say, underline that in ESA, we are really working and elaborating, let's say, scenarios to have the maximum competitiveness implemented in our rockets and so in our launch services at the end. So we're working on economy of scales. We're not working on new technologies. We are working also on optimization of industrial organizations for the future, as well as the extension of the value chains. And in the extension of the value chain, in fact, with new orbital services where the Space Rider fits the picture. Now, I guess you see the screen, so I will go to the second slide. Yeah. So what is Space Rider? It's this new service. The Space Rider program has the objective to develop the first reusable system in Europe, so a reusable orbital system, which is customizable and but standardized for bringing into space multiple commercial and institutional applications. So basically microgravity as well as IOV and IoT, so in-orbit validation, in-orbit demonstration for a set of technologies for Earth observation, science, robotic exploration, and so on. We will see. We will enter a bit more into the details. The heritage of the Space Rider program is quite strong. In fact, it builds on two existing modules. It builds on the upper stage of the Vega small rocket, the small European rocket, ABUM upper stage, so the fourth stage, and it upgrades it to make it an orbital service module, so to keep the re-entry system into space operational. And then we have this re-entry module, which is derived from a demonstrator that we have flown successfully in 2015 to test, let's say, in flight, the key re-entry technology, because we shall remember that in Europe, somehow we lack this capability of re-entry in terms of really technological know-how. We have tested and verified with success this technology in 2015, and it's now that we put together the elements to address the challenge of the first European reusable system, so to perform multiple missions. With our Space Rider system, we plan to have at least 6 missions as a first, with the first, let's say, reusable module, and so able to go into space, operate into space payloads, and then come down and land on ground, as we will see in different, let's say, landing sites, and then to commercialize this new service. We have done some announcement opportunities in the past to probe the market on the possibility and on the need to have such a platform for Europe. And we have had extraordinary, let's say, return from these investigations of the market. And that's how we got the program approved also at the last Ministerial Council in ESA. The program is fully funded, so it's a reality. And the planning that you see shown in the slide is the one that is really applicable to our contracts. So we really target now a maiden flight in the second half of 2023. Just without spending too much time, just to say that from the technological point of view, we have an extremely strong heritage. We have tested all the technologies. So the program does not really tackle technological challenges, but as I said in the previous slide, really the challenges are two, which have been mentioned also in the previous speech. One is reusability, really for the first time, what it means to let's say, take an object that comes from the full life cycle of a system going through the launch loads, the orbital lifetime, the harsh re-entry environment, and then, let's say, refurbish it with minimum effort and make it again, let's say, launchable with the next rocket with the same reliability figures. This is really the first time that we do it in Europe. It's quite an important, let's say, technological breakthrough, and this is really our main goal. Second goal is to do all this for a service which is commercially valuable, and as I anticipated before, we have already identified a lot of commercial institutional customers in this. Some aspects concerning the mission, I would focus in these, let's say, in this forum to the extraordinary capabilities that we have when landing in Santa Maria. In fact, Santa Maria is one of the key landing sites that we have selected. There is another one, which is Kourou. I will share with you a bit the advantages and disadvantages of both. Santa Maria is certainly the best in terms of safety, because we fly all the re-entry part of the mission where we have a blackout in communication. For those of you that are acquainted with direct space activities, when we return from orbit, there is a very high plasma that is generated around the vehicle by the air, because we reach temperatures of around 2000 degrees. Therefore, this ionized air disturbs the communication with the system. So the fact that we fly all over the Atlantic Ocean before landing in Santa Maria, and the fact also that Santa Maria has, let's say, the landing area giving towards west is an ideal, let's say, situation. It is a bit less ideal is the fact that it has a latitude, but it's not a tremendous latitude that, let's say, penalizes sometimes the performances depending on which rocket we launch. And of course, we can reach Santa Maria only if we have higher inclination orbit than 34, 37 degrees as the latitude of Santa Maria. This is, let's say, a very big asset of Santa Maria, the fact that it's really an island, as we have said also before. And the alternative when we head towards CSG, so towards French Guiana, Kourou area, is, let's say, the advantage is that there is a lower inclination, therefore, with a small rocket, we can maximize the performances a bit more, but we have overfly certain, let's say, regions, populated region where we have to take special measures. So let's say we have quite a good, we have done a huge trade-off in the past years, and we have now concluded that both have valuable elements to be, let's say, further explored, and they are both anyway part of our landing site scenarios. Again, I will not spend too much time in the, let's say, the elements going back to the reusability. I was very happy to listen to the Minister of Science, Technology and Higher Education underline the importance of reusability. We all share this objective. It is a great challenge, and it is really an upcoming element for any future scenario. In the scenarios that we are looking at for the future launcher system, there is also the aspect of reusability. It's a bit, let's say, something that we have to, let's say, assess into the details, because reusability means increased launch cadence. So there are some aspects to be taken into account, but certainly Space Rider will provide key elements, key technological elements, also in that case of scenario. Going to the type of experimentation, so other 2-3 slides. It's a novel platform. It's the first time that we have a capability to go into orbit, stay in orbit for several months, and experiment a lot of applications, a lot of technologies, going from microgravity to radiation exposure. And microgravity, we mean really direct application with the pharmaceutical industries, medicine, biology, physical science. We are really elaborating a lot also with the payload providers. Space Rider has a great advantage with respect to alternative, let's say, infrastructure, like, for example, the ISS, which has very low microgravity level. We can go down to 10 to the minus 6 G. So we don't need to stay at 10 to the minus 3, 10 to the minus 4, the gravity constant. So we can really push the experiments towards their limit in microgravity, really with absence of gravity at all. And we have a very short time between the preparation of the experiments, the embarking of the experiment, and the launch and the realization of the experiment, as well as on the way back. We can retrieve the experiment after a few hours, so we can go back to the laboratories. And last but not least, being a robotic system, so with the absence of astronauts, we have much simpler safety constraints. What does it mean? It means that if we need to do medicine experiments, if we need to realize something that is not, let's say, ideal to be handled by humans, then that's the perfect platform to do that. And in that, I refer to research on viruses and so on. So this is really quite a unique platform. A second type of application as well of unique nature are those related to in-orbit validation and in-orbit demonstration. As I mentioned before, we have, let's say, this new testing infrastructure. This is able to, so we are able to bring up to space instrumentation for science, for Earth observation, for robotic exploration, for telecommunication, to validate it into real space environment and hand it back to the end users. And of course, last but not least, Space Rider represents surely a strategic asset also for the demonstration of in-orbit servicing, in-orbit manufacturing, assembly, including 3D printing and bioprinting. So really it's phasing the future of space transportation in general. Last slide, it's a new service, so we are working also on its commercialization aspects. We are working on the elaboration of let's say, different exploitation ways, models, what we call models, throughout the different reflights, because we consider that we might have, let's say, institutional users, so we could have a cargo bay filled up with several experiments only by institutional users, as well as we could have dedicated flights for security and defense, or we can have commercial users alone, or we can have a mixture of cases. And in that case, so we need to be able to handle the different, let's say, security aspects. And so this is what we are doing. I'm particularly glad to present Space Rider to you, because I believe that the new Space Rider is really at the heart of the new space that we are talking about.
Thank you, Giorgio. And I have a question for you. It is a quick question. The maiden flight will be under the responsibility of ESA, and the rest are driven by commercial initiatives, right?
Yes, so the maiden flight will be surely under the responsibility of ESA, so we will have the legal responsibility, and we will also operate it with the support of industry. For the subsequent flight, the idea is to hand over the commercial case to industry.
Very good. So I don't know if Steve is still here, and also Matthias. Yes, I have a question for you all, and this is related to particularly to space, access to space, and we are in Europe. We are talking about Europe now. There are so many initiatives. What will be really the sustainability of this business, and how many companies? There are many companies running the several initiatives, but at the end, how many companies will be, let's say, in the really becomes launch service providers in Europe? John, you are laughing, so you think you will be the one of them, right?
Yes, of course, I believe that, and the direct answer is that depends on the national space agencies and how much space budget they put on the table over the next and upcoming years to support space ecosystem in Europe. No, I think there can be one or two vehicles on a European level with the market that I see currently commercial and also institutional. That depends also on the fact that institutional markets, so the Commission will be available to commercial procure, right? There's a couple of hurdles here, I think. And yeah, if that is possible, I think one or two might survive in the European market. But then, of course, the worldwide is much bigger. That's where the road in the end.
And Matthias, we can invoke here the taxi and the bus. That means the taxi is running for opportunities, the bus is running for the low costs. What do you think?
Well, no, I think going back a bit to the presentations which were made, I think Mr. Spurman has absolutely a point when he was drawing our attention to this very substantial difference in public demand if one compares the situation between the US on the one hand and Europe on the other hand. And therefore, I think that indeed the private sector, the private demand is going to be absolutely key. And I think we will do our part on the public side, and there will, in all likelihood, be more institutional launches than in the past. But we cannot fill completely the gap which exists compared to the side on the US reality. And therefore, indeed, a picking up of the private demand is in my view key. By the way, we are inviting also some key players on the private demand side to our exercise. But I imagine that, Mr. Spurmann, this is just a part of what you are referring to, because you're referring to basically an economy which is being created, which is not yet fully a reality, but which is coming. And we have heard also in other presentations references. I think that was Steve at the very beginning making a reference to space tourism. So there are all kinds of different business cases which are being developed. And I definitely believe that a big part of the solution will have to come from the private sector in the end. Absolutely.
Yeah, Steve, the same question for you. How the companies will survive with so many initiatives, and also for all than the rule, spaceports and rockets are sharing, let's say, the same ambitions. They are depending each other. So how can we reduce costs to be competitive?
Well, you're talking about the exciting bit right now, where we see the potential capacity, the need for launch services and launch capability, the potential. Certainly, the small sat and satellite market is phenomenal. I think the human spaceflight dimension, not just tourism, but human spaceflight dimension is going to be huge. And we're going through a period, it seems, and it's exciting to hear about from the launch developers on this, even on just on this panel, where there's going to be, there's this rush. As I mentioned, 54 systems are now being developed in various stages. There will be, reality is there's going to be a shakeout, right? Not all these players are going to be able to survive. And I think there will not only be a shakeout in terms of companies, there's also going to be a shakeout in terms of the technology. Ultimately, there'll be a preferred, highly efficient, highly safe, highly flexible types of systems that will dominate the market eventually. But right now, it's all about innovation, and that's really the exciting part. The other thing that is occurring to me as I'm just listening to this panel is this phenomenon where where systems are being developed for particular regions or within country. So I know that the British are also involved in developing their own suborbital launch system. So it will be interesting, but I'm sure RFA anticipates that, they're anticipating a global market, I'm sure, as much as they look forward to working in Norway, launching out of Norway, so that'll be part of the game too. Obviously you're looking for your initial customers, your initial partnerships with the spaceports, but all that will be changeable. It'll be fungible over time. I'm not answering the question, but I'm saying we're in a highly dynamic period right now, and at the end of 10 years, we'll probably see some of the winners starting to emerge. Obviously, SpaceX and Blue Origin are far ahead of the curve, but there's plenty of room for other systems as well.
Okay, then I will make you a question in 10 years, Steve, okay? Odd, what do you think about the market, and particularly for the spaceports, to close?
Well, as already said, there are initiatives in Sweden, Norway, Scotland, Shetland. Germany is planning a platform in the Northern Sea. Portugal is planning a spaceport, and there might even be others. And actually, at least in the short term, that is too many. There is not enough launches for all of these spaceports. So it's hard to say. I agree with Steve. We have to see in 10 years' time, because I think a lot will change. And I think as soon as we have the LSPs in place, as soon as we have Andøya coming up as the first spaceport in Europe, I'm sure we will see a growing demand in the private sector and in the commercial sector. And I absolutely agree that I think it is in the private sector and in the commercial sector we will see the increase in the long run, at least. Even if we are dependent on institutional satellites and agencies for the coming years, I think the private sector will grow. It will not come up to what we see in the US, that's for sure. But it is a global market. If we are able to compete on quality, price, access to relevant orbits, well, I think we will see that it is a global competition, a global market.
Thank you. Raul will be the one who will survive also.
I hope we are one of them. But well, actually, because I didn't make any presentation, is just to complement, let's say, what my colleague said. Actually, I think you can see the presentation because I'm sharing the screen. But I put here on that slide the main companies around Europe developing small launch services, small launch vehicles. We are one of them. There are at least 3 more. Actually, there are lots of them in the world developing technologies, developing different stages, as some of you said before. But for sure, you see a lot of them in the United States. Obviously, US market, it's huge compared with the European market. It is normal to see more companies in the US than in Europe, but the market at the end, it's a worldwide market. So the customer can choose where to go. They can go to the US or they can go to Europe. And at the end, in Europe, there will be some additional needs. So with this sentence, what I want to say is that market is not just European market. The service could be European, that it's different. It's where the service is going to be, let's say, exploited. You can launch from European territory, that is Norway, UK, Germany, French Guiana, but at the end, the customer can come around the world. So for me, it's not so important at this stage, the service itself, but also technology. As my colleagues at RFA and other ones, Orbex, they are developing their own technology. This is important because at the end, technology is the important part. Because at the end, raising money for doing the rocket, in my opinion, is the easiest part, but the hardest part is to develop technology. So what I see is that the companies will not fall or will not succeed because of they cannot find the resources. They will not succeed because they cannot develop technology. And since we started in the company in 2011, we started developing technology because we saw, and today I continue thinking that technology is the important, let's say, border to develop the launcher. Developing individual technology is the most important part and the trickiest part. In my opinion, having resources is easier. Having institutional support is easier. And if you see, for example, in our case, everything we have been done in the past years is extremely focused on propulsion because it's the hardest part. It took for us about 4 years to develop the engine and qualifying for flight, but it's not the last engine we have to develop. So in my opinion, with this, what I let's say want to say is that developing a launch service is not just selling the rocket, it's developing the rocket, selling the rocket, and launching the rocket. And for launching the rocket, obviously there are some initiatives, some spaceports around Europe. My colleague from Norway, other ones in the UK, also they are proposing launching from Germany. We have Europe spaceport in French Guiana. We are proposing, we want to launch from French Guiana. So at the end, there are several spaceports. But at the end, the European service, as it is, will be one, but the customer could come away from other countries. It has not to be European. Service could be European if we launch from European territory and if we are a European company. And this is very important because at the end, individual support, national agencies, or even the European Space Agency and European Commission has to promote that the industry can grow. And that is all the industry, not the big players, all the ones that want to enter into the market. And at the end, if there are more than one player, in my opinion, there will be at least 2 micro launchers in Europe. Obviously, I'm proposing that one could be PLD. But if there are more than one small launcher in Europe, that is good for everyone, because at the end there will be more opportunities. And we cannot forget that launch service is a worldwide need, not just European need. And at the end, the customer will choose where to launch and with which type of launcher we launch. So trying to, let's say, focusing on one type of launcher is not a good idea, because at the end, Europe will not be competitive because of that. We need to have more than one service. And at the end, the market will put each one in their correct place.
Thank you, Raul. And George, to close, what will be the next ambition after the Space Rider? Will be in orbit servicing, or even Space Rider should be prepared for in orbit service, for example? Very brief, because we need to close.
Very brief, I can tell you that we are already working on scenarios for Space Rider evolutions, and Space Rider could become, let's say, a system to service future in-orbit infrastructure, commercial stations, and so on. So we have quite an ambitious program with respect to the Space Rider evolution. And again, I would like to take this opportunity, since we are closing, to reassure the, let's say, European partners that there will be space for all. We are working, we as ESA, we are working quite heavily really to guarantee that there will be, let's say, an optimized approach towards the future to regain the leadership that we had in the past 20 years. At the moment, we have with launch systems, with the Ariane workhorse and so on, and the Vega as well. And now we have new competitors, and we are preparing really to provide the right answer and to be again leading worldwide.
Thank you, Giorgio. Steve, Matthias, John, Raul, Odd, and also Giorgio. Many thanks for your participation. It was really nice to hear these different perspectives, the different dimensions, how to assess the space, how to use the space, the markets, the trends, the opportunities, public policies. Thank you for that. Maybe we can see next year. We try to organize a similar panel. And good afternoon, everyone. And we need to close here. We need to close this. Thank you. We need to close this New Space Atlantic Summit. It was a long day, really a long day. First of all, I want to thank you for all the participants. It was really amazing to see many topics that we discussed here today in this panel, 6 panels, I guess. So the Atlantic and Destination Earth, the challenge for space traffic management, space in Europe recovery plans with the Minister, Manel Tour, the Atlantic Earth Observation Satellite Initiatives, space entrepreneurship, and of course, access to space that we just had here. I think we had an opportunity to have an inclusive dialogue here, together with the government, companies, research institutions, and policymakers, in particular the European Commission, to tackle the new perspective for space around the world, and particularly in Europe. We are concerned, of course, around the world, but also in Europe. We address here today space as enabler, space as a diplomacy tool, which we cannot forget that, space to increase our knowledge, particularly in the big challenge that we are having in front of us with the climate change, and space to consolidate a more resilient Europe, and contributing for sure to the digital sovereignty in Europe, and also space to be a pillar for the European commitment for carbon neutral in 2050, the compromise for European Green Deal. Also, we exchange here some ideas about entrepreneurship and how public policies like Cassini initiatives can accelerate new startups, new business, and need to Europe to address some disruptive business in space. And this, with the umbrella, with our motto of what was the New Atlantic Summit this year, new space for people. And at the end, it's every day is linked with our life, and it's clear that the socio-economic benefits and the space impact the persons. And this is one of our main goals of the Portuguese Space Agency, promoting the creation of knowledge. This is what we are also doing here, and the competencies in space in Portugal, and promoting our vision to build Portugal as a space nation. Of course, if you look back, we started, as I said, in 2019, these new Space Atlantic Summits. Last year, clean oceans and clean sea, clean space, new space for people this year. These are the topics that we address in our 4 editions of New Space in Atlantic Summits. And we need to put some new ambitions. Probably next year we'll have something related for new space for business, or to try to elaborate how can we tackle the business according to these time to action that the minister just mentioned in his presentation, his speech here. Last word for those that really did an amazing work. My colleagues from the Portuguese Space Agency, and also Business Bridge Europe to help us to organize this New Space Atlantic Summit. Hugo, thank you. You were amazing. My colleagues Inês, Marta, Monica, Ana, Carolina, Joan, Manuel, Tiago, Paulo, and I think I forgot one person. A big applause to Herminia. So, hope to see you next year in the 5th edition of the New Space Atlantic Summit. Thank you.